All right, we're gonna go. Hello? Is this working? There it is. Okay. All right. So without further ado, call this meeting to order. Clerk, if you'll take the roll.
Certainly. All right. Council Member Soria. Oh, is she online or? Council Member Soria? Absent at the moment. Council Member Carbasi. He's on the Zoom, I believe. Council Member Carbasi?
He's not currently on Zoom. He is?
Council Member Carbasi, can you hear us? Oh.
Oh,
okay.
I couldn't see him
Thank
because
you.
he's not on the panelists, but there he is.
Yep, I'm here.
All right,
Thank you.
sir. And Councilmember Arias? Present. Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Vice President Maxwell?
Present.
And Council President Esparza?
Present.
All right, we have a quorum.
Okay. Do we have an invocation this morning? Whose month was it? Council Vice President, you want to read it off and introduce them?
So, yeah, we have invocation from District 4 Newman Center, and the invocation will be given by Father Byron Macias. If you could come on up and lead us through invocation.
Yeah, if everyone will please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards.
First of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for taking on this beautiful responsibility of listening and helping the community. May God be with you. May you always be mindful, and may you always remember that no matter what happens, God walks with his people. Let us pray. God, as we gather here today, we want to be in your presence. Grant us a spirit of dialogue. Illumine our minds with the light of truth, and strengthen our fraternal spirit, that we may always seek and do your will. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Council Vice President, if you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next moving on to the approval of the agenda. Clerk, if you'd like to read off any changes to the agenda.
Let me see if I have any. Oh, yes, I have a few. And I would ask that the council members and administration listen closely in case I do omit one. A lot of these came in at the last moment, so just to make sure we don't miss anything. All right, of course, we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available through Zoom and closed captioning through the City of Fresno's live feed. And we do have an in-house Spanish interpreter in case her services are needed, and I'll have her pick up the microphone here and let everyone in the chamber know her services.
Buen día a todos, mi nombre es Isa Tenquio, soy la intérprete de español hoy en día. Cualquier cosa, estoy ahí al fondo con los aparatos auditivos. Si se acercan y necesitan interpretación, con mucho gusto los ayudo.
Thank you. All right, and now on to the changes to the agenda. First off, consent calendar item 1I, that is ID 22-1505, regarding flags and ceremonial lights at city facilities. For the resolution approving the list of honorary flag raisings for fiscal year FY23, the flag of El Salvador has been added, and we have sent out an updated Exhibit A. Consent calendar item 1TT, that is ID 22-1502, regarding actions pertaining to public education services for Measure M and Measure C. There was a correction to the amount in the JSA contract. The amount should read not to exceed $200,000, and the LGSC contract will be in the amount not to exceed $450,000. Then,
Todd,
yes.
in addition, there was a revised staff report that was distributed this morning via supplemental on item 1TT.
Thank you very much. So we would like to note that there was also the revised staff report. And I believe we did get that sent out. 10:20 a.m., that is file ID 22-1445 regarding the text amendment application P21-05809. The following are changes for that item. The Department of Public Utilities memorandum dated April 29th, 2022 is being superseded by a revised Department of Public Utilities memorandum dated September 22nd, 2022 that removes the requirement of the construction of a well site for vesting tentative track map number 6345. Within Exhibit K, condition number 64 shall be revised to state, comply with all of the requirements included within the attached Public Utilities Department memorandum dated September 22nd, 2022, and those revised exhibits have been emailed out. The following items were pulled from the agenda and tabled. Consent calendar item 1H, that is ID 22-1434, regarding resolution to adopt the 573rd Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule that was removed by staff and tabled to October 13th, 2022, our next meeting. Consent calendar item 1L, that is ID 22-1313, regarding the resolution to accept the SAFER grant. It was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled with no specific return date. We have consent calendar item 1DD, that is ID 22-1421, regarding a resolution of intention to establish a CFD number 18, Public Safety Services. It was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled to the next meeting, October 13th. Consent calendar item 1FF, that is ID 22-1450, regarding a resolution adopting the artistic crosswalk policy that was removed from the agenda by Councilmember Arias with no specific return date. We have consent calendar item 100, that is ID 22-1420, regarding repealing the Fresno Municipal Code related to business hours of pawnbrokers and secondhand dealers, removed from the agenda by Councilmember Arias and tabled to October 13th, 2022 with direction. And that direction is to return to the next meeting with exception from pawnbrokers ordinance for electronic resale retail businesses. Then the following items were pulled from the consent calendar and moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. Consent calendar item 1B, that is ID 22-1405, regarding solar energy power purchase agreement with Energia Fresno, moved from consent to contested by Councilmember Arias. 1G, file ID 22-1388, regarding auditing sales tax records for Measure P, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1I, that is ID 22-1505, regarding actions pertaining to flags and ceremonial lighting at city facilities, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias.
City Clerk, I withdraw that item from being pulled.
So we're going to leave that on consent calendar. Thank you. On consent. We have consent calendar item 1N, that is ID 22-1422, regarding the award of a purchase contract with Hometown Trolley of Crandon, moved to the contested consent calendar by Vice President Maxwell and Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1S, that is ID 22-1454, regarding citywide translation and interpretation services, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We have consent calendar item 1T, that is ID 22-1496, regarding the training center solar projects for parks. That's to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1V, that is ID 22-1419, regarding the Third Amendment to the salary resolution, to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1HH, that is ID 22-1453, regarding submission of a grant application to the Department of Transportation. That is contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We have item 1KK, that is ID 22-1415, regarding Title VI Fair Equity Analysis for the Department of Transportation, moved to contested consent by Vice President Maxwell. We have consent calendar item 1LL, that is ID 22-1372, regarding the solar project for the Department of Transportation, that is to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1TT regarding Measure C and Measure M to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And lastly, I have some amendments to read on consent calendar items. Consent calendar item 1C, that is ID 221436, to amend the Tamanio lease with the following change. The monthly rent shall be increased to the fair market value for leased space, which shall be $1,833.33, commencing on year 2 of the term lease. Then we have consent calendar item 1W, that is ID 221367, regarding T-Mobile lease at Spiral Garage. The motion for this item will be a motion to approve the second amendment to the licensing agreement with T-Mobile West LLC with the following changes. The term of the license agreement will expire on October 27, 2024, with no additional renewal terms. And with that, I have no more changes to the agenda.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have additional changes?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to clarify, 1TT is for contested.
Yes, I'm just double checking that I didn't have it on my spot twice.
Yeah.
Yes, it is on, it's for contested.
Okay, and I just wanted to register a no vote on 1I and 1QQ for the record. 1I and 1QQ.
1I is no, and 1QQ. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, on the change that was made on 1W, 22-1367, could we please move that to contested and have a discussion? Because we just spoke with T-Mobile this morning, and there are some concerns about your amendment, and I'm wondering if we could have a discussion about it.
I'd rather leave it on. I met with T-Mobile yesterday, and they were in affirmative that there was more than sufficient time for them.
Unfortunately, you met with a vendor and not T-Mobile officials, and they are telling us that they have made no such authorization, so I just don't want to get into a situation where we're sending a document that the official representatives have not agreed to. So perhaps we could either pull it for discussion or maybe continue it to the next meeting.
If it is the will of the city manager, I'm happy to continue it. But just for the record, I requested to meet with T-Mobile, and those were the folks who were provided to us. So I'm not sure what the miscommunication is. But also, I want to be clear that my intentions remain the same of not renewing this contract for 20 years in this current condition.
I understand that. I just want to make sure that the people who are responsible for finding an alternate, it's the correct people, because otherwise there'll be a huge gap in service for our education facilities.
Agreed. I'll be happy to make a motion to table the item to the next council meeting.
Thank you.
So that we can meet with T-Mobile.
Thank you.
We still haven't approved the agenda, so we can.
Yeah, there's no, just if you want to remove it, it's off. So we're moving item 1W.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Carbasi, do you have changes? I saw your hand raised.
Thank you, Council President. Please come back to me.
Okay. Anyone else on the dais have additional changes or things you'd like to pull from the consent calendar? Do that now or later. Yes.
I'd like to pull for discussion from consent 1CC.
Item 1CC. Okay, we have item 1CC. Any additional? Okay, seeing none here in the chamber. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'd like to, I didn't see 1WW move to contested consent, please.
Okay, 1WW to contested consent.
And one last thing, I'd like to table indefinitely item 5I. And that's all I have.
Item, so 1WW and then item 5I.
Council President, as a sponsor of 5I, I'd like to make a motion to keep the item on the agenda for a closed session discussion.
Okay, there is a motion on the table.
Need a second.
I'll second.
I have a conflict on this item, so I'm going to recuse myself at this point for the votes. Vice President, you are now in charge. Councilmember Carbasi, I'll recognize you, and then Vice President's in charge now.
I appreciate that. It's difficult.
Councilmember
to...
Carbasi, let's wait for Council President to step out of the room real quick.
Thank you. Sorry. Couldn't see him, not there.
All right, Councilmember, please resume your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's rather difficult to agree to have an item on the agenda for closed session when I or the public have no idea what it's about. It's very vague. It's just considering whether to initiate litigation, but regarding what? I mean, yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at on that one.
Understandable. Councilmember Carbasi, I think it might not be a bad idea to hear out the item, figure out what it is about. I have some questions too about what exactly this is. Do I have any other council members up here that want to comment before we go to a vote? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, Councilmember Carbasi and I have an item under City Council, council consideration of general enforcement approaches to address illegal disclosures of confidential closed session communications to the media that have taken place over the past 2 years. I think it's related.
Remind me what item that is.
It is 4A under City Council. And I would just say let's wrap that in our closed session item with Councilmember Arias's for that discussion. I think they're related. And
Councilmember Bredefeld,
yeah.
you are correct. They are related. And unfortunately, we just can't get into more detail in the public setting. But I think it is appropriate for us to go into closed session on the matter.
You want to amend your motion to include
So, Mr. Vice President, so at the very least, we can confirm for the public that what we're going to discuss in closed session is related to potential leaks of confidential information, correct?
That'll be for the city attorneys to
I'm
disclose.
not going to get into Brown Act violations, so.
It's not a Brown Act violation to disclose what we're discussing, is it?
Let's leave that to the city attorneys council colleagues to determine how much we can and cannot say about that.
So what is it that you would like to do, Councilmember Arias?
There's a motion to keep the item on the agenda and to allow for the general discussion of the item sponsored by Mayor Bredefeld to also be included as part of the discussion.
So,
Councilmember Soria, are you amenable to that change? Okay.
sorry, I didn't hear you, Councilmember Soria. Yes, okay, yeah. So you can do that. You can wrap both discussions in together, and that would require, I mean, then 4A would come off, correct? Okay.
Let's call for a vote on that then. City Clerk.
Certainly. This is to keep 5I on the agenda. Motion by Arias, second by Soria. Councilmember Soria.
No. Oh, did you want to speak?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And to include 4A.
yeah, include that as part of the discussion.
Yeah,
And to include any
our
specific discussions regarding 4A.
Yes.
So Councilmember Soria? Yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
No.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
It passes.
All
5-1.
right. Item passes. We will call Council President Esparza back into the chambers. If one of my colleagues could please grab him before we move forward. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
And just for clarification, 4A is now off. 5I is on, 4A is off.
Okay, 4A has been removed from the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, but included with the 5I item. It's blended together.
Correct. Any discussion that you're going to be, any specific discussion regarding the topic in 4A will be discussed in closed session with the other item.
Yes.
Thanks for your clarification. Any last items or changes to the agenda before we move on and approve it? Okay, I think it's all settled. I need a motion to approve.
Motion.
We have a motion, second and third.
Yeah, I'll go with Soria as the motion, and who's on the second? Maxwell, thank you.
Okay. Clerk, roll call vote on approving the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda by Councilmember Soria, seconded by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-1.
Okay. All right, now we'll come to the fun part of our meeting, which is the ceremonial presentations. First up, we do have a proclamation for Latino Heritage Month. And that's sponsored by Councilmember Soria, myself, Councilmember Chavez, and Councilmember Arias.
And Council Vice President Maxwell, too. He's officially a Latino for the day.
Gary's an honorary Latino too, right now? You're married to a Latina, so that's how you qualify? My kids are Good morning, everyone. Oh my God, did we forget the proclamation? Did you forget it, Miguel? I think he forgot it.
Come on, Mr. Comedian. Bring the proclamation.
It's on your desk, but hey.
So I'll go ahead and kick it off. So good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. We are celebrating Latino Heritage Month here in the city of Fresno. I'm a proud Latina, unapologetically Latina, and so I'm very proud to be here today with all of my colleagues, also the mayor, to celebrate and proclaim Latino Heritage Month here in the city of Fresno. So Latino Heritage Month is celebrated in our country every year, starting September 15th all the way through October 15th, where we celebrate the contributions and accomplishments of our Latino community. We know and recognize that Latinos are the future of not just this country, but the state of California. And so today I'm proud to be celebrating Latino Heritage Month. We just had actually a great event this last week, in combination with a number of folks bringing Fiestas Patrias back. And so kudos to all the folks that put that together again to celebrate culture and recognize the folks that make tremendous contributions to our community. I did want to invite, we have ELF here today to be recognized. So if you want to come on up and join us to receive this special proclamation. And ELF, Educational Leadership Foundation, is a nonprofit organization that has been doing a tremendous amount of work in the city of Fresno, providing some critical services to our Latino community, to our immigrant community, to our Fresno and Central Valley dreamers. I know that you guys have been a strong partner with the city of Fresno during the pandemic and just throughout the years in providing some critical resources to our Latino community. So today we did want to acknowledge you guys and highlight you guys as an organization that has done remarkable work for our Latino community, our immigrant community in Fresno and throughout the valley. So thank you for being here with us to celebrate Latino Heritage Month. And so
Yeah, just to echo some of the words that my colleague, Councilwoman Soria, mentioned. Thank you, ELF, for the work that you guys have been doing, And then also thank you to a lot of our community leaders that have been working very diligently. They do work very quietly. We've got Margarita Rocha that's going to be honored for our organization. But we also have Don Venancio that's right here to my left. He does a lot of work very quietly, never gets the credit, but it's because of... But it's because of the work that they've done in the past and organizations like ELF that we've been able to have the opportunities that we do. And we're very appreciative of that. We want to continue that because we know that in the Latino community, we have doctors and lawyers and firefighters, police officers, business owners. And that's the beautiful thing about our city and the beautiful mosaic that we have in our community. And what a fitting day today. We're honoring an organization. We're honoring Latino Heritage Month. And I was a little bit worried at first because I said, why do we only get half a month to honor Latino Heritage Month? And then somebody said, well, we're usually late to stuff anyway, so that might have been the reason. But we do get a full month. We get from September to October, and making sure that we do have the full 30 days to do that. But again, thank you to the work that ELF does on a daily basis for our community. Thank you, Don Venancio. Thank you, Margarita, and thank you to the many Latino leaders that have worked diligently the last couple of centuries in order for people to have opportunities with that. And so with that, Council President, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Just today's a special day in a string of events we've had since the beginning of Latino Heritage Month, and there are many deserving organizations, but I can't think of any more deserving than ELF. We refer to you as ELF, but Education Leadership Foundation is how it's spelled out. Whenever you hear us throwing around the acronym ELF, which is quite frequently, we're referring to this great organization and the work that they do. So I think you folks are a testament to the work being done in our community, and we're proud to honor you with the proclamation this year for Latino Heritage Month. Thank you.
Mayor, are you going to speak in Spanish?
Sí, sí se puede. Well, I want to say I'm proud to be married to a Latina, and that both my children are half Latino. So, and I unapologetically say that as well, council member. So, the Latinos, obviously are the backbone of our community, a community that feeds the world. And if not for our Latino heritage, if not for folks who were willing to go out into the fields and to work for many, many years, we would not have that right to call ourselves the people that feed the world. But fast forward, now we have Latinos in higher education, and we have Latinos that are leading the way for so many people within our community. And I am proud of our youth that are out there leading the way as well. So again, it is my honor as the mayor of this city to be able to recognize Latino Heritage Month. And that's really what Fresno is, a beautiful blend of all ethnic races coming together to say we are one Fresno. Thank you.
One Fresno, many barrios, Mayor.
Many barrios. As the mayor indicated, there are brown Latinos, there are white Latinos, there are black Latinos, there's half and half Latinos, and we even have a couple of Republican Latinos. But
God bless them.
That's right. Indigenous Latinos, we're all over the place. But what was important also to point out is that we stand on the shoulders of other Latinos, and the reason why the majority of the council today is Latino is because the majority of the city is Latino, and has been for decades and decades. And we finally have a representation of the city, and my hope is that other communities also reach the pinnacle of having representation in all our government bodies. So it's always a pleasure to enjoy everyone's company, and Cesar Chavez Boulevard is coming soon, Venancio. So make sure you hold Luis to it. Good. Thank you all for coming, and appreciate all the Latinos and all the other communities and coaches around the city.
Good morning. My name is Matias Bernal, and I'm the Executive Director at the Education and Leadership Foundation. I just want to say thank you to the city leaders for inviting us and for the proclamation. ELF is celebrating our 15 years providing services in the city of Fresno and expanding to serve all the Central Valley. We serve folks in immigration services, education services, housing services, and now health services to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're so excited to be here today to receive this proclamation. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, if we could read the proclamation for the record.
Certainly. In Spanish. Whereas Latino Heritage Month is celebrated annually from September 15th to October 15th to recognize the rich history, culture, and contributions made by Latino Americans in the United States. And whereas the commencement date of September 15th is significant because it marks the anniversary of national independence for Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, followed by the independence of Mexico on September 16th, the independence of Chile on September 18th, and the independence of Belize on September 21st. And whereas Latinos have made significant contributions to the United States and play an important role in the cultural, economic, and social fabric of the city of Fresno and our Central Valley. And whereas Latinos are a majority of the city of Fresno's population and comprise over 50% of the population in Fresno County. And the city of Fresno is home to several Hispanic-serving institutions of higher education, including California State University Fresno, Fresno Pacific University, and the State Center Community College District. And whereas Latinos are essential workers and are the backbone of the Central Valley's agricultural economy, Latinos make up the majority of farm workers that pick our produce and feed America. And whereas this month we recognize and give thanks to our local Latino-serving community-based organizations who work tirelessly to advance the quality of life, not just for Latinos, but all BIPOC communities across the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th to be Latino Heritage Month in the City of Fresno.
So now we want to invite Centro La Familia to come on down here. Another amazing organization in the city of Fresno, in the county of Fresno, doing remarkable work in our community. So, you know, as we just celebrated Latino Heritage Month, or as we were celebrating, today we also get to do a special recognition of Centro La Familia, their entire team, which is a team, a tremendous team. They've grown a lot. They started from a very small organization here in our community, providing services and filling in the gap of critical services for our Latino families and working families across the city of Fresno. They are celebrating this year 50 years. So half of a century, which is remarkable for a nonprofit to continue to thrive. It is stronger than ever, I will say. They have grown their presence. I appreciate personally Centro La Familia because they've come to my district west of the 99, where I think they're one of two nonprofits that exist west of the 99, north of Clinton. And so they have provided some critical service west of the 99 for families that live along the Polk and south of Shaw area. Now they don't have to travel all the way to the other side of town. Many of them that don't have transportation can actually just walk down the street right there on Shaw and Polk to get some of the critical services. So today I want to congratulate Margarita, who has been a steadfast leader in this organization and has made the organization what it is. I want to also thank her and her entire team for the critical work that they provided during the pandemic and that you guys continue to provide for victims of domestic violence, women in our community that are suffering many of the challenges, and their babies or kids. Our immigrant community also, you guys have been a pillar and providing also those critical services. So thank you so much. Congratulations on such a milestone. Again, 50 years is a long time. But we expect that you guys will continue this work for 50 more years. So again, thank you for the work that you guys been doing.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. I know the county recognized you, Margarita, but our chambers are much nicer and our proclamations are better and bigger. So I know the best is always last around here. But professionally speaking, as a council member, I want to personally thank you for what you did in the pandemic. Many organizations in our city decided to go remote, rightfully so, to protect their employees during the pandemic and work from home. A very few organizations stepped into the pandemic to try and provide relief to those who are the most vulnerable. And your organization is one of those. I was in the food lines where I saw you packing food, delivering food for essential workers. It was work that you all did that allowed essential workers who are in our poultry plants and our distribution centers to continue to do their work and provide for the rest of the city and deliver packages to the rest of the city at home. But it was your staff and you who put yourselves at risk. So for that, professionally, thank you. Personally, thank you. You're one of the few organizations in Fresno, in our city, that provides services to my hometown of Mendota. Not too many organizations that are headquartered in Fresno bother to provide services to the rural areas. There we have farm workers too. We have essential workers, and you guys have been a huge anchor point for that community. So I want to personally thank you on that front. My mom, my family that's still there, my friends, all take benefit of that service. So congratulations on your 50 years, and I hope for 50 more.
Yes, congratulations. I think 50 years is, the longevity is a testament to your commitment to the community. That's considerably longer than I've walked this earth. And so I think you folks believe in the community. You work in the community, particularly in my district, right? Setting up sites and services for a range of different services. So you have my personal gratitude and the gratitude of the city of Fresno for your continued work throughout the county.
Thank you. It's an honor. I've had the distinct pleasure of working with Centro La Familia for probably 25 to 30 years, if not longer. I know that as part of when I was the police chief, Centro La Familia was part of our Chiefs Advisory Board. Mario was there each and every meeting, every meeting we had, bringing forth concerns. And I tell you, that relationship that we had was very meaningful because there were a lot of interactions that occurred out there with government officials and law enforcement, sometimes misinformation, sometimes fears in the immigrant community that did not need to be there, that we were able to allay and put those fears away. But also, Centro La Familia's work with domestic violence victims. A lot of people don't know this, but we have a lot of domestic violence victims out there that don't know where to go, don't know where to turn. They may not feel comfortable going to an existing center, even Marjorie Mason Center, but they do turn to Centro La Familia. And you guys have always been there. You've been their voice, you've been their ears, and you've heard them. And I want to really say thank you. I look forward to Saturday going and speaking at your event because existing 50 years in a community as a nonprofit is unheard of. And the reason is because of their credibility, their passion, and the fact that they fill a very meaningful role. And I do know that whenever we as a city decide to pass monies through to organizations, it's very easy to pass them through to Centro La Familia because we know those dollars are going to be stretched a long, long way based on your leadership and based on the volunteerism. And I know that's how Centro La Familia began, volunteers with our youth. So thank you very much.
Yes, I do. I honestly did not feel that I was going to get this emotional about this presentation. And after hearing your accolades about our organization, sometimes you're so busy doing the work. You know, you're dedicated, your head is down, you're working, and that's what you do because that's why we're there. And so we don't often think about who is observing us. Like you mentioned Mendota. Let me give you an example of why we have Mendota. In my early years at Centro La Familia as a director, I was writing grants and proposals and always saying transportation is a barrier, transportation is an issue. And then I had to realize, well, why do I keep saying this? We need to be there for the client, for the family, for the need, and the expectation is they get here. Well, they don't. And so they go unserved, and they go on suffering on whatever the particular issues that they're experiencing. So that's when I realized I had to develop a program, a concept, where we called it Roving Advocacy Services. And that means that all our programs are developed with the intent that we can also carry it to the communities. That means the right staff, the right culture, the right tools. And there were times we worked out of people's carports, if that's all we had. We are right now blessed to have a satellite office in Mendota for that reason. My goal was to expand more, but I'm not there yet. But we have now 4 neighborhood resource centers. We just opened one up in Central Fresno, but we're in Kerman, Mendota, Highway City, are 93706 and 93726 now. When I started as a director, we had about 6 staff. We're almost at 100. And it has been with the support of all of you, but also having the staff that we have here today that come with those skills, that come with that lived experience. And to me, lived experience is what's going to help us do our work for the families that need the services. Because if you've not lived it, you may have empathy, but you don't really know what has happened. And so I come from that environment. I'm a 93706 product. I went to Lincoln Edison. My parents were immigrants. I didn't speak English till learned to speak English till I went to school. So I understand those things. My parents used to be migrant workers that followed the crop up and down the states. So I have that lived experience, and I think it's important that that's what we bring when we serve. And we are here to serve. So I am so proud and so honored with everything that you've said today for our organization. And I say our organization because you see some of our leaders here, site director in Kerman, site director in Highway City, our immigration specialist, my deputy director, my HR person who also used to be a board member several years ago, and a strong community supporter of our organization, Venancio Gayuna. Thank you. And I thank you all. Did I get you all? Thank you.
Well, again, thank you so much, Margarita, for your leadership, for your commitment, and to your entire team for their commitment to our community here, not just in Fresno, but in the Central Valley. Mr. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Certainly. Whereas Centro La Familia Advocacy Services began in 1972 as a project in a Fresno City College La Raza studies class where students were encouraged to become involved in the community. And whereas a small group of students set up a table outside the intake building of the Fresno County Department of Social Services, where they provided applicants with translation services and assistance with forms, in turn exposing a significant gap in services and helping establish a framework and presence for today's Centro La Familia. And whereas the emerging community-based nonprofit was embraced by various individuals and organizations, including Fresno County, who provided a small grant allowing Centro La Familia to open up across from the Department of Social Services. And whereas Centro La Familia has grown from a small urban-centered agency providing direct advocacy and intervention services into a multi-service agency offering social service and education programs in both rural and urban areas of Fresno County. And whereas today's Centro La Familia offers a broad range of bilingual and culturally sensitive programs and holistic approaches to assist crime victims, support families and children, promote health and wellness, encourage civic engagement, and more. And whereas Centro La Familia was honored in 2018 as the Nonprofit of the Year in the 31st Assembly District, and celebrated that same year in the city of Fresno with Centro La Familia Day. And whereas Centro La Familia, in addition to its main Fresno office, has established neighborhood resources centers in Highway City, Kerman, and Central Fresno to better serve the community. They have also been instrumental in providing education and free vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas annually, Centro La Familia services more than 15,000 families and reaches 150,000 community members through outreach and education programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fresno City Council does hereby honor Centro La Familia Advocacy Services on its 50th anniversary and hereby proclaims October 1st, 2022 to be Centro La Familia Advocacy Services Day in the city of Fresno.
So for our next proclamation, the last one for the day, it's the proclamation for Sons of Italy 100th anniversary, and that's sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
Sons of Italy, 100th anniversary.
Since we're recognizing some of our immigrant populations today, I have the honor to be able to recognize one of our original immigrant communities to the United States. And we are going to celebrate today the Sons of Italy's 100th anniversary, organization that began actually in 1905, but really wasn't chartered until 1922. And so we are celebrating the 100th anniversary. So if I could have Olivia Delito please come forward, and Steve Barra, the secretary, and Olivia and Steve, welcome to council chambers, and thank you for all that you've done. But for those of you that don't understand or know what the Sons of Italy, or actually the Sons and Daughters of Italy, are, they are an organization that has tirelessly assisted organizations for many, many years. And when you talk about some of the organizations that we have in Fresno, whether it's the Marjorie Mason Center, the Valley Children's Hospital, Poverello House, NAMI, which deals with mentally ill folks in our community that need assistance, survivors of suicide, Sons of Italy has been there for each and every one of them. And so we are very, very blessed to have them present in our community. And we're blessed to have a lot of our nonprofit organizations here. And so I just want to say thank you today as we read this proclamation. Council President, if you'd like to say a few words.
Sure. For your very brief words, I want to welcome you both to City Hall and congratulate you on this, on your, I guess, centennial. Yeah, the centennial. That's absolutely. Just thank you for all your efforts within our community. You know, as you've heard sort of throughout the morning, all these things that, you know, organizations like yourself are doing, and the efforts are making a difference in the day-to-day lives of residents here in the city of Fresno. So as I like to say, city government is certainly not doing it alone. It's partners like yourself make it all possible. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I've been president of Sons and Daughters of Italy since 2011 now, and this organization has existed starting in 1922, as they said, and our first order was to help immigrants assimilate to the American lifestyle, to find a safe place for them to gather because they weren't treated well when they first immigrated here, to teach them English, to let them celebrate their culture and their heritage, and to find them jobs, give them insurance, give them hospitalization. So because the government wasn't taking care of them at any time. Today, what we do is we continue to raise funds, and we chair the Family Resource Center at Valley Children's Hospital. We give money to many of the nonprofits and charities in and around Fresno County, and we still celebrate our heritage. So we've been around for 100 years. We hope to stay longer. There's information out there about us on our Facebook page, and we have our original story at the newly renovated Italian Heritage Museum at the Fresno Fairgrounds. So if you're interested in learning about us, you can find us there.
Thank you very, very much for everything. You know, we think about coming to a foreign country. We see that today with a lot of our immigrants, but back then that was fairly new in terms of people that were coming to the United States. And the stories that I've heard about Ellis Island and a number of others that hosted the Italian immigrants, you were really the ones that somewhat set the trail, blazed the trail for immigrants to follow. So it's because of you that that's occurred. So, Mr. Clerk, if you'd read the proclamation.
Certainly. Whereas, Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America is the first and oldest Italian fraternal organization in the U.S., was established in 1905. Alfonso Cabucciotti, a member who was also president of many Italian organizations, immigrated west to start the first lodge in California. He was known because he spoke against the Dillingham Bill, which called for Italian immigrants to pass a literacy test, be measured for physical desirability, and any health restrictions or defects that would put them right back on a return ship to Italy. And whereas a charter was signed in September 22nd, 1922 for the first lodge in California located in Fresno, as if to signify that as a center from which the order would spread its roots over the entire state, its birth was in Fresno, the geographical center of California and important seat of one of the richest agricultural zones in our nation. And whereas the Sons of Italy Colombo Lodge 1149's main purpose was to give Italians a place to gather safely, to socialize, and to help assimilate in America, they were also very involved in Italian-American causes and worked to end bigotry and discrimination. And whereas, when established in 1922, the Sons of Italy Colombo Lodge was men's only club. The women's auxiliary, the Stella Lodge, was established in 1928. When the men served in the military during the war, membership was depleted and the women helped to save the Colombo Lodge. The two merged and became what is known as Colombo Stella Lodge 1149. And whereas, since its origin, the lodge has donated to many nonprofit charitable businesses, including war relief, the restoration of the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, earthquake relief, children orphanages, and coolie anemia. Today, Colombo Stella's main charities are the Genetic and Metabolic Research Library at Valley Children's, Poverello House, NAMI, American Cancer Society, Marjorie Mason Center, Survivors of Suicide, Razor Sharp Boxing Club, Autism Awareness, Heart of the Horse Therapy, Pink Hills, and scholarships for college students. And whereas on September 22nd, 2022, the Order of the Sons of Italy of America Colombo Stella Lodge 1149 will celebrate 100 years of service to the Fresno community, remaining the first and oldest Italian organization in California. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Thursday, September 29th, 2022 to be 100th anniversary of Sons of Italy Colombo Stella Lodge 1149 in the city of Fresno.
Okay, all right, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments, and we can take those in order. Council member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple things. So we have a neighborhood blitz event happening near Wilson Elementary School. We are partnering with Beautify Fresno in District 1 and with both Wilson Elementary and Cooper Middle School neighborhoods. So this is the Ashland, Marks, Dakota, Hughes Avenues, an area of District 1 that needs a lot of TLC. So neighbors can expect some tree trimming, street sign replacements, sidewalk and curb repairs, pothole repairs, and graffiti cleanup. The Neighborhood Blitz event or project here will culminate in a Beautify Fresno cleanup, which is happening October 1st. You guys can visit the website that the administration has created, Beautify Fresno, to volunteer. We always could use volunteers. On October 1st from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., we will be meeting at Wilson Elementary School, which is on Ashland Avenue. Also, just want to announce that on October 11th, which is a Tuesday, we will be at Steinbeck Elementary School in the evening from 5:30 to 7 p.m. This will be a community meeting regarding the future Dakota Milburn Park. As you guys recall, the city was able to secure an $8.5 million grant to build this long-promised park that was promised over 3 decades ago. And so we are hosting this community meeting to provide an update on the construction or the design construction of the park and when it will be finalized, and also to receive some community input on the design for the skate park part that will be part of this greater 4-acre park in that neighborhood. We are going to be providing food and light refreshments to folks, so please get there by 6 p.m. to provide some community input, but we'll be starting 5:30 to 7 p.m. Look forward to seeing folks west of the 99 to come and join us on October 11th. And then lastly, just wanted to provide some comments to the city manager or the staff. So we acquired property on Ashland Station 12, or the future of Station 12. If you guys drive by there, it's horrendous. We would not allow any other property owner in the city of Fresno to have the property in the condition that it is. I know that my staff in my office has communicated this to the city manager. You guys have sent us to one department, then another department, then another department. That neighborhood is a little frustrated because when you drive by, you know, from time to time it gets really bad graffiti. The trash is horrible. Can anyone go and help clean up that property? Like, it needs to get done because it's been lots of complaints.
The Station 12, right? Sorry, wasn't listening for a second.
No, it's okay.
Yes, we will do it.
Yeah, just because we've been sent.
I know.
Kind of given the runaround.
We were hoping, well, we're going to be there is a demolishing contract coming, and so we were hoping just to take the building down and avoid the expense. But if there's going to be the delay until the demolishing, we'll go out and do at least get the graffiti off.
Picking up the trash, it just looks terrible. Cutting the weeds, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll try and time it so that we're not doing that the day before the building's going to be demolished and the area cleared, so we're not doing double duty.
If we could get it done, you know, the next week would be great. We've been asking for lots of weeks about this. That would be awesome.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, sir. Well, good evening from Yerevan, Armenia. It's a beautiful evening here, very cool. It's 9 p.m. I'll provide more updates about the trip when I return. Just a couple of little things to consider. I was able to visit the Holy See, which is the home of the Armenian Orthodox Church. And it's actually located at our sister city, which is called Ichmiadzin in Armenia. I met with Diana Kasparian, their mayor, and she's actually the first and only woman to be elected as a mayor in all of Armenia. Very impressive. Had a great meeting with her. And then today was able to meet with U.S. Ambassador Lynn Tracy, who actually is going to be moving on soon to Russia as the ambassador to Russia. But she's been a great friend of Armenia these last few years, talked a lot about some of the great work they're doing with our tax dollars, with U.S. aid. In fact, our country is probably the only country right now providing so much support to the people of Armenia. You can remember that about 2 years ago, this week, was the anniversary of the aggression from Azerbaijan in Armenia, and we as a council stood strong and rose the flag at City Hall. But there was another unfortunate an unfortunate skirmish where dozens of soldiers were killed just a couple days ago. And people here, while it's a great country, they're very polite, they're very kind, they're really scared, and it is wartime. And so anything we can do to provide support to them, I can tell you, it goes a really long way. And they know a lot about Fresno here, surprisingly. So if any residents want more updates, they can visit our city's or my district office's Facebook page. And there's some videos about the trip, and you can see some pictures of this great capital city. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple heads up for the administration. The EV stations that were repaired are still not operational, so we can get the power turned on those would be helpful. Thank you to the Parks, Public Works, and everyone who helped us with the Fiestas Patrias this last weekend. It was a great success, and I do appreciate all the city staff's work to bring back the festival. Next year, the festival will have to change its course a little because we'll be under construction at the Mariposa Mall Plaza, so that will be another change that we'll have to consider going forward. And just last request for the administration is, what's the status update for the artwork returning on Fulton Street? I know there was some vandalism, got removed, we're potentially looking at other sites, but if we can, every day I walk by, there's new graffiti on the artwork. I don't know how we manage the removal on a daily basis, but if we can get an update on when we plan to return the artwork back or what the plans are going to be for that.
It's a complicated answer. On the graffiti, I would like to make, I don't know which ones you're talking about specifically, but want to make sure that we get the graffiti resolved. As far as the returning back, that's the complicated issue. I need to talk to the city attorney's office about that, about how we can have
City Manager, I'm not asking for a request today. I know it's definitely a very complicated situation, but just so we can sit down at some point.
I would like to know the graffiti, though.
The graffiti, it is a kind that you wouldn't see driving by. It is basically people using permanent marker on the statues that are across the mall. So every day there's a new swastika marked on there, and you see it when you actually walk by the artwork, and they're across all the pieces of artwork. So
good
I think our public works people who clean up the garbage would just have to pay some attention to the actual artwork.
Okay, I think Scott heard that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. I don't have any complaints to the administration, so it's okay. I just want to give a big thank you and a big shout out to our folks over at the Big Fresno Fair. As many of you know, it's that time of the year again. So next week on Wednesday, we will be kicking off the Big Fresno Fair, and fair to say that we're now getting back to normal. I think last year we had a little bit of a different version of what the fair looks like, but this year it's back to normal, thank God. But I was looking at the lineup, and we've got a lot of great artists coming down, and I'm going to do a little bit of shameless plugging for the fair in my district. October 5th, we got Dwight Yoakam. October 6th, we have Ice Cube, for all you senior millennials out there that love that music. He'll be there October 6th. And fair to say that I felt kind of old the other day when I was driving and a radio station announced one of Ice Cube's songs as a oldie. I don't remember them being oldies, but they are. October 7th, Queen Nation. October 8th, Cruising to the Soldies. And then on October 11th, we're having, and this one's for my good friend Gary, October 11th, we're having KMJ's 100th anniversary celebration. So a little bit for everybody. And then to close it off, we'll have on October 16th, Banda Machos, El Mexicano, and Banda Zeta. Miguel, make sure you wear your cowboy boots and your hat that day. But I just want to say a big thank you. I know it's been a lot of work for, and I also want to congratulate our folks over at the fairground. They've done an amazing job. Thank you also to the administration for the work you guys have been doing on the Kings Canyon corridor in preparation for that. Very much appreciated, particularly the pedestrian crosswalks that have been redone. That'll be very helpful to kind of make sure that traffic flows that way. So thank you again, and we want to invite everybody to come out and support the fair. They really do need our community support here. We know that we get folks from all over the region. This will be the year they go back to normal, and hopefully we stay that way. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Redfield.
Yeah, I just want to update as people can see as they come into the building. The Public Safety Memorial is moving along quite well, and I believe November 2nd is the day that we're looking towards the unveiling. So want to let everyone know, and we are working on getting that completed in time. The staff, city staff have been incredible in terms of making that a reality. And we are working on getting a program together as we unveil it, just as we did with the Fresno Veterans Memorial. It's going to be just something I'm very excited about. I know the council has been fully supportive and something we're all going to be very proud of. So mark your calendar for November 2nd. Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President Esparza. Nothing but good things to report today. I just want to do a quick run through of some of the things my office has been involved in since the last time we held a council meeting. Trees are continuing to get trimmed, our roads are continuing to get paved, and our sidewalks are continuing to get repaved and repaired. And so we just want to thank our Public Works team. They're out there in extreme conditions every single day, beautifying District 4, which largely is East Central Fresno. We thank you for your efforts in making our district a better place, Director Mosier. I want to thank Steve Norian and the Central Police Department. We had our first Neighbors Night Out last week. We met at University Park. We brought out dozens of neighbors for barbecue, for tacos, live music, and we were able to introduce the Central Police Department to all the neighbors, which is so important, having those connections and, you know, letting kids know who the officers that patrol their streets are, what their names are, what their duties are, and shaking hands. That's really important. One of the things that we haven't had a lot of, especially during COVID-19. So I was really happy to see that event go off. Huge success. Last week, we awarded X-Lanes at Fashion Fair as our September Business of the Month. They are a bowling alley, a full arcade, restaurant, bar, perfect place for a birthday, a date night, or a place to hang out with friends on the weekend. Congratulations to X-Lanes. Last week, I gave a tour to over 60 Robinson Elementary fourth graders of City Hall. That was very sobering for somebody that doesn't have any kids, but they were all super polite. I want to thank Robinson Principal Kelly Austin for setting that up, and thank you to our city attorney and clerk's office for helping out with the tour. We had our fire department and our police department come in here and talk about what they do and what jobs are available in the city in Fresno, and how important it is to do well in school, because we need good employees here at the city of Fresno in those positions. Last week, we also did the groundbreaking at 3150 Campus Point. This is a project I'm really excited about. It is a 5-minute walk from Fresno State University. It's going to be 57 units of studio apartments. This is mixed-use infill development. It is the exact kind of development that we've been asking for a very long time here in the city of Fresno. And I want to thank Lance Cashin Company and everybody else involved in beginning that construction. Very important that we get more of those types of development here in the city of Fresno. We have begun our Little Free Library initiative. I'm trying to get a Little Free Library up in every single neighborhood in District 4. Thank you to Parks and Public Works for helping us install the first couple throughout District 4. We have about 50 neighborhoods. These are those free little libraries that you see on a pole. You could come and leave a book or take a book. Super important to children that don't have access to a vehicle or can't get to a library, that they have easy access within walking distance to books year-round. I was also honored to be part of our honor flight a couple weeks ago, where we welcomed back dozens of veterans who took a tour to Washington, D.C. to meet elected officials and visit war memorials on the other side of this country, and to pay respect and tribute to those veterans that have given so much back to this country. Lastly, I did have the honor of representing City of Fresno at the annual League of Cities, making great connections with other cities across the state of California, advancing policy beneficial to the City of Fresno. I know my council colleague, Esmeralda Soria, has been a huge part of the Latino caucus. I was fortunate to talk to a lot of other younger elected officials at this event, and we have decided that we are going to start pushing for a youth caucus so that millennial legislators like myself have a bigger seat at the table at the state level and in the local jurisdictions as well. And that will conclude my remarks. Thank you, Council President.
That sounds great, Council Vice President, but with every year that passes, I'm not sure millennial is less and less concurrent with youth,
I got
unfortunately.
4 more years.
Yeah. Senior millennials, as Councilmember Chavez noted. So while some of my colleagues, several of my colleagues had the privilege of heading down south to attend the California League of Cities, I actually went up to the north end of the state to attend a convening with the National League of Cities. That was a convening of council presidents nationwide. So many of us there from California, large cities only, 400,000 and above. So 4 or 5 of us there from California and many, many others from across the nation. Had the privilege of exchanging different policy ideas, leadership seminars and workshops, just sharing what we have going on here at the City of Fresno and hearing some of the ideas that others have going on in their own cities. So very, very enriching experience by the National League of Cities. Here in District 7, there's been a lot going on, but I'll just note a couple of the good things that have been happening. This past weekend, we had a Beautify Fresno event over at Leavenworth Elementary School, and we got to join with many other community groups in cleaning up that neighborhood there in District 7. Just want to thank, again, Beautify Fresno, all the volunteers who come out from not just the neighborhood there, but really across the city to clean up neighborhoods in our district. We had a good time. Weather really wasn't too bad, so it was good. And then I want to thank the Parking Division and Planning for joining me this past Monday for a community meeting in District 7 regarding Parking District number 10. That's the VA Parking District. And then thank all the neighbors who came out that evening as well to give their input on the reshaping of the boundaries of Parking District number 10. A lot of work went into that. A lot of work went into the survey by my staff and planning staff that went out to the residents. So that's certainly a work in progress, and we hope to bring that to council here in the very, very near future. So again, lots going on in District 7. I'll keep it there, keep it brief. Moving on to the mayor and or city manager, is there a report from one or both of you?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. A few things. I'll be out there at the Neighborhood Blitz Saturday, so with Councilmember Soria, and I have a presentation to make to you, so hopefully you'll be there. I think most of you, if not all of you, know that I had the privilege of being invited to go to Austria, to Vienna, Austria, a couple of weeks ago. And there were about 50 of us from the state of California that attended. The invitation came from LaSar Consulting Group. And other folks that participated here locally were representatives from the Central Valley Community Foundation, including our former Mayor Swearingen, Janine Nkosi from Faith in the Valley. And then there were a number of state legislators that also attended, which was really important. People such as Tony Atkins, Senator President Pro Tem for the Senate, also Nancy Skinner, Senator Skinner, who is the chair of the Budget Subcommittee, and then Senator Wiener, who's also over the chairs of the Housing Subcommittee. So I think it was important in the fact that we are in a housing crisis, in not only in the state but nationally. And what I have learned a lot about density and the importance of that, planned development, intentional development, sustained affordable housing and how that occurs, what it looks like, public transportation, And so I think all of those are going to be good investments for the city of Fresno, along with some financial incentives down the road as well. I had the opportunity to be at the Women's Conference this last week. I know Councilmember Soria was there as well, and had 3,400 women downtown at this event, and it was pretty incredible. A lot of energy, a lot of excitement, and we should be proud as a city to have to host an event such as that. Also met with Congressman Costa this week over off of Parkway. Shared this with Councilmember Arias here earlier, and really talking about the successes of Home Key, Project Home Key, Project Off-Ramp, the motels we're buying, the future conversions of those into affordable housing, and also the tiny homes that he assisted us getting $1 million to be able to build tiny homes in our city. And then lastly, just kind of an update. I did not mention it to Council President Esparza, but had an opportunity to meet yesterday with Neil from OmniNet on Manchester, just to get an update and make sure they were moving along the project. So we did a Zoom meeting. Proud to say that they will be submitting their plans, all of their plans, architectural plans, engineering plans next week for Manchester Center, as they move forward with the conversion of a mixed-use development at Manchester with 522 housing units. So I know you've been instrumental in working with that, but I wanted to give you an update as well. I have committed to them that we would do our very best to get those plans checked and reviewed in 90 days. Terry Cox is working feverishly on that with our Planning Development Department. That's it.
Council President, thank you. First of all, Councilmember Soria, I am pleased to report that staff is already in process of cleaning up that location. The graffiti's gone. They'll have the remaining litter landscape issues resolved next week. So I was just forwarded an email chain, and they started working on that week before last. So that will be done. So thank you for the reminder.
Thank you. Appreciate the work.
You're welcome. Just a few updates. We have provided a whole bunch of reading material to you all in the last couple weeks. The highway litter contract, at the time that we had provided an update, we were imminent in that contract being launched. Since that date, we do have the contractor working on the freeways, trying to get caught up, since there was a several-month delay with no pickup. So that is great news. We also put out an update on the South Central specific plan. Councilmember Arias, I know you were asking for an update on where we are on that, and we put that out for you. We also, Councilmember Esparza, I believe it was you that asked for an update on the SB 1383 and utility rate study, and that Trey memo went out on the 13th. We also did an update on a status of the park irrigation repairs for the greening of the parks. And there was a pretty substantial list of all of the locations where we had gone out and fixed irrigation lines to get the parks green. And we had a bunch of before and after pictures. You know, unfortunately, as it may be, even though those repairs were done within the last couple weeks, some of them have already been vandalized and broken again. So we're doing our best to get back out there. And fortunately, since you all, with the consent calendar, adopted the park ranger classification, we will be able to proceed forward with those positions and get some presence out in the parks that will hopefully deter some of that vandalism. And we put another update out on the mixed-use text amendment with some of the questions that were posed during the workshop. We tried to provide answers to those questions in a Trey memo, and then we also did one on the planning, building, and safety operations improvement update, the One Fresno housing strategy update, and then also the fiscal impact to delays in the solar projects, which I know we're going to be talking about that during contested consent. So thank you, a lot going on.
Okay, all right, that'll conclude the comments. I did want to note I'll be recusing myself on items 5I and 5J due to a conflict. And And before we proceed with the consent agenda and public comments, I think we do need to get over to the 10:10 a.m. item very briefly. This is the CAPER, actions pertaining to the program year 2021 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report for HUD. I understand we have some deadlines we got to meet today, and if we can pass this now, you guys can get that over to HUD.
That's true.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, second, and third.
We need a public comment.
We can't take motions until after comment.
Okay. All right.
Public
well, Phil, you want to give a 2-minute, and then I'll open up for public comment on the 10:10 a.m. item?
Sure. So, Council President, this annually, we have to report to HUD all of our activities for the year as it relates to entitlement dollars. And so this is the time every year that we host a public hearing and receive public comment on that annual report, which is published, was published over a month ago, and we've been receiving comments via email and through other forums. And today we are asking council to create a hearing for additional public comment before we submit both the report and all public comment to HUD. Deadline is today.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up public comments on the 10:10 a.m. CAPER item for HUD. Is there anyone here in the chamber or on Zoom who would like to speak with respect to the 10:10 a.m. item? I don't think I had any yellow cards on this item. I see 2 attendees with their hands raised on Zoom. So first up, we'll have Lisa Flores.
Hi, actually, I had a question on process. Before you guys approved the agenda, weren't you supposed to go out for public comment to ask to see if we had any items that needed to be pulled? That was my only comment, and I'll be back in line for the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Brandy, N on Zoom. Do you have a comment with respect to the 10:10 a.m. CAPER item?
I do, and I thought I had more time. But yes, I'd like to address this item. And unfortunately, I did not, needed definitely more time on this one. But I want to, there's several comments I have on this one, and I encourage the public to definitely go over it. I really appreciate the work on here with FIRM, and that they were used with the fair housing, and the findings that they found. I find that those need to be, I ask that the city continues to pursue the impediments that were mentioned and address those. And I'm grateful that these were highlighted, and I see that there's areas where there needs to be improvements on there that I hope they pursue. And I also appreciate all the community services that, especially with parks. I wish I had my young relatives lived in Fresno so they can participate in this. So there's a lot of good things on there. One of the things I wanted to highlight is that it did mention under fair housing, highlight the Here to Stay report. And I am glad that people were acknowledged. There was a lot of people who worked hard on it. Thrive-Ins Group, the Anti-Displacement Task Force and staff, and many community members that dedicated countless hours to bring the city council recommendations on how the city can prevent displacement, and it should be acknowledged. It must be noted that what is not on the report is that the next step in that process wasn't taken by the city council to address to take action regarding the recommendations in a meaningful way, as was presented in the process early on. The mayor claimed that many of the items on Here to Stay report are in the One Fresno housing strategy, but this minimizes the actual recommendations and content, especially the top items not addressed and the ones modified in a way that changes the strategy. Many of these carefully developed recommendations have simply been ignored, and it's unacceptable that the council and the mayor's office allowed the process to be eclipsed. This is a waste of your most valuable resources, which are the people in the community, and I ask that the Here to Stay report be brought back for action. Regarding the unhoused, there's a lot of numbers that have been good regarding housing, and I noted that there were goals not met. Regarding the numbers, we need more transparency. It states that the home goals haven't been met for affordable housing with the unhoused, which is 0, and I'm glad to have the information, but numbers that have been emphasized on here are the numbers of people served by the HOPE team and number of public service activities, which are high, but it does not outline exactly what is given and how it relates to prevention and help. Our people are often contacted by HOPE before the HEART team police displaces them, but they have no services that will solve the problem. We would like to know those numbers with that, as well as with shelters. We need to know how many people receive permanent and housing, how long they're sheltered, and get more details, more transparency to know how that process and why they were exited, and prevent any unnecessary exitings from the shelters so that your goals are met. There is much more, but I know we have a limited time. Thank you so much.
Okay, I don't see any more folks on Zoom. Ma'am, you would like to comment on the 10:10 a.m. item, the CAPER item?
Yes, I would.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Brunette Harris, and I'm with the Heat. And I don't know how he can get up and say that he want to have a community input when that's not how it works. That's not how HUD requires you to do that. So we don't know anything about what this gentleman was talking about, especially in West Fresno, let me put it that way. So for you to say that this is for a community to have an input in it, no, that's not how the guidelines work.
Okay, any additional comment on the 10:10 a.m. item for the hearing? Come on down. Please state your name for the record.
Gloria Hernandez, and I agree with the sister that just spoke. It's disrespect, changing from housing to employment type of stuff that's going to create smog in that area. That's rude, disrespectful, and you need to change the process.
Okay, any additional comments before we close the public hearing on the 10:10 a.m. CAPER item, the HUD report? Hello, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. My name is Hester Hensley. I am a community of Southwest Fresno, and my concern is that, thank you to the mayor, he constantly referred to Fresno as one Fresno. I just want to know, is one Fresno, do Southwest Fresno include that one Fresno? Because we don't have anything that look like North Fresno or East Fresno. When you go across those specific tracks over there, you don't see the things that you refer to as a West Fresno, as a one Fresno. We should look like North and East Fresno. We should have the same. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will have general public comment here very soon. Is there any additional public comment specifically on the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report for HUD? Seeing none on Zoom. Oh, actually, I have one on Zoom. Mr. McCloskey.
Yes, thank you. Bob McCloskey with Community Alliance newspaper and Fresno Homeless Union. You know, I haven't had a chance to review the report, but from what I know of actual reality on the street is that although HUD, HOPE and the HEART team offer some services perhaps, and it's unclear what exactly they're offering, they're certainly not offering shelter. The city's own report indicates that there's less than 2 shelter beds available on a weekly basis. And the other thing I wanted to point out to the public that, you know, the city has spent HUD and state, federal monies on various projects, but as far as I can determine, it's all temporary and transitional housing. although the FMCOC and the county have assured me that they're taking a housing first approach, and that is what HUD mandates, because the HUD does the federal government does mandate a housing first approach. It's not a real housing first approach, and if you talk to anybody in the shelters, they can tell you that. All these shelter providers that are receiving millions of dollars to provide ways and means for people to get out of those shelters and into permanent housing don't have enough staff to really handle that. And where's the end goal with all these folks that are in Project Home Key and Project Off-Ramp shelters? How are we going to reach that? We got to look more closely at a real housing first approach, which gets people into a housing situation and provides simultaneous services, sometimes at the site, but off-site often, that they voluntarily go to get their lives back together. We're going in the opposite direction. I know the mayor favors the care court, and you know, there are a lot of folks out there that need additional help. But I can tell you that there's a lot of folks out there that with some help can get back on their feet. And the shelter system we currently have in place is not doing that. And I think, you know, I'll look closely at the HUD report, but, you know, I think we have to look closely at whether or not we, the people of Fresno area and the people that are federal taxpayers, file some kind of complaint with HUD for the failure to comply with a real housing first approach. And I urge the city council and the mayor, let's get on with it. I'm glad that city tiny home villages are coming along. I hope that, I know it's been stalled out for various reasons, which I know about, but we need to get that going. We need to take a real approach to low barrier housing first that allows people to get themselves together, to get employment.
Mr. McCloskey, we're over time, so thank you for joining us this morning. Are there any additional comments specifically on the CAPER item, 1010 AM item? Please state your name for the record.
Des Martinez. I just wanted to come up and say I want to back up everybody that's been up here already. I just got the report, so I don't know when it came out. I know I've been extremely busy. But I was just wondering, can we wait on voting on anything? Because I think there's a lot more people in the community that would like to read this report. Like I said, I know I've been extremely busy. I don't know exactly when it came out, but I would like to get a copy of it so I can read it myself besides going online or anything like that. And I think that in order, we are building a community of people that want to help out in this community. And I think that HUD needs to start thinking about raising their vouchers, for one, to match Fresno's rent here. I also am asking HUD to utilize some of their funds to start a program or make changes. I'm sure Tyrone can call over back home at the HUD Corporation home base and ask them to make changes in the HUD, asking for a program to pay for individuals that are on Section 8 housing voucher that want to go into rehab. They're not allowed to go because you do 6 months in rehab, you come out and you're going to be homeless. Homelessness leads to a lot of drugs and criminal activity out here on the streets, which we're going to put them both into. So if we can just wait and let a lot more people in the community know about this report and allow them to give comment on it too. That's it.
Seeing no one on Zoom, any last, come on down. Sure, come on down. We're taking public comment on the CAPER report due to HUD. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna move on to general public comment here very shortly. But right now we're taking comments on the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report for U.S. HUD. No problem. Okay, seeing no further public comment on the CAPER report, we'll go to close public hearing on the 1010 AM item.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that motion. We have a motion and a second. We have one member on Zoom, so we're going to take a roll call vote on this item.
So that's a motion to approve the 1010 item by Councilmember Chavez, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria, absent. Councilmember Carbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell,
Aye.
and Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, we had to take care of that so that the staff can get the, meet the deadline today. We'll move over back to our regularly scheduled agenda. That takes us to the consent calendar. Council, now's
I
your
think you want to
last.
do public comment unscheduled.
Well, I'm gonna, yeah, but I'm gonna provide, so yeah, we'll do that right
Sorry.
now. But, was going to provide, council any last opportunity to pull items for discussion that are on the consent calendar. I think we've gone through that already, but just making sure. Okay, all right, we got plenty. Big file. All right, so before we move on to actually approving the consent calendar or the balance of it, we'll go ahead and take, public comments. So at this point, we'll, I do have some yellow cards. And this is public comment with respect to items that are on the consent calendar, even if they were pulled for discussion. Now is still your opportunity to comment on those. We'll also take unscheduled communication, and if you would like to chime in on any of the closed session items as well. So now is, again, unscheduled communication, comment on the consent calendar, and comments on closed session. If there are separate items like 3A or others, there will be a separate opportunity to speak at that time when we reach those items. But I'll start with some of the yellow cards that I have here. So first up, I do have Mr. Fernando Paul Elizondo.
Peace be with you. I don't understand how you can move forward when you got old business waiting. What happened to the $800,000 that are missing? I would like to know an update on that. Everybody seems to be hush-hush about that. Mr. Benefield, where were you when this $800,000 were missing? You seem to be on track on everybody else, but something happened here. You dropped the ball. So anyway, that's one of the issues. The other issue is all you hear is rhetoric. Why don't we get to the real facts of the homing, these people that are homeless? They want permanent residence, okay? When this money was given out, it says permanent residence, okay? It doesn't say temporary, it doesn't say 90 days, it doesn't say 60 days. Another thing is there's vouchers and there's vultures. Apparently the vouchers got attacked by the vultures. That's why nothing's being done. It's already been, what, 2 or 3 years now, and these people are still homeless. They're just being the musical chairs, moved from one place to another. Plus the fact that they do not be mistreated the way the police department has been mistreating them. That's all in the order of, I guess, Mr. Jerry Dyer, who sends out that message to go out there and move their people and throw away their belongings again and again. These people have belongings because they have hope. When you throw away their hope, you better look out. When a man doesn't have any hope, you're next in line, all right? But anyway, the main thing is we need to help these people, not help them spend their money, but help them get another foundation. They've already lost everything but their dignity, you know. Put yourself in their place. What would it take for you to go dig into a garbage can? How far would you have to go down to do that? This is America. We don't need to be having people go to the garbage can. This is the land of the rich. And everybody that's got money needs to share the wealth, not be greedy. Help the needy, all right? And I understand the fact that a lot of these people here, they come here for you to hear them, not to come and hear this rhetoric about this and that and where this money is going to. Now, the next subject I have is, they used to say paint the town years ago. Today, it's not painting the town, they're painting your streets. You're getting ripped off, dude. You need to go out there and check those streets. They're not being paved, they're being painted. I see that every day. Somebody's got the money in your pockets, so, or somebody's getting a kickback.
Mr. Elizondo, we're past 3 minutes now.
I understand.
But, thank you.
Are you studying your Bible?
I have it right here.
It's going to help you with your case.
Reminder, thank you.
Take care and God bless.
Next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Mary Padilla. And I do have a stack of yellow cards here already, but if you do not have one, if you have not filled one out yet, would like to speak, again, on the consent calendar or unscheduled communication or the closed session agenda, please fill out a yellow card, bring it up here, where the gentleman in the yellow is placing his card, and the clerk will be sure to bring them up to me. Yeah, go do your thing. I'll make sure we won't miss you. Yeah.
You want to go closer, or do you want to stay right there?
We're on public comment right now. Yeah.
I'll give you the end.
But you have time if you'd like to. Yeah. Refill the parking meter.
Good morning, everybody. Number one, I would like to say, if we trust in God, are we acting like Jesus? Number one, from Abraham's son, Sam came all the Jewish nation. From Ham came all the other colored, Mexican, Italian, Chinese, Japanese, African American. I'm from Japan, came the Caucasian race. If we had love for everybody, we would be concerned more about our neighbor than ourselves. If you guys understand what I'm saying, God, nation need to return to God big time. I will wonder why this world is in such chaos. We haven't known God and His commandments to love one another. I will don't just go to God any way we want. We have to remember He's holy. First of all, every sin ask for forgiveness by the blood and name of Jesus. Then we can approach Him. That's the first Peter chapter 2, verse 13. I tell you guys, we really need to be concerned about everybody's well-being for eternity. Thank you. I love you guys.
Thank you. Our next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Kay Burtkin.
Council President?
Yes.
Down here. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just got a request on the 10:20 a.m. item. The applicant and constituent are in chambers and are wishing for that item to be continued to the November 3rd and are wondering if you could do that so they don't have to wait until the end of the meeting. It's the 1020 ID 22-1445.
Councilmember Chavez, would you be amenable to that? That's fine. We'll at the appropriate time, we'll go ahead and table that.
Okay, so you all can head out if you'd like. Thank you.
Council President, as we did approve the agenda before removing that, we'd have to hear public comment on it.
That's fine. We'll hear public comment, but right now, with every intention of tabling it per the request from the applicant. Just remind us when we get to that point. Welcome, Kay.
Hello, I'm Kay Birkin with the League of Women Voters of Fresno. We're asking that you postpone a vote on item 1TT to allow our attorney to talk with the city attorney's office to work out red flags in this proposal, specifically the use of public funds for what can be viewed as a campaign for Measures M and C, given the history of the city and these public relations firms with the development of these measures. As you well know, there are regulations forbidding public agencies from campaigning for or against ballot measures. Please postpone consideration of that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Gloria Hernandez.
I agree with the sister. I don't believe we should be using public monies to so-called educate voters. That's not your role. That is not the role of public government. Nonprofits, as you know, can do up to 10%, Luis, just in case you don't know that. But city government should not be able to do it. And I'm going to ask you to reach deep into your own pockets and donate to VoteNoMeasureC.org. .com. It's VoteNoMeasureC.com. We'll accept all kinds of donations for you all, but do not dig into my pocket as a taxpayer to do your dirty business. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Yvonne Gordon.
My name is Yvonne Gordon. I'm on the west side for the heat. I am opposing the rezoning on the Southwest Fresno. Anything pertaining to taking people homes, removing people for the sole profit of lining people's pocket. I am opposed to that. I live on the west side. I've been there for over since '62, and been living now in the home I'm in 30 years. And these rezoning and it's going to affect where I live as well. And pertaining to the people that live over there, we are a multicultural area with multicultural people who have worked hard for their homes and their community. What I am proposing that you need to fix them roads over there, because we got too many potholes over there that need to be fixed. And you guys is worrying more about taking people home to rezoning for your purpose and not fixing up that which needs to be fixed and leave the people homes alone. Because we are there for a reason, and the people do not want to be relocated to try to move them out, put other things in there that's not pertaining to us. So I'm letting you know we oppose to that.
Next speaker is going to be Hester Hensley.
And I'd like to remind everyone to speak close to the microphone so that we can all hear what you have to say very clearly. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I'd just like to say, repeating on what Ms. Garden was saying, it's about the homes that you're removing and taking out of the area. My name is Hester Hensley, and I am a citizen of Southwest Fresno. I'm a citizen of United States, first of all, but I am a citizen of Southwest Fresno, been there since 1946. And my concern is that you're spending money bringing trolleys to downtown Fresno, millions of dollars. And what's downtown Fresno? We don't have any shops down there, no place to shop. I mean, we have plenty of brewers and drinking facilities. And we also have plenty of eateries. But we don't have anything to shop. We don't have a Walmart. We don't have a Home Depot. We don't have the things that we could really contribute to what we need as far as Southwest Fresno. But you want to do is take things out of Southwest Fresno, like the homes that we do have. And we do know that once you start taking one thing, you eventually come back and get the rest. You got one area, you're going to get, it's like I said, I've been here since 46. When we had Fulton Mall was flourished with shops, stores, places to shop. But all of a sudden, we don't have anything to shop at down there. We don't have no Walmarts and things like that that they have in North Fresno or East Fresno. Recently, you've taken Bank of America, which was on Fresno and F Street. Nothing replaced there. We don't have the closest bank we have is the one on Fresno and O Street. Also, recently you took CVS, which was a good place for us to shop. And there'll be another second because my son wanted to speak, so I'm going to take his little few minutes too, okay?
That's not how it works. You still have 45 seconds left on your time.
Okay, let me say this. We know that when you remove things, you don't replace. So taking out homes, especially not mine, you don't replace. So bringing trolleys and stuff is good. But bring something down here for us to shop at also. Thank you.
The next two cards were from Gloria Hernandez, who I think spoke already. You submitted a few on different topics. So they were all consent items, so they were supposed to be consolidated. I think you only spoke for 1 minute or so, so if you wanted to give a very brief position on the trolley buses and the warming centers, I'd allow you to do that since you only spoke for about a minute last time. But for future reference, the 3 minutes is for all your comments on the consent agenda.
But they're on the consent calendar. I'll be called later, right?
No. So when we do the public comments here in the beginning, it's for all of the consent agenda, whether it was being passed on consent or even if it's contested consent. So we consolidate the consent agenda public comments. So these won't be heard separately in terms of public. They will be heard separately by the council, but not via public comment. So if you wanted to comment briefly on the trolley centers and the warming centers, the trolley buses and the warming centers.
Okay, first of all, the cooling and the warming centers, your hours need to change, and there needs to be more accessibility and more publicity around those issues because people don't know about them. Second, on the trolleys, if you can get people drunk from Fresno State to the tower to downtown, I want the same access for Southeast and Southwest and Central Fresno. I want a trolley to go down to Manchester. I want a trolley to go down to Kings Canyon and Winery to pick up people, because why do only those people get priority and not us? I pay taxes. I want a trolley to go that way, and I want a trolley to go that way, not just that way. So we want equality, and I'm asking for that, for my taxpayers' monies, for my neighbors' taxpayers' monies, and the barrios' taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker we have is going to be Jean Harrison.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gene Harrison, and I live in Council Member Maxwell's district. I am a rent-burdened senior who's been handicapped for 70 of my 77 years. I'm really concerned about my future living, and I know there's a lot of money now for low-income housing, a lot of discussions, but I've never heard or read any discussions about the needs of the handicapped in this community. And I would just like to say I would hope that as the council considers future housing, low-income housing for this community, that people like me are taken into account. Thank you very much.
Mr. Harrison, I'm going to have my staff get your information. I was talking to Councilmember Chavez over here. I think I had mentioned to you some years back now about some of the affordable units over at Fancher Creek that are currently in development. We'll work through the logistics, and it's a conversation worth exploring. So I'll have my staff come and chat with you here very briefly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Rosa Garcia.
Oh, sí, buenos días. Buenos días, nomás estoy aquí porque quería pedir a ver si me podían ayudar. Ahorita no tengo dónde vivir. Y estoy viviendo con una familia, pero se van a ir ellos fuera de Fresno y para el día último de este. Y nada más quería ver si me podían ayudar en algo o orientarme a dónde puedo ir para que me ayuden. Porque ahorita no tengo trabajo ni dinero para agarrar un apartamento. No he estado bien porque como va a ser 2 años que me mataron un hijo y desde allí no he estado bien. Ahorita no tengo ni carro, ni nada, ni dinero, ni nada. Y nada más quería pues saber si me podían ayudar en algo.
Council President, can we have the constituent meet with Phil, our Assistant Director of our Housing?
Sure. Well, let's do the translation first, and then, yeah.
Pues nada más eso, pues que pues estoy preocupada porque no tengo a dónde irme ahorita cuando se vaya la familia esa donde estoy. Es lo que me está preocupando ahorita, pues. Ya es todo. Muchas gracias. Ok, muchas gracias.
Good morning. My name is Rosa Garcia. I am here to ask for support. Very soon I may not have a place to live. Right now I am living with a family, but they are about to leave on the 1st. I don't have a job or any way to have money, and I will need a place to live. About 2 years ago, I did have a tragedy. I lost a son, and since then I have not been well. I don't have a car, I don't have any money or anything at the moment, and I have great concern because I don't have a place to live or a place to go when the family leaves. Did you want to say anything to her, Mr. Councilmember Arias?
Yes, I simply wanted to say that it would be helpful for the city manager to have the constituent meet with our Assistant Director of our Housing, Phil, who's in the back, and see if we can get her some help or connect her with some services.
Yeah, and I think I want to make sure that the advocates that are working with, was it Mrs. Garcia? Are making sure that she is going to MAP and going through the homeless verification process and through coordinated entry, because that's the first point where we need to get her entered into the coordinated entry point if she hasn't already. I work at Fresno Home. I'm going to bring her in. Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. So that is the best way and the fastest way in order to get folks help.
Thank you, City Manager. Gracias, señora Garcia. Buena suerte.
Our next speaker in the chamber is going to be Richard Marquez, Jr.
Hello, my name is Richard Marquez, Jr. Due to circumstances beyond my control, I'm become part of the homeless population. And I'm a disabled senior citizen with physical and medical issues. I was at the Welcome Inn for a while, and they exited me. So now I'm back out on the street, and I'm living in my van, which I'm having problems with. And I've been assaulted out in the street about 4 times, even though I've been in my walker, my cane, but I've been assaulted, and the police told me I'm a target. I'm a target because I'm disabled. Now, when I went into the program to get the assessment, I had all my paperwork in order, my Section 8 voucher, my RFTA letters. I had everything ready to go. They said I was 5 steps ahead of everybody. I went through 3 counselors there. None of them did anything to get me into a place. So now I had to, I was gone, and they locked me out, and they kicked me out of the program now. So now I'm back out on the street. And, I go from here, wherever I can find a place to park my car, and then I have to deal with the homeless task force because they come out and they threaten to take my vehicle and move me away from wherever I'm at. And so that's the only place I have right now to live in, And I don't know what else I can do. But, I came to see if there's any way that, you guys could help me with some of the situation, because like I said, I went through the program, I went through the assessment, I had all my paperwork in order. Like they said, like I said, 5 steps ahead of everybody, yet it got me nowhere. I had 3 counselors, and 3 of them did nothing. The last one made a couple of phone calls. The other 2 they've all left and gone other places. So that leaves me, stuck. And it's not easy out there. Like I said, I'm living in my van, and being on the street, what goes on out there. Still in the same area, but it's not real safe, especially for a disabled old man. So, anyways, thank you.
Next speaker is a blank card. So if we reach the end of public comment and I didn't call you, just come on down. There's no name on this one. After that is Joe S.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I don't want to say my name because I just don't want to do that. I've been homeless since 2014, reason being I've been through a lot of things with my husband, my ex-husband, and my children being taken from me, all that stuff, which got my mental state, messed up. I used to be a school bus driver prior to all this. Now, I have never gotten my stuff taken so out of my plate, out of my room, so much as to when I was living on the street. All my stuff I still had. You understand? People in that facility you guys sent me from the side of the freeway when I was living at, which we were all family there, you know. We helped each other out. We made sure that our places were clean and stuff like that, you know. You guys came and bulldozed everything that we had. Sent me to the Travel Inn Suites. You know, I don't mind the facility. The facility is fine and dandy. But the roommates that I have had, they're not so great, especially since I'm not able to lock my door. Because why I'm not able to lock my door, I don't know, because we don't have a key for it. And the facility staff is the only one that has a key to my room, to all the rooms. We get searched daily. You know, I don't understand why we do get searched daily. You know, yes, I understand we're not supposed to be doing drugs or anything like that there, yes. But you guys make us feel like we're nothing. You know, I feel like I'm nothing. My guitars have been taken, everything. Oh, okay, my guitars have been taken. My, you know, a whole lot of stuff that I have had there, so I could do my painting, my art, my stuff like that. All that's been taken by my roommates. You know, I have one roommate right now, and anybody could just walk into my room. Okay, they tell us we have what do you call it, cameras and stuff like that, but yet they didn't know who took my guitar. Okay. I don't know how far along the Mr. Lee, the one who's doing my counselor or whatever, I have all my paperwork ready. I was supposed to be on the second shift to move to another hotel room to where I'm, instead of having roommates, to be to another roommate, by my own, right? I have not been moved. I've been in the same facility. I've been telling complaint to the people who are running the facility, telling them this has been taken, this has been taken. Well, what are you going to do about it? Well, we can't do anything about it. You know, I've had so much stuff taken from me. Not to mention all my stuff prior to that have been bulldozed. 1 year I remember being over there on at the Poverillo off of Santa Clara, and the police officer just took my tarp. My friend bought me, and it was like $63. Took my brand new tarp right off of my tent and just threw it in the garbage. You know.
We're over time right now, but I did want to clarify, just so I keep the cards in order. Did you fill out the blank card, or did you fill out the? Okay, blank card was you. Got it. Okay, thank you. The next speaker in the chamber is Joe S. Joe. Okay. Next speaker is going to be Dez.
Hello, and thank you. I hope you guys really listen to what some of the street family members are saying. I remember there's a time that I used to come in here and they wouldn't even come in to speak. So I hope that you guys are really paying attention and listening to them, and reach out to them and help them. Get their emails, follow up with them and stuff like that. You know, they do have emails. It's easier to reach them that way than by phone, because our phones get lost out here. But what everybody's going to say, I'm going to back up everything everybody's going to say on housing today that are out here. But I did want to bring up Howard Lacey. Okay. Howard Lacey, there's still no record. And I would like to know why. A city employee was allowed to batter me, get arrested for battery. And I would like to know, City Manager, why the Fresno Police Department has not sent the paperwork or did an investigation over to the DA's office, because the DA has no records of this ever happening. And we all know it happened because Des has it on live. So I would like to know what's going on with that. And if the DA or somebody here from the DA's office, I would like to follow up. Where do I start? Do I go get the report, send it over to the DA, file a complaint against the city for not following protocol and charging the city employee with battery as he should have been? Or is it going to affect his 20 years as a code enforcement supervisor? I'd like to know why, when we hear any updates on the officers, on the officer that ran over the unhoused, are we going to hear any updates? Any at all? This has been 2 months. I still haven't heard any updates. I would like to hear something from the city of Fresno about why the Fresno police officer ran over an unhoused individual sleeping on the ground. I'd also like to know why we have not heard about Sean Ginder being charged with murder when he drugged Monique through the streets of Fresno for 8 miles. Now, I keep bringing stuff up because I hear you guys saying you want to help the unhoused, but the unhoused are being murdered. Friday night, you had three unhoused people murdered. 3. What are we doing to protect them? What is the mayor doing to protect his community? Because we're not one Fresno. When you're not taking care of individuals that are out on the streets, the disabled, the children that you said were not out here. And I want to say thank you to the county because they've been helping me with the children. So I do want to say that. Oh, and I want to say thank you to Phil and Pav and all of them working with that family, Bredefield. They ended up going over there. They freaked out because the rules were not told. They denied it, but they're going back in. So just to let you know, we spent 4 hours with Phil, and then they finally got into the hacienda over there, which they denied because of the rules. But after being talked to, they are now accepting it. So I just want to say thank you for that. Please listen to everybody. I got a lot more to say, but you only give me 3 minutes. So I'm going to go before Esparza cuts me off.
All right, next speaker in here in the chamber is going to be Alfredo Molina.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alfredo Molina. I'm the treasurer with the Amalgamated Transit Union. I'm here on behalf of all the ATU members today that keep the city moving with the transit work that they perform. We have an issue with the trolleys that are coming in. We're here to ask you guys to please vote no for the simple fact that this is a duplication of an existing route with too many variables, and we already have routes that are established that go to all of these places where this new trolley is earmarked to go. And it also opens the door to privatization. That is what we fear the most. We don't even want to go there. We've worked for the city for so long, and at this point, it's just a no-go for us, total deal breaker. We had the city come out. The city came out and spoke to us. Had the city come out and spoken to us before this was brought here, we may not have even been here to contest it. At this point, we don't really know where this is going. ATU, which is the drivers, us, FCPEA, who is usually managing these types of systems, and Local 39, all 3 of these bargaining units have not been approached and have no idea what's happening. Local 39 are the ones that are going to be maintaining. We vaguely talked about this back in June during our negotiations, and we were told that the trolleys were going to be leased, and now we find out today that we're moving to purchase. This doesn't sound like something temporary to me, and our biggest concern is who will be driving the bus if not ATU. And how long will the city be able to sustain this? Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Kevin Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Council President, council members. In regards to Measures M and C and the expenditure, while the Fair Political Practices Commission writes the regulations that you are being advised to ignore, and only issue fines after the fact. There are backstops in place to prevent public agencies like the City of Fresno from illegally spending taxpayer dollars to promote higher taxes. Taxpayers' first such backstop is the county DA. So those of you who feel she doesn't do her job properly, you're now joining her supporters and counting on her now to not change her ways, to not investigate these potential violations of the law. The next backstop is, of course, the State Attorney General's office. I don't know about Measure M, but I can tell you Measure C has already lost. The consultants and staff to the COG and FCTA told their boards from day one that any significant opposition would make this tax impossible to pass. So now you're looking at official opposition from both the county central committees of both the Democratic and Republican parties, the League of Women Voters, the Carpenters Union, Fresno BHC, Leadership Council, the list goes on and on. No wonder the Chamber of Commerce, PAC, can't raise enough money. There are still below $160,000 as of yesterday. They need you to kick in the TV money, and they'll be coordinating their campaigns according to the city memo. Again, campaigning. You can't save this thing. The question is, are you willing to break the law, violate the public trust, and waste hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars? Final quick note, I last night read through the recently issued FPPC guidance and wrote a short memo, which I'm submitting to the record, please. It goes through the 7 criteria, but you need only look at one. Timing, ballots drop in 2 weeks. We entered campaign season weeks ago. You should also look at the final one instead, use of argumentative language. Based on this FCTA JSA flyer handed out at the State of the County breakfast the other day, it's clear these folks are already misleading voters and they're campaigning. They make many false claims and they specifically mention this election, all violations. And you can read in the city's uniquely qualified memo that they intend to do the same. Finally, I ask, how much is enough? FCTA allotted $850,000 for public education in August of 2021. Presumably half of that came from the city of Fresno. JSA has had enough money and time to educate the public. We spent enough taxpayer money on this. Now you're just being asked to throw good money after bad. Please do not. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker in the chamber is going to be Jason Martinez.
Hello, council members and audience here in attendance today. My name is Jason Martinez. I'm with the Carpenters Union 701, representing over 38,000 members in the NorCal Carpenters Union as well. And I'm a field representative that just wants to say that if we are allowing the taxpayers' money to fund this educational piece for Measure C, we're using it irresponsibly and not doing the taxpayers justice with what needs to be done. Shouldn't be wasted as it would be, and we should not consider using this, and we should stop it. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker in the chamber is going to be Carla Martinez on 1TT.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council, talking on item 1TT. Already public confidence in the electoral process is consistently undermined by the actions of elected officials. This lack of confidence has serious reverberations across our entire civic order, leading to low turnout in elections and otherwise low engagement with the public decision-making process. People don't have faith in elected officials because time and time again, they fail to listen and act on community priorities. This action of the Fresno City Council can either exacerbate these problems or take a step towards remedying them. It is egregious to use public funds for the purpose of campaigning, especially when there are so many better uses of public funds, such as actually addressing the affordable housing crisis we face. Although the council proposal labels the funds as going to quote-unquote education, this close to an election, there is a clear conflict of interest in spending any public funds on ballot measures. For too long, community priorities have remained underfunded, relegated to the back of the line in favor of status quo policies that benefit those in power. We urge the council to reject this proposal, ensuring that public funds are not misspent, and taking an important step towards restoring public confidence in the electoral process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to some of the speakers on Zoom. I do have more yellow cards, but these are yellow cards that were submitted for items that will be heard later in the meeting. At this point, probably the afternoon. And those cards are, I have a stack of cards for 3A, I have a stack of cards for the Marks and Elm item, and then one card for the mixed-use text amendment. So again, those cards will be heard likely in the afternoon when we get to those particular items. Again, continuing on with public comments on unscheduled communication for the consent agenda and/or closed session. Going to Zoom, our first speaker on Zoom.
Council President, if I may, I have to excuse myself as I have to take my daughter for a doctor appointment during lunchtime, but I'll be back at 1:30 for the rest of the council meeting.
Okay. So first speaker on Zoom is going to be Cynthia Piombino.
Good morning, Council. My name is Cindy Piombino. I'm with Christ Helping Hands. And being one of the volunteers that was out there most all winter transporting our homeless to a warming center, I have some deep concerns and I do have recommendations. And I would hope that who's ever listening connected to this really listen, because this is hands-on experience. First of all, would like that temperature to 40 degrees, not 35, please. Also would like some blankets provided for everyone that goes into those warming centers. They ran out of blankets last winter. I would also like them open in all districts, not just down at Kedzie Wills or down at the Mission or the POV area. Would also like them open at 5 p.m. in the winter, right when the sun, right when it's dark and it gets colder. And I also like them to close in the morning at 8 a.m. because they were putting them out at 6:30. 6 o'clock when they closed at 7 last year because some of the workers wanted to leave early. So, you know, it's still cold at 6 and 7 in the morning. Maybe we can move that to 8 a.m. Also, some PSAs out there to let our community know. I know that Brandy made flyers and that's what we worked with, posting them on poles and handing them out. If the city can provide flyers and PSAs, that'd be a huge blessing. Also, is there any way that we can get some funding or get one of these service providers or agencies to provide transportation? The biggest challenge I found as a volunteer is my stuff being disabled. And I'll throw it out there, yes, I am a senior. But I was not able to help our homeless that had wheelchairs and walkers. I always made sure I brought a volunteer with me because I cannot lift those wheelchairs. I cannot physically help, and it just broke my heart that I couldn't help them. I'm reaching out to Fresno Fax, EOC, the Fax Handy Ride, the Paparello, the Rescue Mission. Anybody that's got these vans and handicap equipped vans would be a huge blessing, picking up and taking our homeless to the centers and picking them up in the morning. I know buses are free, and I know that we're grateful for that, but it just doesn't work like that out here. And also the tiny homes. I hear a lot about tiny homes. I don't see one. I don't know when they're coming out. We need tiny homes. We need help out here. The homeless population is tripling out here. I see it every day. So I just thank you for your time, and God bless our community. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores. Lisa, are you with us?
I was waiting for the city to pop up the unmute, sorry.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay, first off, if you guys start a meeting at 9 o'clock, be here at 9 o'clock, please. I always like to be prompt to things, and I expect you to be prompt. I want to know why item UU is not on the contested. I would like to see it move. It's a resolution to move the Southern Pacific Engine 1238 out of Roding Park, because I would really like to discuss why the city of Fresno is dismantling and continuing to dismantle the historic integrity of Roding Park. It is part of a historic landscape of the park, and it needs to be saved. With Measure P money, isn't there someplace else that we can put it? Maybe in the park? No discussion has been made. Where's the public documents? Where's the public discussion? Where's the transparency? You know, I'm part of the community of interest in the park. You guys all know that. And, you know, this is the first time I knew about it. It's going to go to Kingsburg. Why are we sending a historical piece to another community? What about the kids? Because you guys are always talking about the kids. What about the cumulative impact? Wouldn't this be better suited to maybe figure out something with high-speed rail? Why didn't the Historic Preservation Committee that just met the other day, 2 days ago, how come they haven't heard about you guys moving the engine? They're kind of interested. And also, too, what does the city have plans for that piece of property in Chaffee? I would like to talk about the trolleys. What a waste of money. You have communities that don't have adequate transit lines, and you're going to basically provide a party bus? Are you kidding? Provide the basic services for the communities first. You know, delineate your future transit lines to the communities that are building west of the 99, so you could put more dense housing on the west side, you know, above McKinley and District 1. Why are we doing a party bus for beer drinkers? You know, I find that offensive. I know it's going to come and it's going to promote businesses in the Tower District, but let's be realistic. It's a party bus and it's going to fly right by my house. The other thing also too is I would like more opportunity to discuss different items on the agenda, because I really would like to talk to you about the interaction that I've had with the HART team inroading and why the HART team is allowed inroading to rustle and force day users out. They may be homeless, but they're day users. And you guys are looking at possibly someone, not me, but someone suing you for civil rights violations, for profiling people. That park is for day users. It is not to be used for your HART team driving across our grass, you know, screwing up the piping.
Lisa, we're a few seconds over time, but thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Anthony Molina on Zoom.
Good morning, Council Chair and Council members. Anthony Molina, Chair of the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition and a District 2 resident living in Mike Carbassi's district. I'd like to address a consent item 1505, flag raising and City Hall lighting. First, I want to thank you all for your support for approving the Safe Streets for All planning grant application to support Vision Zero. To align with efforts to support achieving the goal of zero traffic deaths, I would like to make a special request to light City Hall on World Day of Remembrance, November 20th, as is done in many other cities for this observance. We are proud of the major steps taken by Fresno City leaders with the recent passing of the state Streets for All grant proposal, and we are encouraged by the movement that continues in the right direction toward adopting a safe systems approach known as Vision Zero. We deeply appreciate the leadership by Councilmember Carbassi to bring awareness of the fatalities of pedestrians and bicyclists and what is being done to prevent these deaths. We appreciate his meeting with BPAC members to help plan the World Day of Remembrance observance in Fresno. So given that tragically Fresno leads the nation in pedestrian deaths, as recently cited by Dangerous by Design, sponsored by Smart Growth America, we hope that the City of Fresno will support participation in this year's global event to remember the lives lost to traffic violence and to advocate for safer streets for all, no matter who you are or where you live. We respectfully request that you support the lighting of Fresno City Hall in remembrance of the innocent lives impacted by traffic crashes and the families they leave behind. Thank you for your support and leadership on advocating for safer streets in Fresno.
Council President, Mr. Molina, this is the city manager. Please contact my office with that request.
City manager, I'll send you an email and CC Dr. Molina on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Bob McCloskey.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to thank the city for bringing out the second mobile shower unit. I understand it's here and we're looking for someone to provide the services. I hope that gets rolled out quick. But we do need restrooms and sanitation stations throughout the city, as many of us have been advocating for years. I just want to reiterate what earlier speakers said, Cindy Piambino, Lisa Flores, about the number of disabled people on the streets and the constant harassment by HART at Roding Park. Why do you have to move people there during the day? Can we please just back off on that? Please, I mean, come on. All you're doing is shuffling people around. Let's stop criminalizing the homeless. That's what is being done here, as in many parts of America. The shelters are criminalizing the homeless with their locked and unlocked door policy, only staff having key. That seems like a unsafe situation, and people are losing property because of that. I urge you to continue to listen to the people that come down there and talk to you and try to get help for them, especially disabled. They are prey for those on the streets that want to rob people. I urge you to pull item 1RR and let's have more discussion about that. Cindy brought up the fact that we need to make the temperature at 40 and have more centers. She made all the points I wanted to make on that. At least 3 people that I know of died on the streets from exposure last winter. One of them was a Latino homeless vet. I love the fact that this is Latino Heritage Month and there's people doing that, but I can tell you how many Latino people I meet on the street, farm workers with busted up backs who have spent years toiling for us to put food on our table, in wheelchairs, in walkers. I, along with Cindy and Brandy and others, have been giving rides in the winter to and from these warming centers. We need more of them. At least it needs to be set at 40 degrees, at least. People, older people especially, have a hard time heating their bodies. I've written about it in my reports. And we do need transportation to and from the warming centers. And I do want to say briefly, I did ask the City Council for an update on any investigation done on the unfortunate incident about officer vehicle apparently running over a homeless person. I asked the police public information office for any details on that. Nobody's gotten back to me. I sent each member of the council on a recent article I wrote. This is all going public, and it definitely puts the city in a bad light, as if there's some kind of cover-up. So I urge you to release any information there is about that tragic incident. We don't know yet who the victim was or what his condition is.
Mr. McCloskey, we're a few seconds over time. We're going to move on to the next speaker, which is Eric Payne on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We have issued a memo of concern for the public record for both council members, the city manager's office, and the mayor on the text amendment. We further request a continuance of items 3A, 1 through 5. And we stand in strong support of items 3A, 6, and 7. And that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Janet Corsa Laura.
Hello, my name is Janet. I'm a constituent here in District 5, and I wanted to talk about item 1TT regarding Measure C. As a taxpayer, I strongly oppose using taxpayer money to fund these consulting firms or whatever they are to provide quote unquote education for this measure. There's already funding going through for the yes on C people and the no on C people, and I believe that we should just leave it at that. We should not be using our taxpayer dollars to fund this. It's just not what I want to see my money going to. I would rather see my money going to aiding the homeless, as many other people have stated before me. I would like to see that funding go to the sanitation services that the gentleman before me was talking about. I would like to see that money just go anywhere other than this. It's not legal. It's not. I don't want any of this to be used to push for Measure C, which I'm opposed to begin with. If anything, that money should be getting used to actually fix our streets, because Measure C sure as hell is not doing that, based on everything that I've read so far. So that is my comment. I yield my time. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy N.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Todd for stating the details on the items that are changed in the agenda. That's very helpful. Regarding the Culina Warming Center, I know that I've sent you more detailed requests. I'm not going to go into details, but some modified requests. As not been pulled for discussion, I recognize you're not expecting to make changes, but I ask you consider changes to the resolution where that's appropriate and actions on items that are not needed for resolution. The big thing is that we need to look at this from a human aspect, and including needs, limitations, accommodations more fully to ensure that a vital resource actually serves those who needs it. I know that the original resolution changed the minimum temperature for the warming centers to 40, and it's back at 35. We absolutely need it to be increased, as hypothermia can happen at 40 degrees, and when it's humid, it's even worse. And we need to protect our those who cannot access climate controlled spaces. I agree that we need to have the hours extended past 7 a.m. as is often below or near freezing at 7 a.m. when they leave. I am glad that you are requiring earlier notification, and I ask that their notification will be a week in advance, so that outreach can adequately notify people. This would hope this would help us. It is more important, I'm sorry, there's a dog. It's more important that people know and have access to these centers that potentially expending for days don't need the number. I assure you that people will use them if it is over the minimum temperature. And I ask that you put it in blocks, that when temperatures are close to those numbers, that they would be put in blocks of days and keep them open for as many days as possible. A lot of our unhoused do not know what the temperature is and don't have phones to check. We absolutely need personnel to medical personnel or CNAs to assist those going to the bathroom, as a warming center could not take people who cannot get up and use the restrooms outdoors, and turning disabled people away is of course unacceptable. We need them in every district. We need to ensure that information accessibility to centers reach those who need it. This would help all of us, and I've outlined that. We need funding needs to go towards these and away from displacing our house, especially as this provides protection. And our displacement by heart is exposing them to the harm and to the weather. We need alternatives to the thousands that will actually, who are unhoused, that would actually help both our unhoused and the rest of the community. And ask that you would look at the things that were brought up by others and look at systemic changes as well as in the shelters, as well as outreach. And I ask that you look over the other list of things we need as far as blankets and other things that I have put in the email to have food and water at these shelters to ensure that people's needs are met, that there would be accommodations for rides, and having blocks of time would actually help groups like Hope and Help Us be able to plan and be able to provide transportation. So this would benefit everyone.
Thank you, Mandy. We're over time now. We're going to move on to the next speaker on Zoom. That's going to be Cristina Barrios Garcia. Christina, are you with us on Zoom? Cristina Barrios Garcia, you unmute and speak. Okay, we're going to move on back to the chamber. We have George Bursick.
Item 2214.
Please approach the microphone.
If you could talk into the microphone, we're doing unscheduled communication right now.
Okay, I just wanted to say that one of these 5 houses was my home, and I own 2 of them. And I was told at the time that I had a right to buy them back if this project wasn't.
I think you want to address the council members that are just to my right.
Oh, oh, okay, okay, and I just was told that if in 10 years I'd have the right to buy the houses back under some what do they call it? First refusal, and I was contacted by the successor agency and told that I just had to jump through certain hoops and I'd get my house back at this property back at current market value. And I thought I did everything properly, but I just want to know what's going on, and if I did something wrong, I don't know. I do want my property back, and I'll do anything for it. But anyhow, thank you.
I think the item is uncontested consent calendar, right?
Yeah, but
So
we're hearing all of them. We don't hear public comment individually.
But I
for
thought someone
contested.
had pulled it. Did someone pull it? Yeah, it was pulled. So I think that at that point, later this afternoon, sir, the item will be heard. The item will be heard later this afternoon, and I think.
I didn't know I just walked in, and I thought, and he called my name.
No, you came at the right time.
You came at the right time, but the item will actually be heard. The item will be heard later this afternoon after lunch, and so our redevelopment successor agency staff person will be here to answer some questions, and so we'll find out more details then.
Okay, how long will that be?
After lunch, we're going to come back.
Okay, sorry.
Last speaker we have for public comment is going to be Burnett Harris.
Yes, my name is Brunette Harrison, and I'm with the Heat. I don't know if this is going to be the new thing that you do. Everything is lumped into one thing, and we get 3 minutes on everything. That doesn't make any sense. This is something new. You got 3 or 4 different items. You're giving us 3 minutes to deal with all 3 or 4 items. So is that something new? We need to know it as a community. Not only that, when you guys have for Southwest Fresno, if you're doing any amendments, we would like the paperwork on it because we don't have any paperwork on that. So everything that you guys are doing, we want to know as a community. We're not being notified, and we keep telling you guys that. I don't know what it is, I guess you guys got your fingers in your ears, or you got something in your ears. You're not listening. You're supposed to be here to serve the community, not yourselves. And you talk among yourselves and agree with things. We live in this community. We have homes in this community. So when we come up here and speak to you guys, it's about what's going on in our community, and you don't live there. And we're trying to explain it to you. But you guys seem like you have other agenda. Your minds is, I don't know where your mind is at. But this is serious for our community. If you're doing anything in our community, give us the paperwork. We don't have it. Any federal monies that are used at the city level, your guidelines state that you must, this is from HUD, that you must give us in writing what you're doing. You have to let us know what your amendment is about and why you are amending it. We don't have any paperwork on it. We went to, and it really doesn't make any sense, we went to the Planning Commission. They're going to tell us this thing is on for today. When we get here, it's rescheduled till the 13th of October. We sit here waiting for this item, rezoning in our area. We were told at the Planning Commission it would be today. I don't know what's going on with you guys, but you think it's a joke? Or it's something that you could do? You can travel and go all over the world and let us know where you're going. We don't care. This is our community that we're concerned about. This is our home, our elderly people, our young people. And you give us 3 minutes on 5 or 6 different items. Is this a new thing? We need to know it. It's an insult.
Burnett, you submitted 2 cards. One was for an item that was removed, the West and Church item, so that was not called. I also have your card for item regarding Marks to Elm, so that'll be called later.
But the thing is,
I'm talking.
Okay, go ahead.
You did not have a card for unscheduled communication. Nevertheless, you were entitled and you did speak, and then you spoke earlier on the other item. So I believe you'll have, at every opportunity, there is a chance to.
No, I didn't have every opportunity because you guys changed it. That's what I'm saying.
Nothing's been changed.
Agenda,
if you fill out a card for a portion of the meeting, I will call you for that portion of the meeting. So
it won't be on the 13th of next month?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but all I'm saying is I have your card for
the 2 cards that you have, Mr. Nelson.
One card I discarded because that item was removed, and actually I think you're right for the
13th. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yes,
if it's both of them for the 13th, that's what I'm saying.
Just that one. No, the Marks and Elm will be heard today.
The Marks. But we was told by
the 13th is the one on
Weston Church.
Yeah, it's item 10 o'clock number 2 is being continued until October 13th at 10 a.m.
But your card for the 10:05 a.m. item, Marks North at Elm, that'll be heard later in the afternoon.
Okay, the rezone.
Right.
The rezone.
It's an official plan line, not a rezone.
Okay, so that will be heard after
lunch. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
But my understanding was that it was all for the 13th.
All right, that brings us to the end of public comments and rights at the lunch hour. So we'll adjourn. We'll come back at 1:30, and we'll take on contested consents and the rest of the items on the agenda. Everybody get a Red Bull and eat your carbs. We'll be here a while. We do have to pass the balance of the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. And we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
All right, approving the consent calendar. Motion by Vice President Maxwell, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Soria, is she online? Nope. Absent. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias. Not. He's present. Okay. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
Okay, we'll move on to the contested consent calendar, starting with item 1B, as in boy, pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember, would you like to rejoin us back to the dais? We're on item 1B. B as in boy, I said that, yes.
The airport solar. The airport solar?
Yes.
Thank you, Director. I don't have a whole lot of specific questions for our FAA Director, our airport Director. What I wanted to have is a broader conversation with the council and with the city manager on this item. Just for background purposes, council, this is one of the first solar projects that the city ever approved. I believe it was approved in 2007. It called for a 20-year agreement for a solar farm to exist at the airport. My understanding is after 12 years, the solar panels stopped working, malfunction, got set on fire, something happened. They've been non-operational for a year. The contract that we signed in 2007 calls for if there's no services being provided after 90 days, we can void the contract and we have a right to credit for the energy that's not being produced. In this case, one, we were not aware of that the solar farm was down for more than a year. Two, for me, this contract is kind of the canary in the coal mine. We have numerous solar contracts that have been approved in the past, some on the agenda today. All these contracts call for some warranty on the panels. We're supposed to get X amount of years, typically 20 or 30 years of solar energy, and the contractor is on the hook for maintaining, operating, for fixing all these panels. In this case, these panels stopped working, and staff is recommending that we essentially give the company an additional 20 years of lease period in order for them to recapture the cost to replace the old panels with new panels. So the concern I had with this item is that the precedent that we're going to set as a city? When people don't fulfill their contract obligations to us for the period in which they've agreed to, their panels malfunction, is a city going to come in and say, give them an additional 20 years so they can recapture and continue to extend these agreements? Or should we as a city say, thank you, you didn't meet your contract obligations, we're going to have you take your equipment back, we will put out the space to bid and see if a new contractor is better suited to continue to provide us solar energy. So that's more of the conversation I want to have with the city manager. I know our airport director is trying to make lemonade out of lemon, since this solar farm has been non-operating for a year at least. But I'm more concerned about what this means for us as a city on all these other solar contracts. If we get a solar contract for our house and we agree to a 30-year warranty on panels, am I expected to give the company an additional 30 years if their panels malfunction and don't fulfill their lifetime and warranty agreement? So that's more of a question for the city manager.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take these one at a time. We're on the airport one now. I do want to get clarification from the director on a statement that you made about the reason for the panels being taken offline. Director, could you clarify, are you aware, was that the city taking them offline, or was that the company taking them offline? Do you know?
So the panels began malfunctioning, overheating. Let me take this off, sorry.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry. The panels began overheating, catching on fire, and because of the fire threat that we have in this area, we directed them to remove them from service until they could identify what the problem was. The system owner did make a good faith effort to figure out what the problem was, but this wasn't something that was happening anywhere else that they could ascertain, so it was unique to our system. And so, you know, that year that it's not been in operation, they had been making a good faith effort to figure out how to get the system restarted. Unfortunately, they couldn't figure out the right answer.
So, Director, is it your understanding that it is a malfunction of the solar panels or a malfunction of the city's infrastructure? Are we at fault, or is equipment at fault?
So first of all, the city doesn't own any infrastructure or equipment. This is the system owner's infrastructure that they invested in and they installed. It wasn't a malfunction of the infrastructure. It's the malfunction of the panels themselves. And you have to keep in mind that these were first generation solar panels. We were on the cutting edge of this. So it was just older technology that we weren't going to benefit from. They were operating less efficiently after 13 years. And so that's how we got to the solution we're at today.
So I guess my question to the city manager is, all these panels that we install at some point are going to be the old generation of panels, right? And they'll be less efficient, and our contracts reflect that we will get more efficiency in the first 10 years than we would in the last 10 years. But my question still stands. This was whether it's the solar panel being the reason for the malfunction, we still have not received energy benefit for a year. Why aren't we simply saying, thank you for your service, we're going to go out to a request for proposals and look for another company to replace the solar farm versus doing business with the same company whose equipment malfunctioned?
So again, we could have required them to re-energize the system and continue to operate it with the existing panels. But then the city's taking the risk of fire hazards on the system. So we elected not to do that. We wanted to understand what the problem was that was creating the fires, and that could not be determined. And we're comfortable they made a significant effort to figure that out. And so this is the next step. We could have forced them to turn it back on, and we could have responded to the fires and the overheating, but we're not getting efficient use out of the system.
And the contract does allow us to also just go on to a different vendor, right, and terminate the contract, correct?
There's a 90-day default clause, so after 90 days of the system not generating power, we could have exercised that provision, but we were well beyond 90 days troubleshooting the system.
So my question is really to a city manager. This is the first instance that I've seen where we're getting kind of towards the end of a life cycle of a system. Are we intending to do the same approach to these other panels, the ones on the city parking lot, the ones that you guys are proposing, or are we intending to have the contracts honored per the agreement?
So, because they're different agreement, you know what I mean? The airport one is different than the other ones. I can get the staff up to help me through the discussion of comparing this deal to the other ones for the parks and the police. Do you want to have that? Do you want to kind of have that discussion comparison? I'm going to need a little help from staff on the specific. Yeah. I understand your point, council member, and the reason why I was saying, can we look at this one in isolation? We were on the cutting edge with the airport. I think we were the first airport installation, first generation panels. From what I understand from the materials, the department was comfortable with, after not being able to fix the existing panels and bring them back online, like, okay, it's not worth it. They're not going to create enough energy anyway. Let's just go to the next generation and continue on. I want to validate your concerns and questions about going through the RFP process and making sure that we're looking at all of the options that are available to us.
And just, you know, my rationale for these questions is, again, the director's making lemonade out of lemons that he got handed, right? That's not my issue. Is most of these contracts that you guys are bringing before us are 20 and 30 years. We know that panels have less efficiency the longer they're online. So are we expected to give people 40 and 50-year contracts for solar energy to continue to, you know, have them upgrade when their panels only, you know, are operational 10 or 12 years in? I guess what I'm asking is, yeah, have you guys as professional staff thought about how this example may or may not lead you to change the contract language on all the other existing solar agreements and the future solar agreements that you're proposing?
So I think the way I understand it, the reason why you have to have the long-term contract on the other ones are because of the financing structure for the PPA. You have to have time for the contracts to get operational, and then there's the ramp-up period. So I understand that we don't realize the maximum savings until like year 20. So that's why we do have the long-term contracts. As far as the quality of the panels, I'm going to need staff, Scott or Ann, to Scott, why don't you
do
come
our
up
current
too?
contracts have warranty for these panels and these systems? And our contract is required to fix those systems if they malfunction, or are we going to see the next energy company coming for another 20-year extension when their system fails?
Okay, let me have staff answer that question on the warranty on panels.
So I
And-
can
oh,
address
go ahead.
it. Sorry.
Go ahead, Henry, sorry.
So the existing agreement does call for the system operator to keep the system operating and generating power. And in our case, that was the expectation, but then came in this issue of, them overheating, and it wasn't just one panel, it was multiple panels. And so, if it were an isolated problem or something they had identified, they would have fixed it and restarted the system. But they could not identify what the issue was, and so we felt more comfortable going this other route.
So, Director, and sorry to jump in, but it's I think, just directed at your comment that you made. If we would have allowed them to continue operating the system, we would be electing to take the risk. So, to the city attorneys, I guess I'm trying to figure out contract law, right? This company entered into an agreement with us.
So let me just clarify that comment. So the risk I was speaking of was not legal risk. I was speaking of fire hazard risk.
But isn't that their problem? Because
Well-
they own the infrastructure, we don't own the panels. So I guess when it comes to, again, just contract law, they're the ones responsible. So now I feel we're in a situation we're having to foot the bill for, it wasn't our problem, it was the manufacturer or whatever, but why should we and the taxpayers, have to make this really tough decision? They should bear the burden of getting the system operational, fulfilling the end of their bargain. That's,
Yes.
for me, was important. They're not at the end of the contract. And that, for me, that's why I can't, in good conscience, support this, because I feel like they didn't meet the end of their bargain. And now what we're saying, well, let's help them out when, we have to look at the taxpayer dollar at the end of the day. And that, for me, is the bottom line. I feel like we are making, accommodations in this instance. So I guess I'd like to know from the attorney's perspective in terms of the agreement, if the panels were catching on fire, creating a risk, how does that impact the contract that we had with them? And what kind of relief do we have as a body?
So under the agreement, and I haven't reviewed the agreement, I believe Brandon Collette from our office has, but generally speaking, all of our contracts do include indemnity provisions. So, and we have remedies at law and in equity. So typically speaking, we do have recourse. In this particular instance, I'm not sure on the specifics, but I can have Brandon Collette come up, or if the director knows the answer.
Yeah, that language would have been in the agreement. That's correct.
Right, so our remedies would have been, if, for instance, there was a liability against the city, we would have been able to indemnify and tender that over, or we would have been able to get out of the contract.
So is that still the case today?
Brandon, can you come up? I'm going to have Mr. Collette answer the question as to the current agreement being proposed.
Your question is with respect to the previous agreement that we had that is
Absolutely,
currently
yes.
in default. My understanding is technically that agreement hasn't been amended yet, so that's still in effect. So in theory, yes, the city could still decide to go that route and pursue default if they choose to.
Okay, so we pursue default. What would be our remedies?
Typically, it would be whatever is allowed under the contract. There are some certain limitations that are there, but essentially, basically what would happen would be we would have to sue that individual, that company, in order to get any compensation that we are owed back under the contract.
Okay. And so we have remaining how many years?
So I believe we had, at the time of the default, I believe it was 12 years the system was operating, so we had approximately 8 years left under the contract.
Okay. Yeah, so that if it was, 1 year, 2 years, maybe, for me, it gives me a little bit of heartburn that we are proposing to kind of say like, oh, well, these solar panels were creating us risks. They were going to light the airport on fire or whatnot, when it's not our system. It's their infrastructure. They should have been responsible for it. So in good conscience, I just can't support this at this. I think that we could go out to RFP and open it up to be competitive if we're already at a loss, and then make sure that we are made whole at the end of the day. That to me seems like what is fair to the taxpayer.
Yeah, and if I could just interject, Ann Cluse with the Sustainability Division. We analyzed the proposal as well, and there's a few things that I wanted to point out. One is, I hear what you're saying, and I had those same thoughts initially too, I gotta say. The things that solidified myself that the airport is doing solid by the taxpayer and is actually doing a good job is the fact that they negotiated the PPA rate down to 11 cents a kilowatt for 20 years. When I saw that, I'm like, wow, that's really relative, is the fact that they got it down to 11 cents. If they would have told the solar company, listen, you just fix those panels that were, sparking up, and we want to pay 16 cents a kilowatt for the next 7 years, honor your agreement. I mean, as great as that sounds to force them to honor the next 7 years at 16 cents, locking it in 11 cents for 20, that is what got my attention. The other thing, too, is if they were to take the company to task and say, you're in default, come pick up your system, get out of here, we're going to do an RFP and we're going to start over. If they were to do that, the problem is now you're going to go to RFP, you're going to be under NEM 3.0, which is not going to be as financially favorable, and you're not going to get the 11 cents. So the timing of it, there are so many other factors that have come into play. That's why when we analyze this, I was exactly where you guys are when I heard what was going on at the airport. But because of this is the reason we're like, hey, you know what? Henry, you guys did well. Congratulations.
I am glad that the director negotiated what is being proposed as the best deal. But with all due respect, the original contract, which was a 10-year, 20-year contract, is not being fulfilled. So how is it now coming back guaranteeing us that this 20-year, that in 12 years from now, these current solar panels don't create the same issue? So I have an issue of trust, with the current folks and the agreement. And at the end of the day, I still feel, regardless of the, moving forward negotiated deal that is the best deal, I still have concerns because people didn't meet the end of their bargain. So that, to me, I think should be noted by this council. And I feel that I'd like to see, rather than just being told, oh, this is the best deal. If it's the best deal, well, let's put it out and let's compete. Let's put it out to the market and compete to get the best deal for the taxpayer. So that's where I'm at today with it. I'm grateful that the director went and negotiated, a good rate, 11 cents rate per kilowatt. But I think that we can't forget about all the other factors that are part of this issue. And to me, I think that they're concerning moving forward, because now it's another 20-year agreement.
If I may, Director, how many, when we originally awarded this contract in 2007, how many times has the company been bought or sold? How many versions? Is it the 5th or is it the 6th version of a company that owns this agreement?
It's been a couple times, 3 times, yeah.
So we're dealing with basically 3 different companies since the original owner?
That's correct. And again, This was 13 years ago. This was
Understood.
starting up this whole industry.
And if I understand contract law, if I buy Tyler Maxwell's company and he has a contract with the city, I absorb the conditions and the commitments that Mr. Maxwell's company made with the city, correct?
Correct.
So it's an assignment.
Correct.
I struggle with this item because, as you indicated, it's been in default. The company has been in default for more than a year. It's a full system failure. It's not our fault or our responsibility. And this essentially would give the company a bailout by providing them another 20 years. And I can appreciate Mrs. Cluse's argument that 11 cents a kilowatt is a good deal. I would have been more comfortable if the staff would have gone out to an RFP sometime in the last year. I know that typically takes 3 to 6 months, and then come forward and said, hey, we went to the market, here's what they offer, versus we negotiated this deal and here are the side-by-side comparisons on the benefits that we're recommending. I think the best practice for government is to go out to RFPs for this, especially given that the industry is extremely competitive and there's quite a bit of companies, and solar agreements have a dozen variables that determine the financial cost benefit to an entity. It's not just the kilowatt hour, it's who owns it, who's getting the tax credit, are there any EV stations infrastructure being put in for the public use? There's a lot of variables. So I struggle with this. Like I said, the airport was the first one in to the solar industry. You're now the first one into the potential default of a company or an actual default and a potential resolution as a result of that default. And I'd rather we as a body have a broader discussion on how we're going to handle these things going forward, because I know that when somebody defaults on a street project, there's no negotiating. You defaulted, we draw down your bond, and we get our money back.
Oh, there's plenty of negotiating.
No? Yeah, but it's not a 20-year agreement to keep on doing business with the city.
Yeah.
And we're not considering them in default, correct, Henry?
Correct.
And you've already budgeted the savings of this already in your budget?
Yes, we are anticipating the savings.
Yeah, but we can handle that in mid-year review. There's plenty of ways to handle that. There's a lot of federal money that the airport's received, and there's grants that are coming in that were not accounted for. So I'm not buying for budgeting purposes of accounting, we should do this for 20 years. I'm simply saying that when a construction company builds us half a bridge or a bridge that is collapsing, we don't give them a 20-year extension to keep on building bridges for us. And I don't want to start that precedent, given that there's several other solar agreements for FACTS, for parks. I want to know what are our rules going to be to handle these things. No, again, you've made lemonade. It might be good for the airport. I'm concerned about the precedents for the rest of the city that we're setting and giving solar company bailouts when they don't perform.
And I just want to clarify, we're not giving them another 20 years. We're amending the agreement for another 13 years for a total of 20 years.
Correct.
Because there is 7 years remaining on the agreement.
Correct.
So
you're giving them a brand new 20 years to recover their investment.
Yes, at benefit to the city and the airport as well.
And to themselves. Right. They're making money. This is a business transaction, right?
They are, and that's how we got there through negotiations.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Director. Again, I'm not in a position to support this today, but I want to thank you for being completely honest and open. So I'll make a motion to deny the item, and let's see where the council goes.
Good.
We have a motion. We have a second. Councilmember Soria, I had you punched up. Oh, you're fine. Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
No, thank you, Mr. President. If I can get some more clarification from the administration, because I received a call from some of our building trades, and they were very concerned about some chatter about our solar projects on the agenda. And for them, what's really important, some of these companies may not be from Fresno, but they hire people from Fresno, and these are our residents, and these are good paying jobs. And I understand the comments, they're fair from my colleagues, but I also want to make sure that we're looking at the whole picture. Now, according to the staff report, the fact is that if we move forward today, we're talking about, and let me just pull this up real quick, we're talking about saving $185,000 in the first year, and then $6.2 million over the 20-year life of the agreement, which is 7 years plus the 13. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you provide any more comments about any more feedback on some of the comments my colleagues made? Because my concern is what happens if we don't approve this today, we go to RFP, what impact will that have on the city?
So what I'll say is we can certainly go back out to RFP and see who responds. The one thing that is going to be a huge factor is the NEM rules. And the 2.0, is that expires on the 30th? No.
The NEM 3.0 that's going to be in effect, we're not sure, is that next month, is it the end of the year? Our competitive bid that was done, the RFP that was done on the projects we're doing, not the solar projects, but the other, that is the one that's expiring, shortly.
Okay, so
but in speaking to the airport project, is if you go to RFP, again, on the airport project, you are going to be subjected to the NEM 3.0, whatever that looks like, because that RFP will take an extended period of time, and you will not beat the NEM 3.0 implementation.
Okay.
So it will be significant.
And the Reader's Digest version of NEM 3.0.
Let me go ahead.
I was going to ask for that. Thank you.
Scott.
I was going to say, we've got some experts here that can speak to the NEM 3.0 from our Joint Powers Authority.
Okay.
And from, our folks that did the analysis, helped us with it. If you want to, they're not going to be able to give you numbers, but,
I just want a Reader's Digest version so the public and everybody knows what we're talking about when we say NEM 3.0.
Yeah, let me go ahead and have the experts.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Flanagan. I'm with the Joint Powers Authority, SPUR. I'll do my best. So net energy metering, or NEM, is a policy that the state legislature enacted. And essentially what it does, not just for projects like this, but for projects that are at your house or at schools, when the solar system is producing more energy than what is being consumed on site, sometimes that energy flows back through the electric meter back to the utility. The net metering policy that's in place right now requires that the utility, in this case PG&E, give the customer a bill credit for that energy that is sent back to the grid. Those bill credits accrue on your PG&E bill and they offset your costs to PG&E, and that's what drives the savings on these projects. Currently, under the current net metering program, the bill credit that you receive from the utility is near retail value, and so it's a very lucrative credit that you get for that kilowatt hour. The Public Utilities Commission is changing the net metering program so that that credit you get is much less, closer to wholesale value. And so that'll drive down the economics of these projects if they're not on the current net metering program and are on the subsequent program, which is called Net Metering 3.0.
Thank you. I thought that was really good.
So then if that's the, sorry, Councilmember Carbasi.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead and ask your, because I'm interested to see what you have to say. Yeah, please.
No, I was just going to say, with that explanation though, if that's the case, then why would we want to do any solar?
Great question. I left out a very important part.
Yeah, why would we want to do solar? If you're saying moving forward, it's not a good deal, why would we want to take on all of that?
I apologize. I left out a very important part, which is that if you're able to submit an interconnection application to the utility now, while the existing rules are in place, you can get the project legacied on the current rules for 20 years. I'm sorry?
But we can lock in the current rate.
Right, yeah, before the rules change. Yeah.
So, okay, so we do have time.
Sorry, the Public Utilities Commission right now is going through a process where they are about to release the new net metering rules, the net metering 3.0, what we call, or NEM 3.0. And so once those rules are made final, the new rules will go into effect shortly after that.
Okay, so we do have some time. So I think maybe we need to get our lobbyists to advocate on behalf of cities like ours that are big and in these areas where we have a lot of sun to help us.
If I may also add that the CUP is not known for moving quickly. So once recommend PPUC with California Public Utilities Commission, once rules are drafted and released, there's hearings across the state. They typically take months of getting public feedback, agency feedback. Then they go out and make adjustments, and they typically put them back. So I've spoken to PG&E, and they know that they have quite a bit of time before the rules are final. We have an ability to go out, put something out, and submit an application and be grandfathered in with the existing rate. More importantly, we were just touring, Councilmember Chavez and I, the airport with the director the other day. We're about to make a $250 million investment, a lot of great amenities for passengers and staff there. And what better time to reconsider the location of the existing farm than when you're about to expand the airport and you're trying to figure out how all the pieces fit better together versus dealing with the location that was agreed to in 2007. So I feel like we have time. I feel like if staff, put something together fairly quickly, then we can move forward.
Councilmember, I think the operative word is you think we have time. We could have time. And I just, so one of the risks of doing the RFP is if we run out of time, there is a probably strong chance that when the numbers come in and if we fall under the new rules, that it might not make sense for us feasibly. There's another chance that we put it out, we make it in, we get grandfathered in, we get a better deal, we get a worse deal, we get a similar deal. So I think it's about how much risk we want to take, right? Risk versus reward. We could, and I do want to say one comment about PG&E. Obviously it's not in PG&E's interest for us to be grandfathered in. I think that's detrimental to PG&E. It doesn't help them. I think it costs them money. So while I understand, your conversation may be one thing, but I don't think they're eager for us to make it within the deadline. But yes, the CPUC process can be long. We have been very involved at the PUC on other issues. It's real risk versus reward. So we have a deal now that we know what the financial implications are of the current deal at the 11 cents per kilowatt. We could say, forget it, let's go back out, let's start the RFP process, cross our fingers, move as quickly as we can, and we could make it and maybe get as good of a deal. But I just want to make sure that we're very clear that if we come back and it's not a better deal, that it was a risk that everybody was willing to take, and maybe solar doesn't make sense at that point.
But
City
Director,
Manager?
this is also setting
No, go ahead,
precedent.
Councilmember.
No, I'm just saying it's setting precedent as well. So
yeah,
that's the other issue, right?
Yeah.
So we're setting precedent by going this route. And just to kind of make some comments to the jobs, I don't think we're saying no to those jobs. To Councilmember Carbassi's point, critical. I want folks here locally to have those jobs. But for me, equally important is making sure that we do this right, and that unfortunately this company didn't meet the end of the bargain of their commitment in the agreement. And so for those reasons, let's go out to the market. If they can bid on it, I think there's an opportunity for us to still get a good deal and still have those jobs. We still want solar to happen, but it's a matter of process. And so that's why for me, I'd want to make sure that that we go out to the market and do it as quickly as possible. And I think that that's on us, right? And prioritize. I know that in one of the staff reports, Ann pointed out that back in February, there was a commitment to come back in 90 days, and here we are. So I think it is incumbent upon us to, try to, and I know, staff capacity because of all the work may be an issue, but let's figure out how we can move quickly in the process so that we do have these jobs that we do want to have, regardless if it's today or, 5 months from now when we're awarding a new contract.
I think ultimately it's a policy decision of this body. I do want to, clarify on the precedent issue. We're talking about precedent on solar deals, right? Because we set precedent in extending agreements all the time in this city. And so I want to make sure that I'm not getting a mind facts from you guys that from now on, you know, we're concerned about.
I'm talking about solar
Okay.
in particular.
Okay.
Yeah, for me.
Like I said, it's risk versus reward. While I understand the concern about holding the companies accountable, it's balanced with the deal that the director was able to negotiate, which was a really good deal for the city. So if you all, if the performance issues leave a bad taste in your mouth and you want to take the risk to go back out and see if we get a bit better deal, that's certainly up to you.
And City Manager,
yeah.
there's nothing that stops the current.
Councilmember Arias, I'm sorry, I'd like to continue if that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you, Mike.
If it's a quick point, sure, go ahead.
No, I just want to say I'm open to the current vendor also responding to the RFP and maybe being able to lock rate. But for me, the precedent is if you don't keep your end of the deal, we're going to go to an RFP. That's it. Thanks, Mike.
No, thank you. No problem. And those are all good points. I think we all have different comfort levels, and we're all going to evaluate this differently. But I think in a sense, we all want the same thing. We want solar. So, City Manager, I have a question. This executive summary, the staff report says the department has negotiated an amended agreement with the system owner that will upgrade and reactivate the system with modern panels and equipment with enhanced safety and such and such. So there will be construction of new equipment. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. The outdated equipment will be replaced with the current generation. Henry's coming up to the podium and can confirm that.
So the benefit in this agreement is that the infrastructure is already in place. So under the new agreement, we'll get state-of-the-art new solar panels, and that's where the cost savings is coming from. The infrastructure doesn't have to be added to the system.
What's the definition of infrastructure? Is that just the
power,
okay,
like the guts of the system? Where we were having the issue was with the solar panels themselves.
Okay,
So
so
less
no, I
IBW
appreciate.
workers.
Go ahead, Councilmember. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, so that means maybe less even of the IBW workers, if that's kind of what you were concerned too about.
Yeah.
Because of the
Yeah.
work, it's not that substantial.
Right. So no, fair point. So I think Henry, and this is a lot of this is quite in the weeds, but I do think that my colleagues' concerns about the contractor is fair. I'd be upset too, but I think that overall, I want to strike while the iron is hot. And I think you've negotiated a really good deal that has clear cost savings. So I'm at a comfort level where I don't want to make assumptions. I don't know what the state Public Utilities Commission is going to do. And I think that we move forward while the iron is hot. So I'm ready to move forward with this agreement. That's just my comfort level. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, a couple of things I'm trying to understand. So, when I think the term was used, NEM 3, which is another tier, and I think we're all a little bit familiar with how our house works. Like at certain time periods, you get cheaper rates. But what I'm trying to understand about this conversation is, so if we know that the equipment usually fails before that term of the contract, why do we, as a city, do these contracts for such a long period of time? Like, what's the actual benefit of us doing the contracts that long when we know that the equipment isn't necessarily going to last that long? I know this wasn't on you, Henry. I know everybody's like looking at you, but
no,
you're the new guy.
I just want to reiterate that the system operator is responsible for replacing panels as they fail, and they do that. In our situation, it's completely different, where we weren't just having panels not operating or functioning efficiently. They were overheating, catching on fire, and so we made a conscious decision, rather than, them trying to figure out, how to address the problem by replacing every panel, which would have been a significant cost. We came to this conclusion, but they are responsible for keeping the system generating power.
So just to be clear, the city of Fresno does not own that equipment, does not own those panels, or any of that infrastructure that's there, correct?
No, this is an energy agreement. So we're benefiting from the power that's generated from the infrastructure that's installed by the system operator.
And I mean, I'm a little bit confused as to why new rates are more expensive than the old rates when solar is supposed to be getting cheaper as technology improves, as it becomes more efficient. So what's, maybe our expert or somebody could answer that question. Why are the new rates, if you were supposed to be incentivizing solar and green energy with all the state legislation that comes down, why is it actually more expensive now than it was when we entered into that agreement?
Well, I'll touch on it, then I'll let Ann address that. But in the case of the airport, our original agreement called for 16 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's what we would have been paying throughout the 20 years of that agreement. It's only because, I shouldn't say only, but primarily because under this new agreement, the infrastructure is already in place, and the system operator doesn't have to, install new infrastructure to meet this agreement for the next 20 years. We're benefiting from a lower rate of 11 cents per kilowatt. Now, if we do make the decision not to move forward with it, require the system operator to pull everything out, the infrastructure, the equipment, so that we can RFP it, then the costs are likely going to be much higher than 11 cents per kilowatt hour. And I'll hand it over to Ann.
And then, Henry, before you step away, because I think you were going this direction, Councilmember Chavez, if a panel, throughout the 13 years, when a panel went out, the system operator just simply removed it and replaced it with whatever generation was on the shelf. Is that correct?
Correct. If there are failures, they are going to repair it and keep the system generating power. That's their obligation.
So we don't own any of this equipment. We don't own any of the infrastructure. We're basically just
here's a plot of land, sit it on there, and we get the benefit, parts of the benefit.
The cheaper power.
Right.
And I think what the gentleman, I think it's an important comment that he made. When our system is producing more power, right? You hear sell it back to the grid. That is a huge value to us, because if we're producing more than we're using, then we're able to push that back to the grid in today's rules at a higher rate than when the PUC adopts the next set of rules. We're not going to get as high of a credit when we sell it back to the grid. And to your point, it seems counterintuitive to the state of California. That seems like a disincentive to solar, but I cannot begin to explain that.
Well, and that's my point, City Manager, that we're supposed to be, I think the goal is to not even have gas-powered vehicles by 2035, but yet solar projects are not as cheap as people think they are, and so we're now getting into the weeds. And I'm curious to see the rationale behind why the PUC would want to make those rates more expensive for folks, especially when we have all these additional mandates. And I know we're kind of going big picture on this conversation. It's frustration for people, but I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of this specific
I have 3 letters
deal.
for you. PGE.
Sure.
And SCE.
And Southern California
Yes.
Edison, correct. 6 letters.
BILLS. Yes.
Council, if I may add, but there's one part of the narrative, Scott Mosier, Public Works Director, one part of the narrative that's out there on NEM 3.0 I haven't heard come out, and that is this, that basically those credits that are offered, it's for power being generated during the daytime period. But the problem is with systems is credit is being given, but none of these systems, they don't have battery storage. So then you get into the point where, example in the fall, winter, so the sun goes down, and now when is the classic time period that they always talk about highest energy usage? Oh, it's when we all get home. We get home from work, cook dinner, maybe adjust, if it's summer, adjust our AC, and then we're going to drop the temperature down, washer, dryer, everything going. And so the thought is that the narrative that's out there is far too much credit is being given, and therefore as then PG&E or Southern California Edison deal with their rates, they have to say, well, we've lost the money on these credits that's given, therefore we compute the rates and we increase energy rates for power off the grid. The narrative that's out there is that in turn, that there are disadvantaged people who haven't had the chance to invest in solar, and so therefore disadvantaged customers are paying a disproportionate share of the power bill. Therefore, NEM 3.0 would come out, greatly reduce the credits, but in that package, they're looking for people to generate battery storage as part of the units, and then the battery storage could get more credits, such that you build power, generate power during the day, and then the battery would put that back and you could draw from it in the evening. All that said, everyone that's out there in residential, commercial solar, they are all emphasizing the deadline. NEM 3.0 has been under discussion for 2 years.
Yeah,
so it's not a brand new
Scott,
item.
I have one last question, because it's 2:26, and this is our first contested agenda item, so it's going to be a long day.
No, it's not 2:26. It's 1:30 in the morning.
I hope they have Red Bulls over there, Councilmember Carvasi. One last question, and I think that has to do with more of the broader conversation. So we're kind of working through right now specifically just solar, right? But we know we have a lot of these requirements, and let's just call them what they're mandates that are coming down from the state. So what are we doing as a city looking at the comprehensive energy use of the city, incorporating everything that we just discussed, right? The solar, the battery storage, looking at peak use for our own facilities, and the ones that run 24/7 or maybe 12 hours a day. What is our plan for going green, so to speak, for the city of Fresno?
So
solar, we're putting all our
obviously
marbles
the energy efficiency. By the way, this all obviously started before we got here, but I understand the energy efficiency upgrades that were done in all of our buildings were a big part of that. Solar, I'm not aware on the battery front. I don't know if Ann or Scott can address if we have plans to move forward with any sort of battery infrastructure.
Well, maybe this question will kind of simplify things, and because I know it's been a long day. What percentage of the facilities that we identified initially have actually gone through solar or in the queue for going solar? Is it 20%, 30%, 40%?
I can't, total city facilities, I don't have the percentage off the top of my head, but let me share this with you. City of Fresno is considered renewable energy leaders, and that is because of the 7 of you sitting up on this dais, and I mean that sincerely. Currently, we have over 32 megawatts combined of solar and battery storage that you all have approved on a 7-0 vote under the RFP that was done by the JPA. So congratulations to that, because honestly,
I'd like to hear more about the battery storage.
It includes battery storage. The 32 meg, it's over 32 megs, includes solar and battery storage that is accomplishing exactly what we're talking about. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to get ahead of the NEM 3.0 that was supposed to already be in effect, by the way, because it was released by the CPUC 2 years ago. So that's why we're trying to get ahead of this. What we're doing globally, to answer your question, what are we doing to be green? Well, we've got the 32 megawatts under contract right now and are moving forward to construction. We would like to add the projects that we have in the pike today. I know airports is looking to extend theirs. We're looking to do FACTS and the police and fire and the parks projects. So these are all combined what we're doing to save green and to be green, and combining with all the energy efficiencies that we've done. And so I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity. You all need to take a victory lap, because up to this point, you guys have done great things. What we're trying to do is, before the expiration, which is coming later this week, we're trying to get in to do one more set before 3.0 comes into play. Because if we were to go to bid right now and start RFPs over, honestly, it would be about 12 to 15 months before we can come back to you with another project, and it will definitely be under the NEM 3.0, because it's expected that NEM 3.0 decision, the last thing I heard, is it'll be solidified by the end of the year. So I just wanted to, like I said, let you know that the NEM 3.0, and the reason they're doing NEM 3.0, like he had said, disproportionate share of non-solar customers throughout the state of California that heavily subsidize solar. I mean, I've been saying it for the 3 years I've been back. Solar is great, but it's not cheap. And so we're just trying to get ahead of that 3.0 adoption that's coming any time now by bringing you all that we can at the reduced, you know, more favorable financial.
And Councilmember, I think we're doing other things in the green. I mean, obviously, our planning efforts, our, you know, all of the smart growth principles, the transit-oriented developments. I know, Councilmember.
I mean, let's just keep the conversation on the energy, because I think what would be helpful for the council is to have, just like we have a master's facilities plan, right? We know what the facilities are, the work they need, sinking fund, everything. I think that would be helpful for us to have a comprehensive energy plan to see what we've done, what's left, and what's coming up on the queue.
I agree. I agree that we need to do that.
Okay.
That's in the works.
So should we then table this and wait for that plan so that then we can take?
So,
because I do see value in having that so that we better understand, you know, where we're going, where we're at. That way, when we're taking these votes, it's not just, you know, in isolation.
We'd be happy to get working on a plan. In all honesty, I don't think pausing this particular item until that plan is developed, I think that would be a disservice to the airport. Because that means that we've got no solar, you know, we're not going to be recognizing any savings, or we're not going to be working towards an RFP for, you know, if you vote this down today, then we're going to
working on the RFP.
We're going to start working on the RFP. If it passes today, we're going to be working on the plan. If you do nothing, we're going to work on the plan, and we're not going to work on an RFP. So I think we need a little more affirmative direction so that we understand where you want to go.
Okay, so then we'll call for the question. So the motion was to...
hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I'll call for the question when it's time.
Well, I think any of us can call for the question, Mr. President.
Well, we have people who are queued up. I want to give them
I didn't know, sorry.
Chavez, you finished? Councilmember Butterfield, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Okay, I'll be real quick. You have the infrastructure in place. There's a cost savings with doing this. I'm going to support the staff recommendation. I think we should move this forward. The only comment I want to make is I heard from more than one council member, if the provider doesn't meet obligations of their original contract, we shouldn't renew their contract. I only wish we followed through on all contracts like that, as well as I heard bailouts shouldn't be given when they don't perform. The latest being the South Stadium project and other projects. So I agree with those comments. I just wish we were consistent with them with everyone.
All right, Councilmember Soria, you were the last one punched up.
Yeah, so I call for the question. And then if we can add to that direction to come back as expeditiously as possible. I don't know how long an RFP will take. If it's, we had asked, I think, in the last request in 90 days, but you know, it exceeded 90 days, so I'm not sure, City Manager, what would be appropriate.
What you asked for an RFP in 90
days?
No.
Oh. We had asked for
an update.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would just be making up a time if I said, oh, we could get it done in a year. So if we could get, I'd be happy to put together a Trey memo and let you know what the timeline would be. If I gave you a time now, I would literally be just making it up. I don't know. But
yeah.
I mean,
the thing is, I guess it would be time if this is going to be a priority that we do want to, and I do want to see solar, but I want to make sure that we do go to a process that I feel would be much more adequate at this moment. I would support doing the RFP, but obviously if it takes 90 days to, you know,
It's not,
6 months, then.
Okay, let me think out loud. So at least 60 days to sit down and figure out what's going to be in the RFP. Then we put the RFP out on the street for at least 30 days. Then we get responses back. We need at least probably
6 months,
60 days to evaluate that. Then we have to work with whoever the recommended person is and look at the contract. I would say at least 6 months. I understand in my opinion, the goal has to be to beat the NEM 3.0. Because I think we all recognize that that's a big deadline that we have to beat. So yes, the goal would be as expeditiously as possible, but as you mentioned, we are staff challenged, so.
And then I think simultaneously doesn't prohibit us from making our lobbyists work on this and making sure that they're staying abreast.
Yep.
And seeing if we can prolong that timeline so that we can meet it and benefit from this rate. So I think that
Yes,
mayor, if we could talk to, and
he
manager,
has
yeah.
already. I know the mayor's on record at the PUC, and we can continue to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Before we,
Can I ask one quick question?
Mike?
Yeah, is it okay if I ask
Rossi,
a
sorry,
question
go
on that? Thank you. To Councilmember Soria's credit, can we, I know that we can't vote on this, but I'd like maybe a Trey memo or something from the lobbyist about this very issue so they can let us know what they're going to do to help us make sure our position's heard based on this conversation. Is that something that would you do that for us?
Yeah. Are you talking about on the NEMS issue at the PUC?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
Can I make sure that Councilmember Soria and I get that, please?
Give us a week or 10 days.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. So John Ellis.
And make sure they, make themselves available to meet with the council members for questions. I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman President.
So before we call the question on the motion, City Manager, I know I mentioned this to you, not just on this item, but all the solar items we have today. But the RFP, I mean, everything I see here, the writing has all been PPA. What about the financing option? Is that going to be included in this RFP, or is that something we have to include in the direction?
Well, we can include in the direction if that's what.
Just see a
the
side by
council-
side. I mean,
Yeah.
the technology's evolved since we first got the solar with the airport. The market's evolved. I'd just be curious to see what the
Yes.
finance to own option looks like.
Sure, and we did provide that analysis for the remaining items on the agenda. I don't know if we did one on airport, but we can certainly include that.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. We have a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, this is a motion to deny the item.
With directions.
With direction, correct. To include financing versus purchase power agreement
And to pursue an RFP for the replacement solar farm.
as quickly as possible. All right, Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, 4-2, passes.
All right. We voted on the item. Congratulations, Council. Let's move on to item 1G, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
And of course, by pass, I mean the item was denied.
The motion passed.
Correct.
Item was denied.
Council President, are we on item 1G?
That's correct.
As in Gary?
G is in, yeah.
All
Sure.
right. City Manager, I just had one question for you. I'm very familiar with the provider and what the purpose for the contract is, which is to essentially analyze our projected sales tax for budget purposes. But one of the questions I have is, every year we as our council, through our budget analysts, always request to see the muni projections. And every year we're told, no, you'll have to wait till the mid-year budget comes. This is a contract that requires council approval. Given that we're now also not just including general fund, but also Measure P, are we going to make the data provided by this vendor available to the Measure C Commission, the Measure P Commission, as well as the council when it becomes available, or are we going to still be blocked from getting the information until we get a mid-year budget proposal?
So what I have said no to is for you to receive incomplete information. And muni service reports are one part of our revenue information. So I was having a conversation with Councilmember Chavez, and we get projections from muni services. We look at them. We go back. We ask questions. The muni services projections, I'm very uncomfortable Just giving a muni service projection without the full evaluation to confirm that it's accurate, we at times challenge them because we believe that their assumptions may not be entirely correct. And then to provide alongside of that what our projections were. So for instance, you know, we projected revenue for the fiscal 23 budget based on muni service projections, on our property tax projections, and then we get an update from muni services. Until we really have like a first quarter of data, because I'm assuming that you want to see the projections because you want to see what our revenue situation is and if we're above or if we're below, so that you can be thinking about what decisions need to be made. So I want to make sure that when we get that data and we're going to be comparing it to what we presented in the budget, that it's accurate. And I'm perfectly fine that once we've had a chance to do that, once the data has come in, and that's before mid-year, I've got no problem putting a trade memo out with that.
What I'm trying to achieve, City Manager, as you know, we go through this every budget process. The staff projects 3%. The council says we think we can get 5%. In projections, we go back and forth. We always balance the budget, so we always find a resolution. But I think we're all capable of reading the muni projections report and knowing that it's probably not fully complete. They're not maybe looking at other revenue sources like cannabis or something else that they're not aware of. But I don't want to have to wait several months to get the same information the staff is getting as you guys are building the mid-year budget or the proposed budget. So I just want to, I want to have access to the information so that we too can monitor kind of what's being foreshadowed in terms of revenue compared to the expenditure. So
yeah, and we're fine doing a mid-year report. Obviously, mid-year is not till January, but once again, we wanted to wait till we have first quarter data. So July, August, September, right? We're going to be closing out September. We'll look at the data. We're going to put it together in a report. And I had talked to Councilmember Chavez as Ruthie Quinto is working on looking at some other forecasts too. So I said, give us a couple weeks, and we'll be ready to have some information out.
Thank you. That's all the clarity I needed. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. Motion second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve 1G by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, moving on to item 1N, pulled by Council Vice President and Councilmember Arias.
I think we have 1I to contest it.
I believe we put that back on the consent agenda.
You're right, old note.
All right, so we're on to 1I passed on the consent. 1N.
Hey, good afternoon, Director. The reason I pulled this item, obviously, you know, I've been a huge proponent of zero fare. February of 2021, I passed an item, and the reason I bring it up now is because this is obviously an item to purchase 3 trolleys to offer a mode of zero fare transportation connecting Campus Point to Tower District to downtown Fresno on certain days of the week at no cost to riders of the trolleys. I bring this up because obviously huge supporter, and I've conveyed that to the mayor as well. I think that we should offer zero fare, whether it's downtown to Campus Point or East Shaw to West Shaw. I passed an item last year suspending fares on our fixed route fax buses for 9 months, and I was told that bus drivers would be assaulted on a regular basis. I was told that this would be a mobile shelter for the homeless population. I was told that we shouldn't use general funds for transportation purposes. I was told I was going to bankrupt our transportation department. I was called a socialist. It goes on and on and on. Clearly, none of those things are true. I think, as we've seen, we followed the crime data, the ridership levels increased, and I think it was a good idea, or else I don't think the administration would be proposing something similar in your department. understandably not the transportation department, but the newly formed department that we created this last budget. I'm happy to support this as is now, because I know that the rates on these are going to expire soon. But in my opinion, there's still a lot that needs to be figured out as far as how is this going to operate. This is merely for the purchase of 3 vehicles, not an operations agreement. I understand that completely. You know, my staff and I worked hard for almost a year to get $500,000 for a Kaiser grant. We were fortunate enough to work with the administration to receive those dollars, and that provided zero fare for seniors 65 and over, folks with a disability, or folks with a Medicare card. That's huge for me, and I think that's still my priority, to make sure that folks that need transportation the most have reliable, zero-cost access to it. We, as a city, for decade after decade, have created a city that is over 115 square miles, and yet we call on the poorest people living in our city, who are the ones that often ride the fax buses, to pay to get to essential services, including our seniors and our disabled. So I'm happy to support this. My message is more for the administration as a whole than to you, Director. I really want to see a good faith effort in the administration to continue operating zero fare for those populations that we're already offering it to through the Kaiser grant. Again, seniors 65 and over, Medicare card holders, and folks with a disability. I think these are really the folks that need access to free transportation. My office is too small to continuously be applying for these large grants. We have, 4 or 5 full-time staff, as opposed to however many folks work under the Dyer administration. So I'm happy to support this today. My message is I want to see a good faith effort from the administration to continue getting these folks zero fare transportation, or else when that operation agreement does come before the council to approve on how we're going to either do it internally with A2U, whether we're going to contract out, I'll have to make a tough decision on whether I think those dollars would be better used to continue subsidizing zero fare for those populations identified, or using these trolleys for something else. I think it's a good idea. I want to support zero fare. My office is too small to continue going after these dollars for our most vulnerable populations, and that's going to continue to be a priority for me. But I am excited of zero fare transportation in general. I think this has the potential to be really good for small businesses, for our economy, for increasing entertainment for young people and families during weekends throughout the city of Fresno, especially those that don't have access to a vehicle. I think this would be really good for reducing DUIs, fatal traffic collisions for folks that have been drinking, getting them home safely. Overall, I think this is a good idea. I want administration to know, though, where my priority lies, and to have a commitment, good faith effort, that administration is going to come forward with the plan, figure out how to continue subsidizing these current populations, or else I'm going to have a difficult decision to make when the service agreement comes around. If anybody wants to say anything
I think
to
that was directed to me. I'll take that one. So let me go back on the public record, since the subcommittee meetings are not publicly noticed or shared, but I made that commitment to you prior. And as you know, since that time, we have shared with you our work, our 2.5 years worth of work on free transit passes for community college students. And now you're running down the rest of the path with Carol on that, and we appreciate that. So, I'll leave it at that.
Definitely don't want to downplay any of the hard work that you've done. I wouldn't have been successful in the Kaiser grant without the administration or city manager's support. I merely want to continue that going forward, and I need to make that obvious and apparent to the public that is watching this meeting.
Oh, no, totally understand. Totally, and that's why I went and said exactly what we had said during the subcommittee meeting, which wasn't publicly broadcast. Exactly the same thing I said during that time. I'm consistent.
All right. Motion to approve with that, because I know that we do have a short turnaround time where these rates are locked in. I think we still do have a lot to figure out on the operation side of things, though.
There's a motion on the floor.
If I have some questions, Council President.
Yeah, you were the other person who I think
you.
pulled this, so go for it, and then your Councilmember Chavez will be right after you.
Thank you. I have hesitations on this proposal. And I'm not ready yet to approve purchasing the equipment if we don't have consensus on the operational plan. But let me tell you where my concerns lie, which I think can be resolved. Most of us here, I think except for Member Bredderfield, we tend to go to downtown and Tower District for an evening or a weekend. And if you go down into those entertainment districts, you understand that the culture is you tend to hang out. If you go to Tower, you hang out in Tower. You go from restaurant to restaurant and whatnot. You go to downtown, you go from the Tioga to the Modernist, maybe back and forth for some live music. But one of the things that you also learn when you represent Tower and downtown is that the police department has a really good tracking system for when DUIs occur and assign them back to the last place where the person was at. So if I start at Modernist and at Sequoia, I get a DUI, it becomes Sequoia's problem. And so that's already difficult to manage, especially in the Tower. And my concern is that if we're going to take people who start their nightlife in Campus Point, go to Tower for a couple hours, end their night in downtown, downtown then becomes responsible for all the DUIs. If you're also familiar with those businesses, the police department has the right to also revocate an alcohol conditional use permit and alcohol license based on the number of DUIs that occur. So, and if you know Tower, you also know that the businesses tend to point fingers this way on whose fault it was and, you know, take photos of how somebody left somebody else's restaurant, how they entered theirs, because nobody wants to lose their alcohol license. So what my concern is that this proposal essentially connects all three areas for people who want a nightlife. And I'm unsure how the police department is going to adjust their current oversight, because you're also looking at multiple policing districts in that 3 corridors. It's not one police district, even though we have one chief, but the way the police department operates, they give that POP officer or that officer on site quite a bit of discretion on how they impose, you know, the restrictions and the business practices. I don't want to do something where the police department starts to blame Tower, Campus Point, or downtown businesses because that was the last place that that person went, and we see skyrocketing, you know, DUIs. You also have to consider that even though you start in the Tower and you go to downtown, you're still going to end up in the Tower. If you park your car in the Tower, you're going to drive to the residential neighborhood. And now the Tower residents can't blame the Tower businesses because that person got, you know, a little loaded in downtown or in Campus Point. So I like to have conversations with police prior to us going down that path so that all the businesses in downtown Tower and Campus Point know exactly what the expectations are, what additional procedures they have to put in place to make sure that, you know, they're not held responsible for a restaurant or a club that's across the city when the patron came from there. So that's what concerns me, because we will then get all the complaints. And a lot of restaurants in Tower right now have conditional use permits in the queue requesting expanded alcohol serving hours. Most of them, historically, the police department has said, some of you have to stop serving at 10, others at 11, others at midnight, others at 1, and others at 2 in the morning. The rationale was that people would leave Tower in groups instead of everyone leaving at 2 in the morning. What happens, though, is that if they stop serving booze at 10 at location 1, you go to location 2 because you still want to be in Tower for another hour. Then you go to location 3, and then everybody ends up in location 5 because that's the last, you know, call is the latest there. So it hasn't turned out to get rid of people slower. It's turned out to getting everybody in one place who serves the last call. So I just want to have some time. I don't know if it's now, mayor or assistant city manager, but I want to have a conversation so that all those businesses, and maybe it might be some easy solutions on some what they have to do, and they got to tell their security guards that you have to now assess people before you walk in, you know, things of that nature. But I'd like to make sure that each policing district and each POP officer in charge of those entertainment districts are on the exact same page on how they're going to manage people across the city, you know, getting up and down the city for a good time. And I'll also tell you that I'm hesitant to do this now if this would have come 10 years ago, before Uber, I would have been like, let's do it. In the world of Uber, we can all get a ride and go home safely. So before I spend money on this, I want to make sure that we're actually being thoughtful and thinking through the process. The last thing I would end with is, I too was told the same thing that Member Maxwell experienced. When I requested transportation to the veterans home, I was told, no, there's no demand, it's too difficult. Eventually, Assistant City Manager Barfield figured out how to do it. When I requested transportation to Three Palms Mobile Home Park, for years I was told, no, no, no. We've eventually figured it out. But it seems to me that whenever we're trying to transport the most vulnerable in our city, we get told no for a couple years. And in this case, we're going out of our way to help young folks trying to have a good time, which is fair. But I want there to be the balance because everyone is paying into the system. So those are my concerns. I'll be happy to sit down with the administration and make sure like the business corridors and the police districts are clear about how they're going to manage this. But I do anticipate that it'll have some unintended consequences. I just want us to be fully prepared for them.
Councilmember Arias, I agree with a lot of what you said, but if I could address a couple things and maybe change your mind, because this is something I would like to see passed today. There is a rush with the purchase contract. That is the rate that we are locked in on, and that's not going to last much longer, as we learned in the subcommittee meeting a week or two ago. What we do have time on is to come up with the service agreement.
Absolutely.
I think it's interesting to note that our transportation subcommittee consists of myself, Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Soria. The route that this proposed trolley route would go would be downtown Fresno, Tower District, Campus Point. Those are our three districts primarily. I think we have an opportunity, the three of us, to help shape this scope. I think if we wait too long and push this out, it's going to cost us even more taxpayer dollars when it comes back to purchasing these trolleys. That does concern me. I think that we as council members have the ability to help shape the scope. And I also wanted to note that you had some public safety concerns. I understand that this past budget, we did account for 10 new officers and I believe a new sergeant to patrol our major corridors, including Blackstone and Shaw Avenue, for drunk driving, reckless driving, burglaries, whatever's happening on those major corridors. I think the mayor has accounted for a lot of that in the proposed budget that we did adopt. And lastly, I don't think that Uber is an affordable transportation option for a lot of folks who rely on public transportation to get from point A to point B. I don't necessarily see that as a fair alternative to free public transportation.
I would be agreeable to be convinced by you, Councilmember Maxwell, just because I can feel the piercing eyes of the mayor in the audience, and I know he really wants this. But I will tell you this, I just want to, when the police department sets up DUI checkpoints on Blackstone, you know what happens? Everybody goes to residential neighborhoods. And then everybody crashes on somebody's front lawn or parked car in the street, and then I get all the complaints. So that's the kind of stuff is like, we say we have a solution, and then we don't, the solution sometimes doesn't work out. But with that said, I'll be happy to second your motion to move forward, as long as the mayor and everybody knows that it's contingent on us getting this thing right, because it's $1 million, and I want to make sure we get it right for the folks. If this was a free trolley to send people to medical appointments in grocery stores, you would have me at, hello. But this is for people like me and Maxwell who want to go out on the Thursday evening, and we can both afford an Uber.
That's so that we can generate more money, so then that we can buy those shuttles to then shuttle people to the doctor. So.
And Councilmember Arias, I want to correct you again. That actually, we talked about this 2 budgets ago, and Councilmember Soria and the mayor both really promoted this. So we're trying to accommodate Councilmember Soria on her way out.
The key word is her way out. She won't be here for the DUIs.
Well, I'm trying.
Councilmember Brian Barr, Director, General Services. I want to let you know that I've heard you. And we've got some time to address your questions. We're going to return early spring with an operator agreement at that time.
Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Bredefeld.
I feel like we're debating party buses in City Hall. Or beer's going to be allowed in cannabis soon. Just a couple questions. What is the need that we're trying to satisfy with this route? I'm trying to understand that. Mayor, if you want to take a crack at it.
I will. And, you know, I would like to take full credit for this, but this idea originated some years ago with Councilmember Soria, but did not get any traction. Then in conversations I had with folks downtown, specifically the Brewery District, they started bringing this up to me when I was having a series of meetings, and also in the Tower District. And so here is the reason, the overall intent on my behalf. You know, years ago, there was an effort to put a trolley downtown. But at that time, it was premature. Premature for a lot of reasons. We didn't have the Fulton Street, which was open. We did not have the Brewery District that we have today, which those of you who've been here down there on a Friday, Saturday night, and I know Council Member Arias has a few times, but there are 5,000 or 6,000 people in the Brewery District. We did not have the Cultural Arts District like we have today. The events that we have at Arte Americas, which as we know are very, very frequent and well attended. We didn't have 3,000 plus people living in the Tower or in the downtown area like we do today. And we're growing that number with the Helm building being soon to be occupied with residents. J.C. Penney's, the Dada Lofts that Reza Simi is doing. So we're well on our way to getting 10,000 people living downtown. And we did not have the Blackstone Quarter being a transit-oriented development area where we're promoting by right development of housing. So we know there's going to be a lot of people that can commute back and forth. And we've already seen that at Blackstone and McKinley with the housing project, Blackstone and Clinton, soon to be Blackstone and Shields with Manchester. And we didn't have Campus Point. And now we have all of those things in place, and so they're natural connectors. And what we want to do is expose our younger generation to downtown Fresno, because for many years, I believe we marketed downtown to the wrong generation. We marketed downtown to people who would prefer to live in the suburbs or in a 3,000 square foot home. Now we see through market research, we have a 6-month waiting list for people to live downtown. So what we want to do is expose those students that are going to Fresno City College, the ones that are at Campus Point or those that are going to Fresno State. We want to expose them to the downtown. Why? Because I believe there are future residents downtown, and that's how we're going to reach 10,000 people living there. So that's the intent. I also think there's some byproducts. I think Councilmember Maxwell, you spoke of that. But we're going to reduce DUIs. We're going to reduce parking issues downtown, vehicle burglaries downtown, vehicle burglaries in the Tower District. And so I think it's a win-win-win all the way around, and it is an investment. It's an investment in the future of downtown. And that's really why I think this is so important. And the level of excitement that I've heard from people in downtown and in the Tower District is incredible. And you're right, it touches Council President Esparza, Council Vice President Maxwell. It touches Council Member Soria, Council Member Arias. It really touches all of those. And who knows, in the future, maybe it does expand to Ventura and Kings Canyon as we promote more housing there as well. So that's the why behind this, and I really think the timing is right, and I am confident it's going to be successful. And in terms of the operational details, in terms of who drives the trolleys and what the trolleys look like, it's not my call, but as long as we do it within a legal system. I do think we have a unique opportunity on those trolleys too to make them very creative and make them unique in terms of their designs, whether that's a Brewery District design or whatever. I think we should focus on that as well.
And that's a little bit helpful, Mayor. That's like the message I got was one Fresno, 3 trolleys. for the theme. Okay, I get it. I got a couple questions with regards to the operation, and Greg, our assistant city manager, knows this. Whenever we're doing new routes, we do an analysis of the potential ridership. What's the projected ridership that we expect out of this route when it starts, and what's going to be the cost for folks to ride it?
Well, first of all, the cost of the service is supposed to be free. Okay. Well, no cost to the riders. This is not a revenue service vehicle.
And anybody can board this trolley
Anybody
for free?
can board it for free. It is destination service, so we're not stopping like Fax quarter mile every time. It's to Fresno State, it's to Fresno City, Tower, so on and so forth.
What are the projections of the anticipated ridership that we crunch for this
Well,
route?
it's about attracting the residents, and as the mayor said, there's quite a bit of a demand in the downtown. I don't have any exact numbers for you to share, but I do know that,
well, now that we know that, that's what I'm getting at. What's going to be the total cost of operating this on an ongoing basis?
It's about $325,000 we estimate annually for operation, maintenance, and fuel.
So 325, all three
Yes.
trolleys would be the cost. And then as far as the driver, do we have a conversation with our ATU folks about them driving the trolleys, or?
Council member, it's a little premature for that at this point. Because this is a general services, non-revenue vehicle, typically it probably would not be an ATU. In the past, it has not been ATU. For example, when we had trolleys that circumvented the Roding Park area, that was not ATU. So, but they have stepped forward this morning and said they want to have a conversation. I don't have a problem with having conversations. I just talked to them last night about the same thing, about something else. So we could have had it last night, but we had it this morning.
So what other vehicles do we use that are not under Fax, that are not ATU?
This is not
drivers?
Fax. This is not Fax.
What is it, General Services?
This is General Services.
Services folks.
Right. This is General Services.
And the route that they're currently taking, do we currently have Fax buses already doing that route?
We have a variety of buses where you could make a transfer to complete a portion of this, yes.
Okay, all right.
But not one route, not, afternoon only, afternoon into the late evening only.
No, and I get what the mayor's referencing with regards to kind of trying to build energy, but I think you know this about me, Greg. I'm like the nuts and bolts. How much is the cost, the ongoing cost, the maintenance of the vehicle, everything that's related to. I totally get that. Those are all the questions that I had, Council President.
All right, Councilmember Redfield, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Yeah, first of all, Councilmember Arias doesn't know what restaurants I visit in the tower or don't visit. Thank you for speaking for me. This trolley route exists via Fax. You have to, no, it doesn't?
Councilmember, no, there's a variety of buses you'd have to transfer to kind of mimic the route.
Okay. Correct. So if I wanted to start at Tioga and traverse up to the tower, that I would have to make a transfer just for that. If I wanted to go from Tower to Campus Point, which we don't service technically, I'd have to make 2 transfers. I'd have to transfer to the 9 when I got to Shaw, and then down to the Bulldog Grill and get off the bus right there at the Jack in the Box, and then walk across the street.
So you have to make transfers. There's some
Yes.
way somebody could do it
Yes.
if they wanted to do
Yes.
it. This is making it obviously.
Yeah, you would be looking at the potential of 3 vehicle transfers, or 2 transfers, 3 buses.
And there is no specific demand for this. This is an effort to bring people more downtown more frequently.
Or
I
vice
would
versa.
disagree
Yes.
with that, council member. Representing Fresno State, I could tell you that there would be a demand for that.
A demand to go to the brewery.
Absolutely.
Okay. So there's a demand for young people to go to the brewery and drink, and so the city of Fresno has an obligation to spend $1 million to bring them there.
I think it's important to know we have a lot more to offer in downtown besides beer. We have small businesses, we have local businesses, minority-owned businesses.
I understand, but they're going to the brewery.
restaurants.
Let's be honest about what this is. What are the hours of operation that this will be, these trolleys would be taking place?
So they'll operate, the point of destinations will be Fresno State, Campus Point, Fresno City, Tower District, Cultural Arts District, Brewery District, and stadiums. There's a lot of different areas that these young adults can go to. To answer your question about the hours of operation, Thursday through Saturday, 2:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. at night.
I'm sorry, say it again, 3:30?
2:30 p.m.
2:30.
To 12:30 a.m.
So one of the things, Councilman, we're also trying to look at by extending on the Thursdays, 2 Thursdays of the month are Art Hop. One is really focused downtown, and then the third one of the third Thursday of the month is citywide. So this also could be a way to traverse for you and your spouse to see some beautiful artwork throughout the city.
Okay, but you're picking up young people from Fresno State and City College.
Or wherever. They could be in downtown, they want to go to Fresno State. It's
okay.
Wherever they want to
go. So earlier we had somebody who came up, I think the lady is still here, from Southwest Fresno, and she raised the issue of fairness. Why would you create a 3 trolleys to bring young people ultimately down to the brewery downtown? We can talk about other stores, but it's ultimately to drink. Why don't we have 3 trolleys to pick people up from Southwest Fresno to go to River Park so they can shop and buy groceries and have a free trolley that way? Why are we doing young people to go and drink?
So let me take that one, Brian.
Thank you.
So there are...
Because the mayor's recommending it.
Well, there are, thanks to Councilmember Maxwell and some of the other programming that we have out there, there are ways to do just that free of charge, whether it's the disabled population, whether it's veterans, whether it's young folks, the student pass that we're working on with both Fresno Unified and State Center. Those are all covered by and free rides. And so, yes, most of our riders who are using our system are traversing to get their medical needs met, do their shopping and what have you, and many of those are covered by third parties with free passes.
And City Manager, I would also like to add a small history lesson for my colleague. I remember in the early mid-90s, there was an ambitious young council member who wanted to build a artificial lake in downtown Fresno. And the idea behind that was this would help us attract new people to shop and live in downtown Fresno.
It's okay.
We weren't talking about putting a lake in District 6 or District 2 because we had a lot of people shopping.
Let me interrupt for a second. What does a downtown lake have to do with what you're proposing here with 3 trolleys?
Because the idea is to get to 10,000 people living in downtown Fresno.
But
and
the downtown lake
business.
doesn't exist. I'll tell you what, build the downtown lake and I'll support your trolleys. Until then, what you're doing is advocating 3 trolleys at the expense of $1 million to bring young people directly so they don't have to transfer buses to get to the brewery. And the issue first of all, I have an issue with $1 million being spent in this way. I have another issue about fairness to other people in our city who have tremendous needs, don't need to go to a brewery, but need to go shopping and need to buy groceries. And why don't we create trolleys for those folks so they can...
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Hang on, let me finish. Why don't we create trolleys so they don't have to be using public transportation and transfer 3 times? It just seems an interest of fairness to me. And I also have, this council just a month ago or whatever opposed extending bar hours because we were concerned about the impact that would have. And so instead of doing that now, we're now creating trolleys to bring young people to the downtown so they can get loaded. And that's exactly what we're doing. We might as well make a stop on the marijuana dispensaries so we can, make sure they get their marijuana too. This just doesn't make sense to me. If we had things where we're truly trying to revitalize downtown, get people downtown, we wouldn't just be dropping off at breweries, and we might be going all over the town to bring people there, not just young college kids who want to drink. And so I have a big problem with the whole premise of this. I have a problem with spending $1 million to do this. And if we're going to spend $1 million, let's give it to people in, frankly, your district, Councilman Arias, who come up here every time we meet and say they're being ignored. And when I look at this, I got to agree, they're being ignored because this money could be used, these trolleys could be used in a much different way. And lastly, I think the fax operators have said they're not a part of this discussion. They ought to be a part of this discussion. So for those reasons, I can't support this.
Council Member Bredefeld, if I may just address a couple of points. Actually, I agree with you. We should be providing free transportation for all those populations you listed, and I brought forward an item last February that would have done just that. Unfortunately, it got 2 no votes. One of those being yourself to provide 0 fare to every single person that lived in the city to get to medical appointments, school, shopping,
get me out of this,
etc. Unfortunately, it didn't get a unanimous vote. I still think that's something our city sorely needs. And I think you're right on the second part too. We have a drinking and driving problem in this city, which was why I was happy to champion with you a resolution saying that no way in hell would the city of Fresno be open to pushing our last call out to 4 a.m. I stand by that 100%. This proposal takes people that have been drinking out of a car and puts them into a trolley that is operated by somebody else to get them home safely and not put them behind the wheel of a vehicle, which I think is going to reduce DUIs and drunk driving and save lives in our city.
But council member, what you're doing is facilitating and encouraging the very drinking you're concerned about. So it may not be a 4 a.m. call, it's a 12:30 in the morning call. And we're picking them up and then going to bring them back. And that's great. Maybe they won't get killed. Maybe they will get in the car and go find another bar or go someplace else that they were drinking. The point is, the premise of this is we're bringing young people to the downtown to drink, and we're spending $1 million to do it. The issue of spending money to help people, get them to other places, I'm in favor of that. I'd rather redirect these to helping people who don't have the means to go shopping, buy food, those kinds of things. This is just, to me, a very misguided thing, and it's an inappropriate use of spending $1 million.
Respectfully,
You and I differ.
agree to disagree.
Yeah.
One last point. I think that we're not going to control people that want to partake in risky behavior. If people want to go drink, they're going to find a way to go drink in our city. That's been an unfortunate black eye on our community for a very long time. We can't help mitigate the consequences of people who are going to partake in those activities. However, I think this is a step to making that happen.
This is just facilitating it.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you. So I am proud to actually support this item. I do appreciate the mayor bringing up that this issue we discussed many years ago. Originally, the thought was, let's test out Tower, downtown segment. There's a lot of synergy happening in both areas, but they're not connected. And I think I would trust, what the mayor, who's a former chief of police, would say in terms of DUIs. I think that, his background in law enforcement and the fact that he was policing our community for a long time lends credibility to, some of the challenges that you are pointing to, which is DUIs in our community. I think it will help because now folks that live in the tower that otherwise would have driven to downtown now don't have to drive and can just walk back home to their neighborhood. That's what that is similar for Campus Point. But I did want to address the issue with ATU. My hope, I want to support this today with a condition that we do engage with folks that I have always been also hesitant about privatization on, some of these city services. And so I do believe there's, reasonable apprehension by folks, and so I think that it should be addressed, and that's important to me to make sure that folks. I know that city manager or assistant city manager Barfield, you mentioned that this is not facts, but it doesn't mean that folks wouldn't couldn't be represented. We have local 39 folks in every single different department, so I don't see why that would be an issue. So that's going to be critical to me and conditional upon me supporting this. I am excited. I think that the city of Fresno is at the cusp. We are the 5th largest city. I am actually looking forward to the days where not only do we have this trolley bus connecting these neighborhoods, but also in the respective entertainment areas, just like when you go down to Long Beach, there's these like bikes or these, little bike things that folks are getting driven to from place to place. I do dream of that because we are a big city and we should be embracing innovative, and they're not even that really innovative. Communities already doing it and it's working. So I think that the city of Fresno needs to embrace that we are in a place where we're growing, we're seeing a downtown that is, in its phase of rebirth, and that we should embrace that because it helps our local economy. It's going to help more businesses. I don't know if you ever go to Art Hop, Councilmember Bredefeld, but there's a lot of people that are visiting, the downtown area from all these places. So I think that it is going to get people out of their cars to, use this, opportunity to travel to these various entertainment places in the city of Fresno. And so I welcome it. I look forward to, obviously, it's a new thing. It may need adjustments as you guys think about the operational, plan for it, that you guys do include, the various stakeholders, which includes, obviously, the council colleagues, labor partners, but also the business people and even neighborhood people that at the end will have to, interface with this project. So thank you, Mayor, for staying on it and for bringing it forward, and I'm looking forward to riding on the trolley bus once it gets up and going. So make sure you invite me.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the treasurer from ATU still in the room?
He is.
Yes, he is.
Would you mind asking him to come to the podium, please?
Come on down.
Alfredo.
Thank you.
He's approached the microphone.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Molina, thank you for being here. You were referenced a few times in the conversation. I just wanted to make sure we can hear from ATU again and what your thoughts are about the conversation to this point.
I appreciate you bringing me up to the podium and acknowledging ATU. After speaking with the mayor here, they've actually moved forward with going with EOC. Now, EOC is currently under contract with ATU, so that would make it to where our members are actually driving these buses, and that would make us feel a whole lot more comfortable knowing that ATU is still going to be moving the city just like we have been for many years. So, any other questions, Mike?
Mike, you're muted again.
Sorry, thank you. No, thank you. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think
okay.
I think this actually I know my members are going to be really happy when they hear that we're going to keep this work in-house within our bargaining unit. So thanks again.
One last thing. Are you saying that you feel confident this work is going to be in-house?
Yes. Yes, that was.
So then you would no longer have concerns with this item?
No,
because my biggest concern for me is the impact it's going to have on ATU.
No, that was the biggest concern that we had, is to make sure that we keep this ATU oriented for our members. And we have a lot of properties that we work with, all the way down to Madera, back to Visalia. We operate 8 different properties here in the Central Valley. So, I mean, there was plenty of people to choose from if it were to go out to RFP. And EOC is one of the people that we have a contract with.
Okay, so my last question is then, do you support this item now?
Yeah. Now that we have that out of the way and there's no ambiguity about the operation or who's going to be behind the wheel, I do.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Okay, great. I don't see anyone else punched up. That leaves just myself. This is exciting to be able to have the opportunity to have trolleys moving up and down the city into downtown. I see this as much more than just a ride for young folks or just folks in general. I see this as a continued investment into our downtown, continued exposure for our downtown. I love our downtown. We still have a ways to go. And bringing folks in who are going to use their purchasing power in downtown is a good thing. Exposing Fresno State students who are on the verge of graduating and having more purchasing power to downtown, and maybe convincing them to live there and be part of those 10,000 plus residents that we're building towards. That's certainly a good thing. These are all good things. So I'm very supportive of the concept of the purchase today. With that said, I know we heard from the administration that some of the operating details to this point are still premature. I'd like to amend we have a motion on the floor already. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the motion makers that we approve this item contingent on the operating plan coming back to council for approval prior to the operations beginning. And that's to address some of the concerns we heard, maybe getting this EOC thing in writing for ATU, some of the details around the maintenance, the details around the public safety concerns. So, I mean, we've heard a number of different concerns today, and I think we're all supportive, for the most part, of the purchase today, with some ambivalence about what the operations will look like. So,
and Council President, we had already agreed to that in the subcommittee, and I really wish we would take minutes in those things so you all would have the benefit of that. But we had already said we would be bringing that back. We originally thought, we think it's going to be an RFP type thing. It may be just a straight RFQ or quote for prices, but yes, that was already baked into this process. So
okay.
Appreciate your motion.
Okay, are the motion makers amenable to that?
How about adding to that, it goes to the Transportation Subcommittee as well to help work on the operations agreement, Council?
That sounds great. You guys do the work and bring it back fully baked.
They also add a free ride for Gabe Bredefield when it's operational.
I'll amend my motion to reflect the Council President's changes and have it come to the Transportation Committee. And are you amenable, Council Member?
Okay, all right. Well, we have an amended motion on the table. No one else is punched up. Clerk, let's take a roll call on this item, item 1N.
Certainly. This is for a motion to approve 1N with the operating plan coming back to council for approval prior to the operations beginning. Motion by Vice President Maxwell, second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefield.
No.
What happened to abstain?
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
4-3 passes.
Can I go back and amend the motion that the naysayers can't ride the trolley?
Mayor, did you know who voted no?
Don't worry about that. When it's 110 out there, we'll see how many trolley riders you guys get.
Yeah, misters. Yeah, the operational plan will have misters on the trolley. All right, so done with item 1N. Moving on to item 1S. It's 3:30 p.m. I do intend to get through the entire agenda today, so again, get your Red Bulls and your snacks. We'll be here a while. Council will have dinner here in a few hours, unless we somehow finish before then. But till then, on to item 1S.
Thank you, Council President. I just have one quick question for the administration on this, and I'll make a motion to approve the item. 1S.
What, is it related to the recruitment process, or is it related to the RFP?
Neither.
Oh, okay. Well, how about, you said,
Yeah.
ask
Wait.
a question, I'll get the right person up.
Simple question. Right now, the way it works is each office goes and hires interpreters, city clerk and hires translators for the council meetings. I know you guys are kind of centralizing, which is a good thing, and doing master RFPs, which is all great. My question is, what's going to be the process for if a council office is going to hold a community meeting and they would like to secure translators, are we going to follow the same process as any department head? Submit, and secondly, in that question, as you know, yeah, we have to pay from our department's budgets for that cost. But my other question, Assistant Director, is a lot of the stuff that you guys are hiring the translators for is long-term planning, which you know a year ahead of time when these meetings are going to happen. So you have plenty of time to make the request and have it fulfilled. When we have community meetings, we typically have a 30-day notice when we're going to host a community meeting, or we host community meetings in response to something that was unplanned, something like bike lanes at, Tower District, right? So we may not be able to give you a 6-month notice or 90-day notice that we need translators for a meeting. Is there going to be kind of the flexibility for us to make a request and have it fulfilled? And in case there's nobody available because they're all booked, would councils have the ability to hire its own translators if the system is unable to fulfill that need?
Aldi Ramirez, Parks Assistant Director. So as you mentioned before, all departments will have access to this. This will be citywide. So you will not need to come through the Parks Department or another department to be able to utilize these vendors. Once the item, and if the item passes today, Parks will move forward with the execution of the agreement. And then we will send all departments essentially the menu of services. Here's the vendor, here's their fees, here's what they offer, here's their contact information. And then you'll have your own codes in Tyler Munis. So then you'll be able to hire the vendor and pay them for their services. And then Tyler Munis will track the spending authority to make sure we as a city don't go beyond that. In regards to your second question, absolutely. That was something that we put in the RFP, and we asked through our follow-up questions was they need the ability to respond essentially immediately.
Got it. So if, say, we're doing several meetings and everybody's booked from these contractors, can council offices or the city clerk for a planning commission meeting hire somebody outside of this contract list, or are we limited to these 4 contractors?
Let me answer that in 2 parts. One, part of the reason we're recommending 5 is so that we are diversified. That's one reason, and we have the ability to, if someone's tapped out on capacity, that you have alternative options. In the event that that didn't work, I don't believe there's anything that prevents you, as long as you're within the procurement policies, to utilize another vendor.
Okay.
I would agree with that, but be aware that with the new accounting system, it's being kept track of very closely. So as long as you're within your contracting authority and that is not being repeated citywide, and that, for instance, 50,000 hasn't been exceeded, you should be fine to be able to do that.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure there was that flexibility in case, we're all tapped out on capacity, that we don't have to go community meeting or some audit meeting of the council that we can't have the service because we're limited to these 4 or 5 vendors. But thank you. This has been long overdue, so good work. Thank you all. Motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion. We have a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, motion to approve 1S by Councilmember Arias, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, on to item 1T, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I've met with staff several times on this matter. I've gone through it several times. And at this point, I'm not comfortable proceeding with this contract. And I want to walk you through some of my reasons. First, I know it has several community centers that will be getting solar panels potentially in our community centers in my district. But from my perspective, from day one, I've requested that we do all 3 elements of solar when it comes to these projects. Solar panels, of course, but also energy efficiency, air conditioners, lighting. And third, in my community, is the infrastructure and the actual EV stations. In this case, this contract would build the EV infrastructure, which I appreciate, but it would rely on departments, individual departments, to fund the stations and fund replacements and maintenance of those stations. In the world where Half the city lives in multifamily units where they don't have access to their individual garages for an EV connection for their vehicles, where we see the vast majority of folks in the southern part of the city that need more EV infrastructure and stations across. I don't feel that this is a right contract when it's not going to guarantee those units. My district has been home for EV stations primarily in the downtown area. We've, of course, had some issues with how we repair them and fix them based on submitting to risk management. We try to resolve that with set-aside funding the last budget. But I really want to see this done well. My community centers in particular are going through the community input process to look at what renovations they're going to undertake. That may include tearing some down, redesigning, reconfiguring the properties. It may just be renovations of them. I feel that there's plenty of time before we have a clear goal from the residents in each of those community centers on what they want to see, where we don't have to rush prematurely into these solar agreements, and then have the solar work around that ultimate vision that the community has for their own community center. So for that, I'm going to make a motion to deny the item and with direction to go back to an RFP so that we can see if we can get local contractors, local hiring of folks, and get a complete, green energy package that guarantees EV stations in every community center, their maintenance and repairs, and it doesn't have to rely on taking from Peter to pay Paul for these kind of improvements. With that, that's all I have. Thank you for all the staff and all the work you've done. You guys have been excellent in providing us some in-depth documentation and information on the matter.
I have Councilmember Carbasi, followed by the city manager.
City manager, before I go, did you want to comment on those points and then I'll go after?
Sure, if that's okay. So on this one, I'm going to have a little bit of a different position than what we talked about during the airport. Because obviously these are new projects, this isn't a continuation or an amendment to an existing agreement. I wasn't here when the RFP was done. I wasn't here when the initial contract was awarded, but we were before this body with a workshop in late fall of last year where we talked about what the status of these projects were. We had pretty extensive discussions during the Parks Department budget and the Police Department budget about the savings that were being baked into the budget as a result of these projects. To Councilmember Arias's point, really, I think from the point of his community center conversation, the only community center that I have heard him reference that might be a possibility of thinking about tearing down is Mariella Brown. We've talked many times before about Ted C. Wills and that it is in pretty darn good condition. And so, there isn't any reason to do any tearing down of that facility. I also want to add that TCC has a EV charging station program that is primarily in Councilmember Arias's district. So I think that there is EV charging technology and equipment. He's not even here, is he? Okay, well, so for me, while I understand that, there's been a lot of discussion about, we can address that at mid-year, I am very concerned about the loss in savings for the Parks Department and Public Safety Departments, which are general fund departments, that we baked in not only into not the 23 budget, but the 24 budget and thereafter into the 5-year projection. So we accounted for these savings for reduced PG&E bills. So if these are not approved, there is definitely going to be a hole starting in fiscal year 24 that we did not account for. I'm a little bit nervous. Obviously, we'll have our mid-year discussion, but as has been brought to my attention by a couple of council members, about the state continuing to reduce their projections for sales tax due to the inflation and the impending recession. I'm a little bit nervous about losing millions of dollars in savings to general fund departments. I understand and have heard council members' concerns about the not wanting to continue with this RFP. I wish I would have known and understood that feeling prior to us baking these into our budget and our 5-year projection, but I didn't. And so I really, really cannot stress how much I would appreciate the council moving these forward today. I think it's a different situation than the airport. I think that the concerns that have been addressed with regard to EV charging are being addressed, and increased EV charging are being addressed. I'm going to repeat myself a little bit because I saw Councilmember Arias just returned. Sorry, got to stay now. Tape him down, Esmeralda. TCC has extensive EV charging facilities and infrastructure that are going to be put into the district. And I don't think we see Ted C. Wills going anywhere, Councilmember Arias. So I can't be with you on this one. I really think it's important that this moves forward today. Having said that, I hear what you're saying. And I also want to say, we do not have the capacity to do an airport RFP and another RFP for all of these facilities and possibly FACTS and make all of those RFPs and come back in time before the new NEMS rules. Go. Okay.
City Manager, just wanted to talk about, I know, the timing of the RFP. And that's what's unfortunate because, and I'm very frustrated because, and I know you were not here, so I'm not blaming you, but I had this conversation, and all of these should have been included in the original RFP that we did, and we did 2, and they were never included because we wanted to piggyback, and use this like great rate and all this stuff. And so now I feel like you're putting a gun to my head saying, hey, we've projected, all these savings. This is not how I operate. I hate being in this position. And I've said it, it's not like I've said it, this is the only time that I've said it. I repeated it even previously to avoid this situation. And it's like very unfortunate that we're here today because people don't really take into consideration some of the comments that I've made at least, and then we wouldn't be in the situation where we're not happy with, what we have in front of us. I asked in the last meeting when we did table it to show a comparison with the financing option. I know that you guys provided some slides with that, but for me, I'd like to at least see the comparisons of cash flows. Like, I want to see more detail so that I could make a better informed decision, whether for me it's really worth it to take this piggyback. Go this piggyback route. I just feel like I don't have that information, and I'm not going to oppose it, but I don't feel like I can affirmatively support it because I do support the investments in solar and EVs and all this good stuff. I've been a big proponent of it, but it leaves me with a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth when I've requested certain things and have asked for this to have been included in the bigger scope of us moving into this greener economy or greener phase, and it just wasn't, it was disregarded. And so we're here today, and I don't know what to tell you. Like, I want to hear from my colleagues. Maybe for them, it doesn't matter, maybe it is enough to say we're projecting. And I don't even know, how can we are right now in the month of October, pretty much. How long will this take to build and to be up online to really get all these cost savings that you're talking about? Because I can't imagine these solar projects being built in the next 6 months.
Do we just have to
completed.
enter into the agreement in order to be at the rate? Scott, can you clarify, please?
Council, yes, Scott Moser, Public Works, that is correct. So twofold, there are two real deadlines at play here. One we've talked about extensively as far as the upcoming NEM 3.0. The second is the expiration of this JPA, which has been utilized extensively. And that deadline actually is tomorrow. The agenda item originally was on the September 1st agenda, but we're here today. But that deadline's tomorrow. So, and that's the model that was used, that JPA by, for example, Fresno Unified School District, successfully, Central Unified, Clovis Unified, State Center Community College District, more than 60 other agencies in California. So the mission had been, let's get this done and realize the savings and get solar in place in our parks. There was another possible delivery method to get there. That one would have taken longer and potentially been past the deadline for as far as NEM 2.0 versus 3.0. And we staff did provide the memo that for parks and fire headquarters and police training center, that's a $3.2 million impact over 20 years.
Yeah, but this was all pulled out, and Anne remembers very well because I was adamant about keeping things together, but Anne really encouraged us to kind of separate these deals. And so we're in this place because those decisions were, I didn't support that, you know. So I didn't support that. And I told you, city manager, I was very upfront. I was not supportive of going this route, but we're here today. If my colleagues want to support it, you know, I'll respect that, but I can't, because I've been really vocal about, you know, where I'm at with the process that was put in place. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say. I feel terrible that, you know, you're saying that these savings won't materialize, but I don't know, it just seems like how many savings will materialize if this goes into, I don't really.
If I may add, Councilwoman, I want to be clear with the whole world, we're not losing money, we're projecting savings. Those projections are only a loss of money if this body does not approve a future contract for solar that would also capture the same level of projected savings.
Councilmember, I think you were out of the room when I said we are losing money in terms of we baked the savings into the budget.
Correct.
Okay.
I understand that, but if you recall, we have a mid-year budget 2 months from now, and all those projections are adjusted. We have new money that came in that we weren't expecting. We had more money go out that we weren't expecting. All those projections are adjusted. That's why they're called projections. I'm projecting to lose 5 more pounds in the next month. Doesn't mean I have to sign up for a 5-year commitment to the same size of clothes. So it's just projections. It's not like we are going to have less money in the general fund. Those projections could be adjusted in 2 months. If we end up with a better agreement, we can have more savings. Here's what I struggle with. You're asking me to, when we did solar here at City Hall, we included EV stations for employees, for our code enforcement folks to charge their cars. You're asking me to approve solar in Roding Park at Tetsi Woods, Mary Ella Brown without EV charging stations. You're asking me, and I know Roding has some, but you're asking me then to argue with the Parks Director, the Public Works Director, the DPU Director, and convince them to take money from their budget in which they're not projecting funding any EV stations to hopefully fund EV stations in the future and hopefully maintain them in the future. I individually asked for, give me a complete package. Staff chose to eliminate that component in this RFP. That was your choice. Staff chose to piggyback out of a RFP from San Diego, wherever it was, and just, I was at Fresno Unified when we did the solar. I was at State Center Board when we did the solar. Those constituencies have a different purpose for why they do solar and how they do solar. We are trying to build the infrastructure for poor folks who don't have a single-family home with a garage for a charging station to be able to charge in community spaces. I'm not going to be put in a position where I have to beg and claw in every budget cycle for a department director to prioritize an EV station when he's trying to keep the grass green. That's how we get to this place. And I was understanding that we had a sustainability office that was going to own this whole arrangement from beginning to end and ongoing. I haven't seen that. So I want to just reaffirm, these are projected savings that we could recapture. Yes, we baked them into the budget last year, but we also baked in a lot of things. Every council meeting, we have a budget amendment of things that were not projected in the budget. And that's why we need 5 votes to change the budget. I'm not going to be stuck on settling for a subpar solar agreement for my district over a 5-year projection that we know we're going to change in 2 months. And that we change every single council meeting when the new contract comes forward that was not contemplated when the budget was approved in June.
So, I respectfully disagree, but I think it was Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, we're gonna, I went to the bathroom and I came back and things were out of order. So we're gonna snap back into order.
Thank you. Okay, so with the last comments, I'm going to try and go through all my notes here. Okay, so I understand the point, projected savings. The thing is, if we have extra revenue in the mid-year budget and we have to use that extra revenue to plug the cost savings that we're going to lose if we vote this down, that's money for sidewalks, it's money for fire department, it's money for parks. We won't have any more. So yeah, there may be some logic to what my colleague is saying, but the reality is you're going to still rob Peter to pay Paul because we voted on a budget that included these savings. And now we're going back after staff has done all this work and saying, well, we don't want to do it because we want local hire. Well, this does have local hire, and we'll talk about that in a second. Let's talk about EV charging. So for over a year now, I drive a fully electric vehicle, and it's great to have more locations. But the reality is, given the kilowatt hours we're producing, you will not be able to produce a high capacity charger. And vehicles built since mine have even more demand for higher capacity, 350 kilowatt hours, for example, to fast charge your car. So these chargers, maybe it's okay if you have a hybrid, but it's not going to be the kind of fast chargers most EV drivers typically need to use to get where they need to go. It's great when you're in a pinch, or it's great when you just happen to be there, but it's not full-time charging. Now, not all hope is lost. We can still approve this. And there's a new technology out there by a company in California. I've asked the city manager to look into this, where it has standalone EV charging, where it uses solar panels to produce EV. So these same places, these same community centers will be able to have EV charging in the future. And I think you guys are lucky. I'd love to have this at Pinedale. Pinedale Community Center is not on this list. And I hope we'll get our chance too. But I think this is something to be very excited about. But the last thing I want to say is I implore my colleagues to really vote for this item. This is not like the airports item. This is about new builds. This company, I've talked to IBEW, they hire local folks. In the end, it doesn't matter what company we choose. We need our local families, our local building trades to be employed with these projects that we're using our money to pay for. And if we don't vote for this and we play that game of waiting 6 months, waiting a year, I get it. But we are killing jobs by doing that. I don't want to sound dramatic. That's just reality. And 6 months is a lot of time, or a year is a lot of time. We have a good package right now. It makes sense not to play politics, but to make an objective, good decision and vote to support our working families. I've never once on this council, I can't recall ever voting against building trades, and I sure as hell am not going to start today. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria, you were punched up, going in order. You got it all out of your system already?
Yeah, I took my turn out of order. I'm sorry.
Okay. City manager, you got it all out of your system? Okay. Wait, you punched up? Okay, no worries. So is there, I had a question with respect to the concern about IBEW and the labor that would go into this. If we were to deny this, is this the only company that utilizes the IBEW members, or is there opportunity to do that with other companies if we were to turn this down today?
Council, I would anticipate if it were turned down, again, and there were direction to go the RFQ route or RFP, of course, staff will make its best efforts with that. Certainly, we could anticipate the next year the company could utilize IBEW local labor, certainly, but I think the emphasis really today is just the timeliness of it. We understand as staff the concern, the inability to have this deal still be on the table and available. But we do know that if we delay, we will be under NEM 3.0. That will be another process. I do want to assure the council that we have the EV conduits and substructure in place, much like planning with the school districts have done to get charging stations in, and even here at City Hall. That was the same approach. We are not able to finance or fund actually the charging units with the energy savings. That's got to be a companion effort. The city secured air district grants and state grants for the charging stations, and we could take that very same approach with this project. But I'm very pleased that we've been able to bring you a package that will, at these locations, deliver the really heavy lift of getting that infrastructure and below the ground, such that now it's really plug and play with a vendor to put EV chargers in place.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, would you raise your hand again, or is that from previously?
No, I'm sorry. It's from previous. That's lower right now. Thank you.
Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
We have a motion, but we don't have a second. Motion to deny and come back with an RFP for local complete green energy package.
I'll second that. So I don't have anyone else punched up, but now that we do have the motion on the floor, is there any other comment from council? City Manager.
I just want to reiterate, I cannot make a commitment that we can do all of these RFPs for airport and these. I'm concerned about making the NIMS deadline. So once again, risk versus reward.
City Manager, just one simple question. Can we outsource the RFP process so that we can make sure we meet the timeliness? Is that an option for you?
We can outsource part of the RFP process, but I can tell you, we are outsourcing a whole bunch of stuff in this city, and maybe now that the economy is slowing down a little bit, we can have more timeliness with the private sector, but honestly, they have been just as busy as we are, and so we haven't yet seen a whole lot of time savings, but there still is a portion that the city has to do before we can outsource, but that certainly is an option, but this is a lot, and so I just want to make sure that, I was comfortable committing to the airport, but all of this in one is a lot, and I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I will amend my motion to include authorizing the staff to outsource the RFP if that is a viable option and a preferred option for staff.
I'm amenable to that.
For the record, how much more will it cost to outsource it and add to the cost of taxpayers? Can you give me kind of a ballpark, City Manager?
Scott, any idea? Can you help me on that?
I think the first question, just thinking through this, is are we going to have to do an RFP for bringing a firm on board to do the outsourcing? Because if so, on a competitive process, that will add months just to. I mean, we'll be still here maybe 6 months to get the draft together. I don't think developing. I mean, part of it is developing it. Part is the legal review on an RFP. City Attorney's Office handles that aspect as well. So yeah, it just depends upon the volume and what happens with the next item on the agenda as well.
Director, just one question. I know we put out 2 other RFPs for energy solar. Couldn't you use one of those RFPs? Aren't they still valid?
That was, Council, that was project specific. That was a request for qualifications for energy efficiency projects at our parks, police, and fire facilities. So we would need to do a new one. At least that'd be a starting point. But I share City Manager's concerns, especially on staff capacity, given everything else with Measure P, federal infrastructure funds, ARPA.
Yeah, we definitely get you guys are busy, but I do trust your ability to deliver on the council's, if the council wishes to go in this direction.
And we have one more layer because the airport one is federal funded, so you have to do all the federal procurement requirements also.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call the roll on the motion.
This is to deny 1T and come back with the RFP with the authority to outsource if feasible. Councilmember Soria.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 4-3.
All right, let's move on to item 1V, as in Victor. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. I just have one question, City Manager. Are you still requesting that the Deputy City Manager range be increased?
If Marissa can come up, I want to reiterate, and I'll have her. She is the professional, human relations professional, and that is her recommendation for the purposes of the structure of our salary resolution. There are several changes that are going to be coming, continued changes to make sure that our salary resolution has the right classifications at the right levels. And so I'm going to stand by her recommendation, not about my department, but I'm not going to overrule her professional judgment that our salary resolution is structurally imbalanced.
And it is, but you ultimately are recommending this, right, as a city manager?
I am.
Understood.
And I'm going to put on the record, none of my existing personnel are near the top of the range. This has nothing to do with getting people more money. This is about having a salary resolution that is properly structured.
Thank you. And can you remind me, Director, how much of an increase this position is being requested to increase by?
We're just talking about the Deputy City Manager.
Correct.
It's a 15.6% increase in the range.
In actual dollars, what's the annual maximum salary now, and what's the annual maximum salary being recommended?
The annual maximum salary right now is $11,401. I'm sorry, that's the monthly. And the monthly max that we're proposing is $13,181.
So I'm not a math guy, so what is that annually?
Okay, let me get it. You asked me last time too, but let me grab it again.
And I think I have it at $136,808.12 is the current maximum salary, and you guys are recommending $158,172 as the maximum.
Let's see here. That is correct.
All right. And can you also remind me what is the minimum qualifications for this position?
Well, let me grab that.
And is the position vacant or occupied?
Well, we have 3 positions, so 2 of them are filled and we have 1 vacant right now.
Okay.
I'm going to let our class and comp manager speak
Sure.
on the minimum qualifications.
Thank you, Director. Does this require a law degree or?
No, I know that, no.
Because I know the mayor doesn't like us council members getting pay higher than bare minimum wage since, we're not that highly qualified.
Come on, council member, it has nothing to do with that.
I know, but the mayor's looking at me, so I got to make him laugh. It's been a long day today.
Sorry, I'm pulling this information.
It's okay.
Okay, here we go. Minimum qualifications. Deputy City Manager. Experience, 4 years of direct experience managing or developing programs, projects, and activities related to the assignment. Experience within a municipality of similar size and scope is preferred. That's the for experience. Education, graduation from an accredited college or university with a bachelor's degree in public administration, business administration, or related field. A master's degree in public or business administration is desirable.
Perfect. Thank you, City Manager. And then my last question is, are the other positions that you're requesting filled, or are they vacant?
So far, our chief labor negotiator, that is currently vacant. It's been vacant for well over a year. For the project liaison program administrator position, we have some vacant positions in various departments, and we have a couple that are filled.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Those are all my questions. Okay. Thank you both.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll on item 1V.
Motion to approve 1B by Vice
V as in
President
Victor.
Maxwell. V as in Victor. And seconded by Councilmember Soria.
And repeat the motion.
Approve.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
We're going to move on to item 1CC.
Council President, just really quick. I
was getting to that. I can read your mind from here. We're going to take item 1C briefly, and then we're going to take a detour to the 1:30 p.m. workshop. Is that what you're going to talk
You
about?
actually didn't read my mind this time.
I did, yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you to Marissa. Tomorrow's going to be her last day with us, so I think this is a fitting send-off on a unanimous council vote on an item that was very important to the work that she was doing. So Marissa, thank you so much for your service to the city of Fresno. You'll be greatly missed, and best wishes in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Marissa.
Congratulations. And I know you're probably getting more money and better benefits, but good for you and your family.
She's
And
probably
less
happy
headaches.
she doesn't have to put up
Congratulations.
with the council anymore.
Exactly.
Definitely better health care. We need better than 80/20.
Now you can read my next mind read. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to take item 1CC and then take a detour to 1:30 p.m. item to get that workshop done because city manager has informed me the presenter is from out of town.
Yes, thank you.
All right, item 1CC.
That's me.
Yes.
I think Councilwoman Soria pulled that item.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, and I know that you guys have given a lot of information over the last kind of 48 hours regarding PLA questions and so forth. And so I know with, even just conversations that folks were having right now regarding building trade jobs and so forth, I was a little obviously disappointed that, this item coming forward wasn't inclusive of the PLA, understood the process of how that got missed. I know that we went out to request approval, a blanket approval for all our projects, but I understand that that's not the process that the state or Caltrans has for it. So my question, I guess, to you guys, because from the message that the director for Region 6 sent us, was they offered an alternative, so maybe the PLA's wasn't applicable at this time because it would have taken a lot longer to get approved. But why didn't we pursue scoping the local hire goals that they offered as an alternative? That's what is concerning to me. In this, I support the project, I support the jobs that it comes with, but when we're talking about local hire, that has been a critical component. I know, City Manager, you mentioned that the policy that this council, not this council specific, but the council back in 2016 when Oliver Baines was here, we did do a local hiring policy that is kind of outdated. So I guess I wanted to understand why couldn't we pursue at that point when you guys were putting the scoping together, the local hiring option that they offered us to include. I'm just wondering what your guys' rationale was behind that.
Scott, I think you know what she's referring to, right, in the email that Diana had sent.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So within the PLA, of course, there is the local hire goals, but also the PLA deals with apprenticeships, the union, signatory contractors, requirement for all craft workers on the projects to be represented by the unions, payment of retirement, health, welfare, everything that's within that. From a policy perspective, we have shared what Caltrans has offered with the building trades. And that really is a policy call, because if we were to do the local hire, Caltrans has said you can put local hire into your bid specifications. That will not have any union requirements and no apprenticeship requirements at all. It would be purely Caltrans is saying we can add a local hire goal for the contractor. The concern may be is the city then not pursuing the PLA diligently for use on these projects, and instead somewhat taking an off-ramp and saying, well, we'll just, you might say settle or for only the local hire goal on them. What staff has done is attempted to be true to the PLA and continued to pursue that on any and all projects over $1 million.
And I appreciate that. I know that moving forward with the other ones, but then this one we're not. And so that's why, the alternative would have been, in my eyes, to at least have, at minimum, the local hiring, because we learned that the PLA wouldn't be applicable, right? Or we couldn't, at least at this point, get the authorization within the time frame. And so I feel like there was a missed opportunity. Yeah, maybe it's not the trades. That obviously, the fact that it's not a PLA, that, we're foregoing those specific jobs, but we also forewent an opportunity to say local hire and to have some local hiring goals. And I think this council has been pretty clear about the projects that we're going to build in the city of Fresno. We should be intentional about them and make sure that it's people from our city, from our local area, actually benefiting from these jobs and these opportunities, rather than being, just relying on labor force being imported in from Los Angeles or the Bay Area. And so that was really, that's why I asked a lot of questions, and I'm not very comfortable with, where we're at in terms of not having local hire, not the PLA applicable to this. How do we make sure moving forward that we're not in this position again, that you're not telling me, well, if you reject today, it's going to take us another, and then that other projects don't go through this same situation, because we know that there's a lengthy process in the PLA approval process through the Caltrans.
Right.
Region 6 office.
Hold on, Scott, just a second. Two things. One, I think we need to get Caltrans's local hire preference and make sure that it is consistent with our charter, because I do know that the Oliver Baines national targeted hiring, the local hiring stuff, there are some hoops that you have to jump through in order to make it consistent with what we can do under our charter. So I know that the way that was developed was consistent and legal. We definitely need to update that to make sure, and Scott has committed to working on that and bringing that back to make sure that it has a built-in escalator. So we're not at the point again in the future where it's like it's not even worth it because the wages are lower. And two, I think it would also be good to get our hands on the Caltrans policy and have the attorney's office look at it and make sure that it is something that we could even implement legally in our city. And then Scott, I'll let you go from there.
Thank you, City Manager. And excuse me, I want to give a lot of kudos to my Assistant Director, Randall Morrison, and the team, because from a strategy perspective, this was, this was about 4 years ago. We looked at the Veterans Boulevard project. We could have bid the freeway interchange all together with the road work all the way up to Herndon. But what we did strategically with Randall's recommendation, suggestion is, here is a great local contractor opportunity. We knew for the interchange that none of our regular contractors had the bonding capacity to do that. We knew we would get someone from outside the region to prime that job. But we broke out the contract before you today, And in order to promote more local work opportunities, even given the federal rules that eliminate things like local preference ordinance and other things. And so the good news before you today is that we have a very strong local contractor, Yarbs Construction. They've done a number of city projects in the past, such as they were the contractor on the Peach Avenue project. I know Councilmember Chavez remembers very well. They did a very solid job on that work. They have, you know, vast majority local employees. This is a local team that really doesn't take work to LA or the Bay Area. So with that, we understand council's interest in local hire and the PLA, but we'd recommend moving forward with this contract today.
So question then, just to follow up on that. So I get it. This is a phased, you guys are using phases in the build out. So this is considered phase 4B per the map. So can you put on the record today that for the remainder of the phases, we will act with enough time to make sure that it's either PLA qualified or that we have a local hire policy implemented as part of the project to assure us that that's what we're going to see for the remainder of the project or of the phases?
And Council, this actually is the last phase.
Oh, is that?
But
okay.
we understand that direction. We're moving in that same direction on other major infrastructure projects.
Okay, so then all of the other ones are already built out?
That's correct. We opened the Veterans Boulevard overpass
Yeah.
traffic. We built out on Bullard. We're built out on Shaw to Barstow, and the interchange is well under construction, along with the Veterans Trail that went up. So this is the very last piece.
Okay, but I thought that there's plans to potentially because it gets connected right to like Grantland or that area?
And yes, Council, that is not a city capital project, but that is a requirement upon the Park West development. So we're working with the developer on that project. That's correct.
I see. Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that, you know, we don't miss these opportunities because I feel like we didn't put into play, you know, a policy that this council worked hard to adopt. And the importance really, I'm glad that the contractor that you guys are recommending is a local contractor, and hopefully majority of the folks that work with him are from the local community. But again, just having the policy I think is much necessary. So I'm looking forward to you guys bringing that hopefully before I leave so that we have that updated. So I'll make well, it's in Councilmember Carbasi's district, so I don't know if he wants to make a motion, but I'm happy to move forward with it.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. I'll make the motion if you want a second, but I have some questions.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. I actually completely share my colleagues' concerns. I think, and bringing the staff report, it's pretty clear Public Works staff knows how we feel about PLAs and that we've taken a very strong position on them. This is a really big deal, this project. I'm very proud of the project. Scott, how many years have you been with the city of Fresno?
20 years.
And how many years have you been working on this?
And Council, I actually was a city traffic engineer at the time, so it was late 2005 when it was realized the need. We really need to start planning this because it's on our general plan, development starting to close in on this area. 17 years.
Yeah, so, and it's, I can't emphasize enough, I think when it's built, you know, we had some folks talk about West the 99, West Fresno. This is going to be such a big, it's the missing piece that's going to get them to be able to go to River Park or wherever they want to go, doctor's appointments. Maybe we'll get the Herndon Crosstown to divert and go all the way down there. Who knows? But this is something I'm really, really excited to see happen. And kudos to Public Works. I just want to clarify because I think something came up. It reminded me of something. I also agree with Councilmember Soria about extending it. I think it is a requirement for Park West. But Scott, when we originally got the the original version of Measure C, did that not include some funding for Veterans Boulevard to complete it? And was that altered with this new change the council made?
Council, no, it was included, but Measure C only provided partial funding for that entire corridor. So although the limits are, you know, in theory eligible, what's been programmed in that plan over many years as Fresno COG and FCTA have updated the spending plan for Veterans Boulevard, there was only enough Measure C funding and what's called the RTMF, the countywide, the developer fees, to really to build the interchange and a portion of it. So we've had we've had to go out and really work on grants, the federal build grant at 10 million. We had to aggressively pursue the STIP funding, and then also our local developer fees building that out.
And maybe you answered the question, but I may have not been clear. What I'm saying is for the, not for what we've done to this point, but we were talking about the future of veterans going all the way down to Grantland. Was there not the original version of Measure C, did that not include that as one of the priority areas?
I think he's talking about MC3.
Oh,
the,
yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
In terms of MC3, Measure C renewal, which would be on the ballot, yes, there was originally a version that included Grantland Avenue, not the portion just to get to the Central Unified Jared Garza High School and that area, but it's really from the 180 corridor, which is outside of our sphere. That's totally in the county, really up to Shields Avenue. That was the piece that was originally in. It's still in the plan, but it would be Tier 2, not a Tier 1 project.
And if I recall correctly, that was the plan that the mayor and the council members negotiated to change Measure C. They removed that from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Is that correct?
Correct. The final version that was approved by Fresno COG and then the county and FCTA.
But that was based on what we took, what not me, but what some people took that, correct?
Yes, and in the modified version of the plan, it did add the east-west roadways, west of 99, the Ashland, Clinton, McKinley corridors that I know we do receive lots and lots of complaints and concerns from our west area community. So it put that in that is in the city sphere and took the county roadway kind of in the county widened to 4-lane. It took that not totally out, but it moved it to Tier 2.
Okay, it's just robbing Peter to pay Paul. I just want that on the record. So that's all I have. I'm ready to move forward. Thank you very much.
Mike, we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're just making sure that we're prioritizing existing streets that were never invested in and were not planned for the widening. That's why Shaw Avenue, you've seen on Shaw and Polk, the backlog that it gets because it was never. So that's the only thing that we did. We reprioritized, and residents that live in the forgotten Fresno area, that's what they told me they wanted to see in the Measure C. They wanted to see the Ashland, the Shaw corridors be prioritized in widening before we construct a whole new area west of their neighborhoods. And so that was important to them. So it's not robbing Peter to pay Paul, it's just prioritization of the investment in the infrastructure. All the pieces work together, and those first Shaw and Ashland are critical to then following the connection of the rest of Veterans Boulevard. So they all are important, but I think that we have to prioritize the existing neighborhoods that for a long time were forgotten.
No, and that's fair. No, I get that, Councilmember. But I also appreciate that you negotiated that, but you still voted for Measure C. But I can't say the same for the guy next to you. No, I appreciate that, Councilmember. Good point. Okay.
Leave Todd alone. He's a city clerk.
That was funny.
What
Okay.
time is it in Armenia, Councilmember Karbasi?
It is 3:25.
You're sleep deprived now, friend.
All right, all right. Do we have a motion on the table, clerk? And a second. Okay, let's go ahead and take a roll call.
All right.
Oh, wait, 1 second. Councilmember Butterfield wants to know the motion. Clarify. Yeah.
Oh, certainly. The motion is to approve 1CC by Councilmember Karbasi, seconded by Councilmember Soria. All right. And let's do the vote, I believe. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
I was going to vote yes, and then Mike started on convinced me to vote no, but I'll vote yes because this project needs to be completed.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, 7-0, it passes.
Okay, we're going over to the 1:30 workshop at 4:30. And then we'll snap back into the contested consent. So in contested consent, we still have HH, KK, LL, TT, WW, and then the rest of the open session agenda, and then the alphabet and closed session.
Miguel, really?
We're going to the 1:30 p.m.
Hey, you're the longest
workshop with respect to the housing element.
Can we do 1HH real quick? It's just a motion to approve. I got my answers, my questions answered during the break.
Make a motion.
Motion to approve 1HH.
Second. Okay. Take a roll call on 1HH, please.
Right there. There we go. HH. Boom. So this is 1HH. And the motion was by Councilmember Arias, second by
Soria.
Councilmember Soria. All right. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
Okay. Sophia, take it away.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. Sophia Pagalatis with Planning and Development. And I just wanted to give you a brief introduction this afternoon to our Housing Element Workshop and introduce the consultant who is going to make the presentation for us today. Last spring, as you probably recall, you voted to participate in a multi-jurisdictional housing element update effort led by the Fresno COG. And so this presentation today is going to give you an overview of that process. It is for the 6th cycle housing element. And Chelsea Payne of Ascent Environmental, who is part of the consultant team on that effort, is going to present to you this afternoon. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Payne.
Thank you, Sophia. Good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council. My name is Chelsea Payne. I'm the Director of Urban Design and Planning with Ascent. We're a consulting firm based out of Sacramento. I appreciate you moving this item up so I can get back to my kids at bedtime tonight. I've worked on about 70 housing elements during the past 3 cycles, about a dozen during the 6th cycle, which is what we're in right now. So really excited to be here and have this opportunity to work with the City of Fresno on your 6th cycle housing element. So in today's presentation, I'm going to just do a very brief introduction to the project team, provide a really high-level overview of what the requirements of the housing element are, talk about the city's housing target called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and then touch on some key changes to state law that affect the housing element. As Sophia mentioned, along with all of the jurisdictions that are listed here, the City of Fresno opted to participate in this regional multi-jurisdictional effort. And Christine Kai, Deputy Director at the Fresno Council of Governments, is the overall project manager that's helping to coordinate between all of the jurisdictions within Fresno County. PlaceWorks is the lead consulting firm that's managing the larger consulting team. And as Sophia said, I'm with Ascent, and we are your project management team for this housing element update. Provo and Pritchard is also on the project and serving as project manager for other jurisdictions here. And our team also includes staff from the California Coalition for Rural Housing, who are leading the outreach efforts. The purpose of today's meeting is, as I said, to provide an overview of the process and new state laws, to provide some information on the project timeline so you know what to expect there. But today's discussion is also an opportunity for the City Council to ask any questions about the process and then provide any initial input on the potential housing issues and opportunities that you would like to see addressed in the housing element. But this is the first of many meetings that you'll have on this item. So first, starting with just an overview, the housing element is a required element of the city's general plan, and it's a plan to meet the housing needs of all community members
as well as a plan to accommodate the city's fair share of the projected future regional housing need. And every city and county in California is required to prepare a housing element and to update them every 8 years. And the state sets the adoption deadline for when housing elements have to be updated. And for the city of Fresno, your adoption deadline is December 31st, 2023. Unlike other elements of the general plan, there are very detailed requirements in state law for what has to go into a housing element. So they tend to be a very lengthy document with a lot of information. They're also the only element of the general plan that's reviewed by the state for compliance with state law. And the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, is the department that's responsible for that compliance review. And the housing element has to plan for the housing needs of all economic segments of the community. And there's a real emphasis on meeting the needs of the city's lower income households and the most vulnerable populations. The housing element has to demonstrate that the city has adequate zoning to accommodate the city's assigned housing unit target, and has to include goals, policies, and actions to meet the housing needs of the entire community. And this includes populations with special housing needs like farm workers, people with disabilities, seniors, and the unhoused. So this is a real opportunity for the city to think critically about the community's housing needs and develop a meaningful action plan to address housing. The housing element does not require the city to build the assigned housing unit. The city's obligation, as I said, is to ensure that there's appropriate zoning to allow for that housing to be built and to address any barriers to housing production. The city is also not obligated to provide funding to build the assigned housing units, and the city is not approving any specific residential developments with the adoption of the housing element. As I said, there's a lot of information that goes into the housing element. We start by conducting a housing needs assessment to understand the housing needs of city residents, and that includes residents with special housing needs, as I mentioned. There's a new requirement to prepare a fair housing assessment to understand issues related to housing discrimination, segregation, or unequal access to opportunities. We conduct a very detailed inventory of all of the available housing sites in the city, and we look at potential constraints to housing production in an effort to help reduce barriers to housing. We have to evaluate the effectiveness of the programs, the actions in your existing housing element, and then based on all of that analysis, based on that evaluation and input from the community, we update the goals, policies, and the programs to address housing needs for the next 8 years. Here's the project timeline. This was developed with the goal of adoption hearings by December 2023. And in order to meet that deadline, we started our outreach efforts in July of this year. And I know that the city is working to supplement this contract with additional outreach, so that'll be going out on through the duration of this project. We're aiming to have a public draft ready for public review by February of 2023. And then at that time, we'll have another round of community workshops to get feedback on the housing element. And then we'll be submitting it to HCD, to the state, for their review. And that process generally, at a minimum, takes 5-6 months or longer. But we're hoping to have that completed by September to be able to hold adoption hearings before the end of next year. So next I'm going to talk about the regional housing needs allocation, which is the city's assigned housing unit production target for the housing element planning period. Here in California, housing needs are assessed at a regional level based on population projections and several other factors. And a regional housing target called the determination is assigned by the state to every region. So HCD, the state, assigned the Fresno region 58,298 housing units to be accommodated over the roughly 8-year period. And so once this regional determination is made, Then the Fresno Council of Governments develops a methodology to distribute that regional housing need to every jurisdiction. And this process is called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA. And then once each city or county receives that housing target, you're responsible for updating your housing element to show how you can accommodate your assigned housing needs. And based on the final methodology that was adopted by the Fresno Council of Governments, the city of Fresno's portion of that regional housing need is 36,866 housing units, which is about 63% of the total countywide housing determination. So if you think about an 8-year period, that's over 4,500 housing units per year.
Can I have you pause there? I know we generally make up 55% of the county's population, which I think is around 1 million people. And my understanding of Clovis as a city makes up more than 50% of the county population. Why are we overburdened with having to generate more housing? Why Clovis is underburdened, respective to their population?
The methodology that was used to distribute this number takes a lot of different factors into consideration. It looks at projected population growth. It looks at the location of jobs to strike a jobs housing balance. And it's also trying to meet infill goals and placing housing near transit. So there are a lot of different factors that tend to drive larger housing unit targets within the more urbanized areas.
But the city of Clovis is officially an urban center under the state and federal criteria. They now get transit-oriented development funds based on being an urban center. So why is the bar so low for them comparatively to the city of Fresno? And is that something that this body can change in this plan?
As I understand it, these numbers are now final. There were some adjustments made to shift some of the unincorporated counties' number proportionally to other jurisdictions, but the decision around this distribution has been final, and I believe the appeal period has ended. So these are the numbers assigned. And
who made that decision?
The Fresno Council of Governments, the board. So there's a methodology committee that was made up of representatives, staff representatives from each of the jurisdictions that participated in the process. And then ultimately the Fresno Council of Governments board adopted the methodology.
So it's fair to say that all the rural communities and Clovis determined that the city of Fresno should, be on the hook for generating more housing units than our current population representation is in the county. And now that period is passed.
So are we talking about RHNA numbers?
Yes.
So I know, we had a lot of those discussions about the RHNA numbers during the Measure C3 discussions, but the RHNA numbers, the mayor pushed back very aggressively, pushed back numbers back onto the county of Fresno. And ultimately, that was one of the things during the Measure C3 discussion when the county was getting shortchanged, that we agreed to take back the housing units because all the cities did, because we certainly do have capacity. Even, within SADA, we could accommodate the additional units. Is that accurate, Mayor and Jennifer?
I guess why I'm asking is, so does Clovis. I mean, they're one of the fastest growing cities in the state. They clearly have an appetite to grow. So why wasn't more housing allocated to the city of Clovis to produce?
And I will say the city of Clovis's allocation increased, I believe, by even more than the city of Fresno's. I don't have the increase.
Yes, percentage-wise. They were not very happy either. Clovis was not happy either.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses.
I know that makes you happy.
And you can see here how the housing unit target is broken down by the different income levels that are based on the area median income. And you can see here how your housing unit target compares to the current RHNA cycle, the 2015 to 2023. So it's about a 56% increase. This was pretty common across the state. I'm working in some jurisdictions that saw a threefold increase in their RHNA numbers. This is really a reflection of the housing crisis that we're in here in California, and the increased allocations just across the state. So just about every jurisdiction is looking at accommodating a much higher RHNA for this housing element cycle. I'll point out that the city's lower income RHNA, which is the combination of the very low and the low income categories combined, is about 15,000 housing units, or about 41% of your total RHNA. These are the income categories that are typically the hardest for communities to meet. So a lot of attention in the sites inventory is on how jurisdictions are meeting their lower income RHNA. Just for context, a low income family of 4 is a household that makes about $62,000 a year. A very low income family of 4 around $39,000. So again, the city does not build housing, but the city does regulate land use and zoning, which determines where and how much housing can be built. So in the housing element, we have to demonstrate how the city can accommodate the housing units for each of the income categories. And it's generally assumed that sites with zoning that allows for higher density residential development can meet the lower income RHNA. And specifically under state law, what's called the default density for lower income housing for Clovis is 30 units per acre. So if the zoning on a site allows at least 30 units per acre, you can count that as an opportunity site for lower income housing. So in the housing element, we prepare a very detailed inventory of vacant and underutilized sites where housing can be built. We start with the sites in your current housing element, but recognizing that you have a much higher target this time around, we're going to be taking a fresh look at your sites inventory. We're going to be looking at new sites that are either vacant or are underutilized. Maybe they've been rezoned since the last housing element. Maybe they were overlooked. We're going to be looking in infill areas, in any new growth areas, and identifying a full inventory of sites. We also look at recent building permit trends for accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and we will make a projection of how many of those we expect to be built in the next 8 years, and you count those towards your RHNA. And we look at any developments that are in the pipeline and expected to be built over the next 8 years. So all of that gets added up. And then if we determine that you have enough capacity to meet your RHNA, we demonstrate that to the state. If you do not, then the city would have a rezone obligation and would have 3 years to rezone sites to make up any shortfall. So I'm going to talk next very briefly about some of the key changes in state law that affect the housing element. I think we all know the legislature has been really busy at work passing a lot of bills to accelerate housing production. These are just a few that affect this 6-cycle housing
Chelsea,
element.
I'm going to be paused for a second. Let me send my Sergeant-at-Arms, Vice President Maxwell, to find a quorum for us.
And technically, as a workshop, in the
okay.
past, we've moved forward with these items.
Okay. All right.
Why didn't you tell me that? I've been waiting here all this time.
Oh,
I'm
damn.
kidding.
I forgot about Mike. Okay, never mind. We have a quorum. I totally forgot. Okay, we do have a quorum, but nothing
All right, great.
mattered according to the clerk. Sorry, Chelsea, proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, so first, Assembly Bill 215. This bill updated the timeline for housing elements. It also set a required 30-day public review period on the housing element, and it extended the review period of the state. So it adds more time overall to the housing element update process, but we've accounted for that in the project schedule. AB 1398, this requires that local governments that fail to adopt a legally compliant housing element within 120 days of that deadline, the December 31st, 2023, if you were to have a rezone obligation, instead of 3 years, you would only have 1 year to complete it. So that's a new penalty under state law. Assembly Bill 72, this bill strengthened the state's enforcement authority. Through AB 72, HCD, can revoke housing element compliance for failure to complete a rezone obligation, failure to take action consistent with your housing element, or for any actions taken inconsistent with the housing element. HCD can also report to the Attorney General any violations of several laws: no net loss law, the Housing Accountability Act, density bonus law, and fair housing law. So the state is really ramping up their enforcement efforts. Assembly Bill 1397 made several changes to how we inventory sites in the housing element. It generally prevents us counting sites that are too small or too large for lower income housing, and has made it a little more challenging to count non-vacant sites. And then for any sites that you've counted in previous housing elements, if you want to continue to count them as lower income sites, you have to allow affordable housing development by right on those sites in the future. Senate Bill 166, this made changes to no net loss regulations. So if a project is approved on a housing element site with either fewer units or at a different income level, then the city has to make findings that there are adequate sites on the remaining sites to meet the RHNA. Or if you can't make that finding, you have to identify additional sites, make them available within 180 days. So essentially, this law makes it harder to maintain adequate sites through the planning period as projects are approved on these sites, and makes it really important to have a buffer of additional lower income housing capacity in your sites inventory. Senate Bill 35 it established a ministerial approval process for projects with affordable units, depending on a jurisdiction's progress towards meeting their RHNA. Senate Bill 330, or the Housing Crisis Act, this is another streamlining bill. It prohibits downzonings, it reduces application processing times, and requires design standards to be objective and not subjective. Assembly Bill 686, this bill has resulted in significant changes to the housing element requirements. It's probably the single bill, the biggest bill that the state is focusing on in their review of housing elements for compliance. This bill expands the city's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing, which means taking meaningful actions to combat discrimination, overcome patterns of segregation, and foster inclusive and equitable communities where everyone has equal access to opportunities. The bill requires jurisdictions to have more robust outreach as part of housing element updates to make sure that you're reaching underrepresented populations. It requires that we prepare a detailed assessment of fair housing issues. We have to make sure that the site's inventory will foster an inclusive community and avoid any further segregation or concentration of lower income housing. And then every implementation program in the housing element really has to be viewed through the lens of fair housing to make sure that all of your actions will serve to affirmatively further fair housing. So this is the lens that we have to look at all of your housing element actions through. And then lastly, Senate Bill 9 is a recent bill that requires ministerial approval of urban lot splits and for up to 2 units per single family lot. So this is also a bill, we're noticing that in HCD's review, they're really pushing to see more actions to expand housing opportunities in traditionally single-family neighborhoods. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the housing element and also to hear any initial input you'd like to share.
Yeah, Chelsea, just to piggyback briefly off of the last few slides, the different bills being signed currently, will that have any impact on this particular element at all, or will that have to be incorporated into future housing elements?
We'll definitely take any bills into consideration. There are some bills around allowing residential and commercial zoning. I don't see anything that is going to really fundamentally change how we approach the housing element, but we're always keeping an eye on the latest legislation, and it can be a moving target.
I was thinking SB6 as well. That's exactly what was on my mind today. Okay. Other colleagues have questions? Okay, Chelsea, thank you. Safe travels back.
Thank you very much.
Rest well knowing that we'll still be here when you get home.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, let's move back into the contested consent. We have 4 more items. I anticipate 3 of them will go move pretty quickly. Moving on to item 1KK regarding the 2 Title 6 fair equity analysis for DOT.
We're ready. Councilmember Maxwell, we're ready.
Just have a quick question for the record. Title VI, equity analysis is done to ensure that no populations are being unduly discriminated against by providing zero fare to certain populations. We did this primarily to cover the new populations added under the Kaiser Grant. Again, Mr. Vargas, those are the senior 65 and over, Medicare card holders, and folks with disability. The study came back concluding that it was not discriminatory towards those populations under the terms of this grant. One quick question for you, and then I'll make a motion to approve. Hypothetically, if I were to bring forward a resolution making this permanent outside of this grant, would this Title VI cover a resolution to allow zero fare for these populations in perpetuity?
Sure. Good afternoon, Council. Joe Vargas, Transportation. I believe that it would. Obviously, we'd have to partner with City Attorney's Office and our Civil Rights Office with Region 9 FTA. But we believe that because they're already offered a reduced fare, that we wouldn't necessarily run into an issue. But again, we'd want to partner with the right folks at Region 9 for FTA to confirm that.
And Councilmember Maxwell, we will be doing our full Title VI evaluation in the coming weeks. We'll be coming to council, I think, on the 13th. So we can always, that will be one of the things that will continue to be studied and will be documented in that next full Title VI report that we do.
Correct.
Thank you, City Manager. So I do want a clear answer at some point. If you could team up with the City Attorney's Office to give me an answer in the next couple weeks. You heard me talk about earlier during the trolley thing. I hope I don't ever need to bring a resolution forward to that effect. If I do, I want to make sure that we're covered and we don't have to undergo another several-month Title VI study. So again, City Attorney, Transportation Department, if you folks could link up and determine whether this Title VI findings would be sufficient to cover these populations, if I were to bring forward a resolution to cover them permanently, I'd appreciate that.
Again, Councilmember, I just want to echo that we do have to study it every so many years. And so that would be part of this next Title VI. So it should clear it up immediately with this next report that we're doing.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Notwithstanding, if I could have a response back in a few weeks, appreciate it. Motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll on item 1KK.
Motion to approve item 1KK by Vice President Maxwell, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria? Yes. Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez? Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Yes.
And Council President Esparza?
Aye.
7-0, passes.
All right, item 1LL, moved by Councilmember Arias.
So I'm going to start this one off and just be very clear.
Let me save you some time, citizen,
Okay.
before you talk yourself into a no. I have reviewed this item thoroughly, and it's dedicated for the transit system, which is basically just focused on the employees, and I'm comfortable with moving forward with this project, so I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll on item 1LL before Greg talks us into a no.
I think Greg was going to say that we're going to shut down all buses if we don't approve this. Be a bus strike.
And no Wi-Fi.
And no Wi-Fi.
Motion to approve item 1LL by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Soria, absent.
I seconded that, City Clerk.
We look alike.
Okay.
Councilmember Bredefeld doesn't want to be on the record supporting bus service.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-0 passes.
All right, let's move on to item 1TT, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yes, Council President, I'd like to make a request to separate these two items for two separate votes, one on Measure M and one on Measure C.
Do we need a vote for that, Clerk? Attorney?
We can just do that.
Okay, so we'll go ahead.
No. The answer is no.
No?
No, you don't.
Okay, got it. Okay.
With that, I'll
Yes,
make a motion to approve item 1M at the level of $450,000 as agendized.
Oh, not 1M, Measure M.
Yes, I'm sorry, Measure M, specifically 1B, as in boy.
1A and 1B, correct, Councilmember?
Correct.
Are we allowed to comment on this before we?
Yeah, we're open for discussion if there's a motion on the floor.
Did you get that second?
No, and the second was
Chavez.
Chavez. And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, that Measure M portion passed 6-0.
Council President, I will make a motion to pass the second part of this bifurcated motion to approve the funding for the Measure C public education with the same caveats that Councilmember Arias made, that all brochures, materials created by the distributor shall be fact-checked and reviewed for compliance by City Attorney's Office before distribution.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Chavez, third by Councilmember Carbasi. I think you wanted to jump in on that.
Thanks.
Councilmember Arias, have you punched up, followed by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to point out that in this case, I will not be supportive of Measure C. The difference and the distinction for me is that Measure M, the veterans measure that was approved by the council and just approved for education outreach, does not have campaign committees associated to the measure. There is no yes on Measure M, no on Measure M. In the case of Measure C, not only is there two committees, but the vendor that's being recommended is actually the same vendor that's running the Yes on Measure C campaign. And Brianna, if you could pull up the photo that I provided you. I want to give you guys an example of the quality of work and the concerns that I have in supporting this measure. What's in your screen is a flyer produced by this vendor, distributed at the state of the county this week. And as you can know, it's very clearly identifying that approving the measure would have a whole lot of benefits, which for me is a clear crossing of the line where they've gone into advocacy. When I was at Fresno Unified, I was responsible for running an informational initiative for a bond measure. And yes, legal counsel has to review and approve, but in my experience, this is a very clear indication of them crossing the line. And we would be essentially providing this vendor $200,000 to engage in this same kind of activity. So for me, there's not only concern that this vendor has a political campaign in which they're required to advocate for Yes on C based on the political contributions. In addition to that, the Measure C governing body, FCTA and COG, has already provided this vendor $850,000 to do education and outreach. You could argue half of the money was from the city of Fresno because we represent half of the folks who provide revenue for that body. They have already been provided nearly $1 million to do education outreach throughout the year. Providing them another $250,000 on top of that would have the city over contributing our fair share and would be above and beyond what even the Measure M is receiving. So from my perspective, I think, since they have a yes on Measure C committee, they can simply do what everyone else does when there's political committees, is fundraise and secure that money. But given the concerns that I have and the evidence that things are already getting pretty close, if not crossing the line, on information that's supposed to be factual and unbiased, I'm not willing to be served up to the district attorney or anyone else who's going to be responsible for investigating complaints of us crossing the line. And just as a reminder, violation of this government code is actually a criminal violation. So we would all have to lawyer up if these violations would occur, which I'm not interested in doing for a measure like this. So with that, I'm going to be no, and a clear no, because I don't believe that this has the ability and controls to remain a factual information initiative, and it puts us as a city at significant risk if the vendor was to repeat this kind of material with utilizing city funds. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, that piece of literature you just showed, was that funded by an appropriation made by this body directly with the caveat that our city attorneys would look over it for factual information?
It was funded with Measure C funds that are also part of the city's contribution to the Measure C.
But there's no way to tell whether that came directly from the city of Fresno or
Correct.
Perhaps another entity?
Correct. And just to clarify too, if you advocate for a vote or you advocate for the positives only, that crosses the line, and you should have put on that flyer, paid for by Yes on Measure C, to clearly identify that it was the campaign committee that funded the yes and the positive messaging. When you are supposed to just share basic unbiased information, then of course you can't just clearly elevate the positives and not point out anything else. Like, for example, it's a tax.
Council President, may I respond?
Sure.
First of all, I'm going to be managing this contract, and I can assure you that no, I'm giving my commitment on this dais that no, we'll follow the direction that no materials will be going out without the city attorney having reviewed them. So we will be very cautious. We're very clear on not only what the government code says, but what the FPPC guidance says, and make sure that we are staying, obviously, I wasn't aware that government code violations were criminal, but, you know, we all want to stay out of trouble, and I am committed, and I think that I am likely going to be administering the LGSC contract as well, and I can assure you that will also be the case. So while I can't speak to how somebody else managed a contract, it's been very clear with the consultant that I will be managing the contract, and I will be holding them to the standard that the council has set. So I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison. I don't want to be compared to, you know, a different level of contract management than what I plan on doing. Thank you.
All right, so I have Councilmember Bredefeld, Councilmember Chavez, and then Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, I also see this as different. Measure C, which I support, by the way, I've been very public in my support and will vote for it. But I don't support spending $250,000 of city money when there are campaign committees already promoting it. There is information out there, and this same company, JSA, has been hired to do some of that work. So I don't believe that we need to be committing city money in this way. That's very different than Measure M, that doesn't have any other means of educating the public other than what we've been willing to commit to it, which I support. So in this case, I will not be supporting this expenditure.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. And let the record show that today on this date, September 29th, Councilmember Arias is going to reject money from Measure C if it passes for his district in the future. He likes to use that line, so I think we're going to save this clip. But to the point of that, this is something I think is going to be probably one of the most important initiatives that we work on here this next couple of months. $6.8 billion, we know what that will do for our community, and I think the community has a right to know what exactly that will do. Is it a perfect plan? I don't think it is, but I think it does deserve to be vetted out there by the residents and the community. At the end of the day, all this council consented to was putting it on the ballot and letting the voters and the residents decide. So we'll see where they're at in November. But hopefully, you know, it works out. And if not, we'll come back to the drawing book. So with that, Council President, thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple things, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues who are unfortunately choosing to go against this. One thing is the work that the vendor did with COG, with FCTA, there was no Measure C at the time. This was just about, you know, wasn't even about advocating for it. It was about developing the measure, just for the record. I'm grateful that Councilman Bredefeld suggested the change where we have it reviewed by our attorneys, just to be extra careful. But here, in our political lives, we hire consultants. These same consultants work for Republicans and Democrats. In one flyer, they may say "Go high-speed rail," and for another campaign, they may say "No on high-speed rail." They're professionals. That's what they do. So I don't think that's really a concern that I'm uncomfortable with. And the bottom line is that there may be groups that sue us no matter what because they're unhappy, and that's what we've found from some of these advocacy groups. That's that's a card they play, and we're going to have to deal with that. But what I don't want to deal with is losing this measure when the iron's hot, and losing all that money that's going to go to develop our communities. And again, council members advocated for this at one point, so we should follow through. I really hope you reconsider and support this measure. The safeguards are there, and it's going to be done professionally. And we got the city manager's assurance, and we've got. Let's not forget that this is bipartisan. You've got the Chamber of Commerce, and you've got the building trades that are coming together because this is really important for everyone in our entire community. It's my second time trying to urge you to support labor. I urge you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Okay, no one else is punched up. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call a roll call vote?
Certainly. Council member this is for yes on Measure C items 2A and 2B. Motion by Vice President Maxwell, second by Council Member Chavez. Council Member Carbasi.
Yes.
Council Member Arias.
No.
Council Member Chavez.
Yes.
Council Member Bredefeld. Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Abstain for the second time.
All right, it passes 3-2.
If it fails, it requires 4 votes.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is that pass or fail?
We need a majority of the quorum that we have.
That contract requires 4 votes.
There are 6 present.
Oh, but there are 6 present for the abstain. So yes, it does fail for the tie, 3-3. Well,
it's
3-2 fails because we don't have a majority of a quorum that's here. Right.
All right, thank you.
I have a question and for legal counsel. I know we just had this vote and we didn't have that, even though we should have known that, we didn't have that information. Is there a way I can modify this slightly and make another motion and put it on the table?
I can see
what
the
is
wheels,
the amount?
I can see the wheels turning right now over the city attorneys.
Sorry.
Yeah, on 2B, it said amount not to exceed. What did you change it to? Was it 250 or was the language changed?
200 was the amount.
Okay, so I want to make a motion for 2A and 2B, but not to exceed $199,999.
Does that change anything, City Attorney?
So that's basically a motion for reconsideration. You have to, as a body, vote on the reconsideration because it's essentially the same motion, Councilmember Carbasi.
What can I put to make it different enough that we wouldn't have to do that part?
I think what the council member is trying to accomplish is trying to lower the threshold, is his question.
I think you got to be a lot more clear, Councilmember Carbasi, because we're scratching our heads over here.
Yeah, I think if a motion were substantially different than the initial motion, so I think if your spread is greater, it would be a different motion. And you
Okay,
have to be on the,
Can you give me, what would you
Can I
think?
make a suggestion to you, Mr. Karbasi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't like the notion of spending $200,000 of general fund money. If there's another pot of money that can be utilized, I don't know if people want to use, since they're, we're all, except maybe for Councilmember Arias, supportive of Measure C, willing to use your budgets to promote this.
I think Councilmember Butterfield, if we find a different budget source, that would be a budget amendment, which would require 5 votes to amend the budget because that was not initially appropriated for that purpose.
I don't know if that's true. Is that accurate, or City Attorney?
If it went over
repeat the
50,000.
question.
If the council wanted to, fund this out of, say, parks funds, just example, it's not appropriate for this purpose, so wouldn't that require 5 votes since there would be a budget amendment and an AAR?
So you would need
let's
an
be clear.
AAR if you were appropriating funds that were not previously appropriated, unless you are dealing with the city manager moving funds within a particular department for which she's got the authority to do.
I would like to note, though, Councilmember Butterfield, that during the budget process that was adopted unanimously, these $200,000 were set aside for outreach to the public, specifically for those purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Yeah,
they
I
were
mean,
set aside for the
good point.
purpose of outreach and services of citywide current services, not for ballot measures. It's for outreach for citywide
I don't
services.
recall when I voted, that was my understanding.
It was for public outreach.
Right.
This would be public outreach citywide. There was $200,000 of general fund dollars that was appropriated in the General City Purpose Division that was approved as part of the budget that you all voted for. Part 50,000 of that $200,000, am I getting the numbers right? Yeah, 50,000 was committed to eviction protection program communication citywide. So yes, theoretically, $150,000 of this proposed $200,000 is already in the budget for education and outreach. That has already been supported by this council, but I guess if you're saying that you don't want to use it for education and outreach on Measure C, that you want to use it for education and outreach on other items, that's your prerogative, but you have already voted for general fund dollars for education and outreach.
If it helps, Councilmember Ritterfeld, I promise we're not paying for these with a city credit card.
Councilmember Butterfield, would you be amenable to a different dollar amount so that we could utilize the function of these dollars that we set aside in the budget?
Yes.
What are you thinking, Councilmember?
Well, what's significant, City Attorney?
So
would
council-
$20,000 be significant? for
Council,
lowering it?
Council,
Yes, City
just a
Attorney.
point of procedural order here. Any motion that you make that is essentially the same motion as before requires that this body first make a motion to reconsider. That motion has to be made by a member on the prevailing side. The prevailing side in this case was not the side that voted yes. It was the side that voted no, since that's the motion that prevailed. So once that motion is made, you can then make a motion that is essentially a similar motion to the original motion.
Wait, so City Attorney, I want to get this straight. Even though the yeses got more votes, which is 3.
They were not the prevailing side.
They did not prevail, so the minority, the 2.
So it's
That
up to
is
me and
council
Gary.
rules.
So let me make it very simple for all of you. Only Councilmember Bredefeld or Councilmember Arias can bring this back to life. Is there a willingness to do that from either one of you?
Yes, there is a willingness on my part.
Thank you.
Okay, well, make a motion. Let's get the
I make a motion
procedural
for
out of the way.
reconsideration.
You need a second.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Only the motion needs to be made. The second doesn't need to be part of
Correct.
the prevailing side. All right, so we have a motion. We have a second for reconsideration of this item. Let's go ahead and take a roll call vote. Yes vote means you are open to reconsidering the item. A no vote means that you want the decision to stand that we've already made. Damn it. Okay. All right, one more time. A yes vote means that you want...
A yes vote means that you're going to start over.
Yes. A no vote means things will remain as they currently are.
All right, motion for reconsideration. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
Council President Esparza.
Abstain.
All right, same situation, it fails.
No, motion passes 4-1-1. So now,
So we are now reconsidering the original item. So there was 4 votes in favor of reconsidering. We now go back to the drawing
No.
board, and we are back on item 1TT, the Measure C portion. So
Mr.
we'll entertain
President.
a motion.
Can I ask a question? Is that okay?
Councilmember Carbasi, go
Yes.
ahead.
I just wanted to see what is, Raj, what is the difference that it would be significant enough to make another
it
motion?
doesn't. You can make the same motion again now. You just voted to
Okay.
start over.
So Councilmember Redefeld, to go to Council Vice President's question, is there a better number for you?
Well,
Councilmember Carbasi, again, I want to clarify. A motion to reconsider means that you can start over, meaning you can make the same motion again. Same number.
No, I know, but
Okay.
I also want to know where the comfort level of Mr. Redefeld is, because he will, yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi wants to make the sausage right here in front of everybody. Let's do it.
Well, that's fine. This is the public.
City
We're all
Attorney,
agreed.
I also want, at some point, when the motion is made and amount is identified, I want to make sure that we're clear about what the funding source is.
Same one as it was before.
No, it's based on whatever the motion or the maker makes, right?
But I don't think that's the issue now. We've already allocated the money for this, so I'm assuming it'll be the same, but that's a good question. We'll make it
So
clear.
the source of funding is whatever source of funding this item came in with. The city manager can clarify that.
Unless there's an amendment, then it would be the current source of funding.
Which is
Councilmember
already
Bredefeld, do you want to-
appropriated, no budget motion, appropriations motion is necessary.
Right. Again, with regard to the source of funding, if you're changing the source of funding, then we would need to have a further discussion. But if
Right.
nothing's changing,
Let me ask you this question, Councilmember Redefeld. In the spirit of the public good and Measure C that you support, would you reconsider and then support the original motion as it was made?
No, I'm not going to support it for the same reasons I outlined before. If we can't find a different funding source and that's not possible, then this is not going to pass.
And I would
I think
agree
if
with
we find a
Councilmember Bredefeld that I'm not willing to support general fund dollars, so if there's.
I don't think you're willing to support any dollars for this, though, Councilmember. So if you'd allow us to talk about this, that'd be
But
great.
Councilmember Carbasi, I know
Councilmember
you're in
Bredefeld.
Armenia, but if we find a different source that's not general fund, then I just want to be clear with the city attorney that if that money was not appropriate for this purpose, then there has to be that issue has to be resolved.
Okay, I'm going to reiterate.
Council
I'm sorry
President,
that I'm in Armenia, but
Council President, can we let one council member speak at a time, so we're not talking over each other?
Councilmember Bredefeld, I think.
The question I have is, can we use budgets, council district budgets for this expenditure at this time, based on how we agendize? Can someone make a motion to utilize district budgets to pass this item?
I can make a motion to utilize your district budget.
He's already paying for the audit. I'm not sure he has
I don't
enough
think we
left.
can, we're paying for the audit, so how's that going to work?
Yeah, I'm already paying for audits.
can we have?
We'll have enough in the 8th budget.
So,
Okay,
to the extent that district funds do not require AARs because they are appropriated for district expenditures, that motion can be made from district funds. City manager, do you agree?
City attorney, wouldn't you have to keep it below the 50,000 expenditure that the council member has authority for?
Still general fund dollars.
But we're passing it here on the dais, so they could exceed 50,000.
so.
Correct.
Yeah, I would agree that it would have to be within the $50,000 range of each council district without the need for budget appropriation money. If we were going to go for a larger amount than that, then I think we would need an AAR.
Councilmember Bredefeld, you are aware that our council district budgets come from general fund dollars during the budget
I think
process?
I'm aware of that.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the distinction.
Well, I think there's a big distinction. I mean, general fund dollars, not in our budgets, are used to pay for a variety of things. We have discretion over how our dollars are spent. If you value giving this money to JSA in an educational format, and you want to support that, I will support that. I will not personally do that, but if you want to and you feel it's important enough, I'm willing to support you in that endeavor.
I think we agreed it was important to all 7 of us up here when we made a unanimous decision to approve the mayor's budget as amended by this council that set aside these dollars for that exact purpose.
Yes, for a general purpose, but as I stated my objection as to why I don't want to support this with JSA, that still holds. And so
Councilmember Bredefeld, is it the contractor or is it the money?
yeah, it's the contractor because they're already being hired, they're already being utilized, there are already some issues that are raised. So I have some issues around that where I said before with Measure M, there are no one who is educating the public about Measure M.
And the reason why we need to do this contractor is because we don't have time to do an RFP, and the only way that we can bypass procurement is to do the uniquely qualified finding, similar to how we did with LGSC for Measure M. They were on board previously, so because for instance, we wouldn't be able to have LGSC do this work because they don't have any experience in Measure C. So that is why that contractor was selected. I know you've had issues with this contractor in the past when it came up through public utility, so I was just trying to figure out if it was the money or if it was the contractor. And so but that's why this contractor was, because otherwise, by the time we go through an RFP process, it's too late to educate the public. So yeah, I mean, I thought with the money, set aside in general city purpose for outreach, I thought that we would be okay, but obviously not. So yeah, obviously if folks want to use their budgets, obviously I'm sure, we would be, I don't know, I'll figure something out of salary savings in my budget if I have to, under $50,000 if everybody else wants to chip in, but obviously it's up to the council at this point.
And that's entirely up to the council if they want to do that.
Would you be willing to do that as well, Councilmember Bredefeld?
No, I said I would not.
Okay.
I mean,
so Councilmember Bredefeld has spoken, and I think that is effectively the end of the discussion.
Point of order. Can we move to the next item?
Can we what?
No, because there's a motion.
There's no motion on the table yet.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah, we have openly reconsidered. There's no motion currently.
I guess I'd like to hear from my colleagues in support of this if using council district funds would be something they'd be interested in.
I mean, thank you, Vice President. I guess I don't have a choice. If that's what it takes, this is too important. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars and thousands of jobs. I mean, if that's what it takes, fine. Look, I don't have a big staff. It's going to have to come out of money that would go to sidewalks. Fine. If that's what it takes to get your vote, Mr. Bredefeld, I'll do that. It stinks because it's still general fund money. That's how much I'm committed to this.
City attorneys would
yes, sir.
Doing the motion with the council district budgets, would that change thresholds?
No. You would basically be directing the city manager, if you wanted to do the same amount, you'd be directing the city manager to use funds from whatever combination or individual budget. You as the body have the authority to do that since you're all here together. You're not approving the contract under 50,000.
City attorney.
I'm hearing your concerns. I respect what you're saying in terms of the issues. Let's say we'll do the contract for 150 out of the budget that you had already proposed, so you don't have to take it out of infrastructure. And I want the same protection, the same provision in place that the city attorney will review every material before it goes out to ensure that this is solely education and not anything where we cross a line. That's my motion.
Yeah.
I'll second
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
The mayor got close to the dais.
I'm getting motion sickness.
All right. Is there a motion?
Yes, and the motion is for $150,000 out of the same resources that is in the staff report with the provision that I just outlined.
Okay. Is there a
So
second?
you have a motion and you have a second from Councilmember Chavez.
Okay. All right. You've talked this to death. Let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
All right. Motion to approve the Measure C reconsideration portion of item 1TT as modified by Councilmember Bredefeld, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Abstain.
Definitely passes 4-1.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Bredefeld, just to clarify, you said 150,000?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to the last contested consent item, that's 1WW.
And for the record, the city manager promised that she would be solely responsible and accountable if anything goes wrong with our money.
We
I'm pretty much that way
heard that
too.
about 5 times.
Isn't that the case with everything?
So District Attorney Smith Camp, talk to her.
1WW. Council member, I'm not sure which council member pulled this item. Todd? WW.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Councilor Carbasi, you pulled WW.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to hear from Councilmember Arias as well. I just want some clarification. So this is an old Armenian town. I think that we co-sponsored an item a while ago on this property, and I think this was those are the 2 properties that burned down. One of them being the historic Hunanian home, which was it's on the local register. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, Councilmember Carbasi, we're talking about a site that was part of it. Probably Marlene can give me the full history, but there were originally 5 homes in Armenian town that were court ordered to be preserved by the city and the developer who's in the development agreement. And I want to say 2 years ago, 2 of the homes burned down, so there's 2 footprints. Our proposal today would renovate the 3 remaining homes, make them, bring them back to life to their original purpose, which was to house people. And the 2 places where the 2 old homes burned would become part of an outdoor courtyard cultural center that could be used for cultural events. So that is a proposal before you today, and we are ready to commence construction once the council approves this item.
Okay, so when you say cultural events, now, of course, these are all open publicly, but are you talking about specifically for the Armenian community?
Yes. Yeah, this is part of the Armenian area. What's the better description? Armenian town?
Yeah.
Marlene?
Armenian town, yeah. The problem I have, it's not a bad proposal. The problem I have is I just can't vote with you on this because I've received, being in Armenia, a lot of calls from residents that are pretty concerned, and I'm wondering what kind of outreach was made to the community. Yeah. But the reason I ask that is because I spoke to the Armenian consul who's here with me. He told me about a year ago that he wanted to move the Armenian consulate and build a building there. And he told me he spoke to you and other council members about that. What happened to those discussions?
There's been several radiations, or what's the word? Versions of what could possibly occur there. Since 2019, the initial proposal was to build them into office space, which I believe the Armenian community was supportive of. We went through the process of that option, and we determined that there's no way you would be able to finance because of square footage and the limitations of what you can do to the exterior walls, and be able to generate enough revenue to keep those places operational. Then we went through another option of potentially having the city use them as space for the Parks Department. That didn't work out because the funding that we would use for that would be CDBG, and there were some significant limitations. There was, at some point, I remember meeting with a consul at AJ's on Maroa in Shaw, I want to say 2 years ago, and there's been always talks about maybe the community using it as a cultural art center of some kind, but those conversations never came to fruition. So our proposal today, and then back up after that conversation, 2 of the homes burned down. Since the 2 of the homes were burned down, we have been providing 24-hour security on the remaining 3 homes. We have been managing the vandalism from irrigation to copper to break-ins of the properties. And we believe that this proposal to use RDA housing money to renovate them and bring them back to housing uses would allow us to have people that are on site all the time and ensure the protection of the homes and preserve them. The agreement does require the city, per their court agreement, and the developer to maintain the homes in historic preservation status in perpetuity forever. And I'll defer any other questions to Marlene or to our city attorney, Katie, who've been working on this longer than I have.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So for our attorneys and for Marlene, so this was originally an historic site before it was burned down by the homeless, unfortunately. Are there any restrictions on what we do with it, given that it was registered in the local historic it was on the local historic register?
It requires a covenant that the facades be maintained pursuant to the Secretary of Interior's standards for historic preservation. So again, the facades must be maintained to their period of architectural significance pursuant to the standards of the state.
Okay. The owners that are doing this, that are pushing this forward, are they Armenian by any chance? Because I've looked it up and I can't see anything like that. I mean, do they have any connection to the community?
The original project developers were Richard Gunner and George Andros, and they were very involved in this project. Then at around 2015, they assigned it to SAONS, which is the development arm of Penstar, Tom Richards. So that's the history in terms of the original developers. The Armenian community was very involved. In fact, they spearheaded the preservation and relocation of these structures to the former fire station site where they are now. And the Armenian community was very involved in the CUP and site plan, as was the Historic Preservation Commission, planning staff, historic preservation officer, when these permits, the CUP and site plan were approved and entitled. The Armenian community worked with us to create a monument to the Evangelical Church, which was raised to make way for the 5th DCA. And they worked with us for a monument to the 5 historic homes, which has been in storage since the fire and will be put back in place when the rehabilitation is completed.
I'm sorry, Marlene, you're saying that with this new project under Penstar, the Armenian community was involved and they approve of what's happening here?
They approved the site plan CUP, or they were a part of that, approving that, and the location here. This dates back to, I think, 2009 when the CUP was approved. That makes...
That's before the homes burned down, correct? I'm sorry,
Yes,
Marlene.
it is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So, okay, look, I'm sure the council member has the votes to pass this. That's fine. I've just got to make it clear. I feel like, you know, we honor so many communities, but the Armenians always get the crumbs. Same thing when they got Faulkner, when they couldn't get their original choice. The bottom line is we stop things and do outreach all the time. And I feel like we're not doing it here. I get it. It's going to go to someone who's not an Armenian. They're going to do what they do, and it's done. But it's really unfortunate that we don't even take consideration and make a real effort to, like, there's no one from the communities here today to advocate for this. That gives me a red flag. I mean, I like it if the council member would delay, but it's from me, so he probably won't. It's unfortunate. I'm not going to support this today, and I think there's really no point in saying anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, council member, but I do want to be clear on a couple of fronts. This development agreement has been in place for how long, Marlene?
2002.
It's been in place since 2002. The city and everyone has tried multiple times to find the best way to preserve these homes at the request of the Armenian community who sued the city for these homes to be placed at this specific location and per the court order for the city to preserve them. Every day that right now we have spent the last 2 years since the fire providing 24-hour security to protect the 3 existing remaining homes from being vandalized. Every day that we delay this would be another day that they're at risk of being vandalized and set on fire, and then they would be completely lost. My goal and my district has been always to preserve historical assets by invigorating them with new life. There is no better use for a historical home than to return it to the use of a home in the location in which the community requested, sued to obtain that location, and we are fulfilling that request. The contractor is prepared to begin construction, and as I told this council, I try not to bring items forward until they're ready for construction to give the council a level of assurance that we're actually going to do the project. It has been since 2002 that the general public has been promised that we would preserve these properties. We are finally on the precipice of preserving these properties for their historical use as homes. I cannot discriminate against the developer who received this development agreement since 2002 because they're not Armenian based on somebody's request. So this is a proposal before you, and I'll make a motion to approve the item.
That's fine. Can
I'll
I ask a
second that.
clarifying question?
Yes.
But if you get, let's do the second first. I'm sorry.
No, the second already been,
Okay.
yeah.
Can I ask Jennifer Clark if she's there? What are the Historic Preservation Commission requirements for this project? And yeah, if you can give us that, Director.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. The Armenian Town Historic District was heard by the Historic Preservation Commission a number of years ago, about 5 years ago. It was sent to council and it was tabled, and it has never been heard by City Council. It should be heard by City Council prior to making any kind of changes that could potentially impact the historic designation. It is not on the local register. While there may be covenants in place, it is not on the local register. So the Historic Preservation Commission has reached out to the council on a number of occasions to ask the council to consider this district and untable the item, and they would respectfully do so today as well.
Oh, wow. Okay. And again, all that was before the fire. Okay, well, I don't know what else to say.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any additional comments, council? Saying none, clerk, if you could call a roll call vote on item 1WW.
To approve item 1WW, motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 5-1.
Okay. All right, that concludes contested consent. Let's
At 6 p.m.
Let's go. It's 5:45 p.m., not 6 p.m. Not quite. All right, let's power through. We have 10 a.m. Item number 1. This is the MUTA, the Mixed Use Text Amendment. We have discussed this, I think, at least once or twice before. Sophia?
Thank you, Council President, members of the Council. Sophia Pagalatis with Planning and Development. And I could use the PowerPoint. Yes, give us a moment. Let's see. Okay. On September 1st, I presented a workshop on the mixed-use text amendment. At that meeting, we provided a full review of the proposed zoning code amendment and discussed questions that you raised. Today, I will provide a quick recap and expand on our responses. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Just give me a moment. Let's see. Mixed-use development is key to accomplishing the goals of the general plan. Zoning for mixed use is strategically located to provide land for housing with access to transit while reducing vehicle miles traveled and related greenhouse gas emissions, supporting local business, and bringing about a safer, more livable street environment. As you know, most of the city's mixed-use land is located along high-quality transit corridors on Blackstone, Kings Canyon, and Shaw, with 15-minute frequencies. This is our strategy for transit-oriented development. Streamlining mixed-use development is also called out in the One Fresno housing strategy, and it can help meet housing element goals. As we pointed out at the September 1st workshop, not enough mixed-use development is occurring along our transit corridors. This project at the southwest corner of Blackstone and McKinley is the only mixed-use project completed along the city's transit corridors in the last 4 years. In contrast, as we pointed out, downtown has seen more mixed-use projects and has several in the pipeline. Downtown has special zoning with no density caps and a ministerial approval process. This project clocks in at 119 dwelling units per acre. It would not be allowed in our mixed-use zoning as it now stands. Here is a map that depicts mixed-use zoning. The higher intensity districts in the darker purple, which are along Blackstone and Shaw and east of Clovis Avenue, are corridor center mixed use, regional mixed use, and regional commercial. 80% of the additional density proposed in the mixed use text amendment would be in these zones. The lighter purple that you see on the map here with the thinner, smaller areas along the corridors down in the, around the downtown Olive and McKinley. The lighter purple is zoned neighborhood mixed use and commercial Main Street zoning, which are the least intense of the zone districts. Additional density in these mostly disadvantaged neighborhoods is only 20% of the total added density. So just to recap the changes that are proposed in the text amendment, there are 3 proposed changes. The first is to remove the density caps in mixed-use zoning. The second is to add more flexibility to ground floor uses, and the third is to allow ministerial approval process for projects that would comply with all of the requirements. All other development standards in the zoning would remain in place, so parking requirements, height limits, and transition standards would still apply. At the September 1st workshop, concerns were expressed about Herndon Avenue, the density caps, and the ministerial approval process. So we'd now like to respond to those concerns. Let's look at Herndon Avenue first. At the workshop, we were asked why Herndon wasn't included in the mixed-use text amendment. It was not included because Herndon is not zoned for mixed use. This action that we're proposing this evening does not include rezoning additional land for mixed use. The reason Herndon isn't zoned for mixed use is that it is a crosstown expressway whose primary purpose is moving traffic quickly from one side of town to the other at 50 miles an hour. There is no access allowed from adjacent property, and the street is not designed to be pedestrian friendly. In contrast, mixed-use zoning is best applied to corridors that are suitable for multimodal travel. Characteristics include slower speeds, smaller, shorter blocks, and direct access by adjacent properties. If the Herndon question was asked out of a concern for equitable distribution of mixed-use zoning and density, this map shows that 50% of all mixed-use land is located on the Shaw Avenue corridor and north. Moving on to concerns about the density limits. The second concern that we heard was about how removing the density caps would affect parking, building heights, and dwelling unit sizes. Current density limits mean that sites can't be developed to their full potential. We'll review how removing the density limits would affect site development. The first topic was parking. At the workshop, it was asked if additional housing units that would be allowed, if no density cap were in place, would be provided with parking on the site. Our zoning code contains these parking requirements, which would apply to all housing units on the site. However, A new state law was just signed by the governor this week, AB 2907, which states that cities cannot mandate parking minimums within a half a mile of major transit stops. In Fresno, our research of this law indicates that this would just affect 4 major transit stops: Blackstone and Nees, Blackstone and Shaw, Shaw and Cedar and Kings Canyon. While the city would not be able to mandate parking within those areas, developers could still voluntarily include parking in their projects. Building heights are not proposed to be increased under the text amendment. The current height limits of the various mixed-use zones are shown here in feet, with commercial Main Street and neighborhood mixed use on the lower end at 35 and 40 feet in height, with corridor center and regional mixed use and regional commercial at the higher end of 60 to 75 feet, respectively. Height limits shown geographically translate to what you see on this map, with the purple zones showing the 60 to 75 foot height limits of those zone districts, and the blue showing the 35 to 40 foot height limits. This map also echoes the distribution of the added density, with 80% in the purple zones and 20% in the blue zones.
I'm sorry, Sophia. Councilmember Carbasi, are you still online with us?
I am. My video's on too.
Sorry. Yeah, we can't see it because of the presentation. Just wanted to make sure we still
I'm
had
here.
quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got it. Thanks.
To bring all these parameters together, here are new and improved illustrations to clearly show a comparison of our current max density and the no density limit scenario on the next slide. This is a corridor center mixed-use site on Blackstone developed under the current limits of 30 units per acre. Since it's a half-acre site, rules would only allow 15 units. Note all of the unused site area. Projects under these limits are often not financially feasible, so they don't get built. Here's the same site, but developed at optimal capacity with no density limit, still meeting the height and parking requirements. This site accommodates 30 units and includes required parking for all of those units. Note that the unit size does not change. The mixed-use text amendment was based on a 780 to 800 square foot 2-bedroom apartment. This site has a density of 60 units per acre, which is double the current limit. At the workshop, staff was asked to provide examples of other projects with densities of 60 units per acre or higher. Here are a few in downtown where there are no density limits. And just a rendering of the Monarch at Chinatown at 94 dwelling units per acre. We also mentioned the City View project at 119 units per acre. Finally, we'll move on to the third concern, which was with the ministerial process. By ministerial, we mean a process with objective requirements and a streamlined review that documents whether the requirements have been met, similar to a building permit. The streamlining is created by defining all zoning requirements, all infrastructure requirements, and all California Environmental Quality Act mitigation up front. In response to council concerns, staff believes committees can be included in the ministerial process. In order to ensure transparency, ministerial checklists can be provided to the council district project review committees prior to approval. In addition, committees that conduct design review with adopted design guidelines can use an objective standards checklist adapted from those design guidelines. Currently, CEQA can double the time it takes to approve a project. The mixed-use text amendment includes the necessary CEQA analysis to allow projects to move forward, knowing the infrastructure requirements and environmental mitigation needed to design the project correctly the first time. In order to qualify for the ministerial process, a project would have to comply with these prerequisites, along with additional requirements that we'll review in just a moment. One of those requirements is being located within the priority infill area in beige on this map. Projects would be required to comply with thresholds established by the Department of Public Utilities, and these requirements established by the Department of Public Works in conjunction with FACTS. The environmental assessment for this project is a mitigated negative declaration, which was circulated for 2 30-day public comment periods in order to thoroughly respond to comments. These are the resource topic areas that were analyzed in the mitigated negative declaration. You can see it was pretty extensive. One correction to this slide, we left off utilities and service systems. That was also a topic area that was analyzed and had mitigation measures. The city received 9 comment letters on this project, and they are either addressed in the environmental document or they are responded to in the staff report. The mitigated negative declaration was recirculated in response to comments from the Department of Toxic Substance Control. As a result, mitigation measures were added requiring a Phase 1 environmental site assessment prior to project approval. The text amendment and CEQA document have had broad review by state and local agencies, council district and design review committees, and the public and advocates. Comments received have been addressed in the mitigated negative declaration response to comments in Appendix G and in the staff report. Council District Committees 1, 3, and 5 expressed concerns about the ministerial component of the proposal. In response, we have included committees in the ministerial process. The Planning Commission unanimously approved the mixed-use text amendment on July 20th of 2022, as did the Airport Land Use Commission on August 1st of this year. That concludes my presentation and brings us to the recommendation. I did want to point out that the third item in the recommendation is a resolution to be continued to October 13th. It is the general plan text amendment that corresponds to the code change in order to sync up with the second reading. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Council Vice President, you're punched up.
Thank you so much, Sophia, and to your department and team who have been working tirelessly on this. And I fully support the efforts of what you're trying to do. A big chunk of this will fall, obviously, in my district. After redistricting, of course, I represent Blackstone between Bullard and Dakota, Shaw Avenue between Maroa and Willow. So a good chunk of the portion of the map that you identified. I like the idea of adding higher density and having more flexibility on the ground floor usage. I don't know if I'm 100% of the way there yet on the ministerial portion. I am open to having that discussion down the road. To be honest with you, I still don't feel like I have a full understanding or appreciation of what that would mean for myself and my capacity as council member. We are in the process of putting together District 4 district project review committee as well, like some of the other districts have. So I'm not quite there on that portion yet. I am supportive of the other two, so I would make a motion to approve with those 2 first portions in there, the density and the usage on the ground floor, but omitting the ministerial portion.
I'll second the motion.
Is that a motion, Council Vice President?
That was a motion, yep.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Councilmember Arias, you're punched up?
Just want to express my support for it. In my experience with the 27 housing projects I have in my district in all different stages of completion, my experience has been that the community has never rejected a housing project. I think this council in my tenure only rejected one, and I don't think it was about not wanting housing downtown. It was unrelated. But I have yet to see our city and our residents object or attempt to block a housing project. And instead, what I've seen is them give us actually pretty good feedback. Those committees, those citizens committee review projects give us really good feedback. They tend to make the project much better. And I do think that it forces applicants to have to talk to a neighborhood and convince them and demonstrate to them that they're going to be a good neighbor before they move into a neighborhood. So I'm supportive of the density and the other changes, but I do want to eliminate the ministerial approval from this proposal.
Okay. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Quick question for you, Sophia. Is there anything removing or lessening the requirement that developer notify neighbors regarding any of these developments? Is there anything related to that in this?
Councilmember Bredefeld, there would be no change.
Right, so the noticing requirements would all be the same that exist today?
That's right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go out to the public. I do have two folks on Zoom. First up on Zoom will be Susan Williams.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Susan, yes, we can hear you.
Hi, sorry. It was quite an accomplishment for me to be able to do Zoom. So as I said, I'm the corresponding secretary of the Sunnyside Property Owners Association, and I've provided copies of our letter for your reference. Currently, the maximum densities in the mixed-use district mirror those in multifamily. Ground floor commercial provides amenities for residential, and noticing allows public input in the planning process. And this TA would change all of that. I did have a question. Sophia said that the noticing provision for the implementation committees and the district review committees had now not had that the ministerial provision for that had been removed, and they will be allowed to comment. But I don't believe that the public will be allowed to comment. So I'd like to find her answer when they finish. If adopted, the number of units would increase from 20,434 to 60,880, an increase of almost 300%, and provide capacity for 61,465 new residents. Yet the environmental assessment negates the additional population and instead refers it to as only being redirected. The general plan policy objectives are referenced, developer fees are mentioned, but no additional mitigation is required. To adequately prepare for the increase in density along transit corridors, the city should consider a specific plan, as actually was presented by the lady who was talking about the RHNA, for each route and the surrounding area that will site new fire and police stations, police districts, schools, parks, mitigate traffic, and tie discretionary funding to new development. Relying on policies in the general plan and city budgets that may or not provide for more police, fire, and updated water mains compromises both existing and new development. The general plan uses a level of service from A to F to measure quality of motor vehicle traffic flow. It requires a loss of D for all roads except BRT corridors where a loss of E or F is acceptable. Because a lower standard is acceptable per Trans 1A, a traffic impact study is only required when 300 or more new vehicle peak hour trips are projected, and developers within the project infill area, priority areas, and proposing 80% residential are not required to complete a TIS at all, or a traffic impact study at all. During the workshop, Council had concerns with lack of parking and the ministerial review process. 3 of the implementation committees shared the same concern. This text amendment would allow developers to build as many units as they want without any parking at all if the project is within 1/2 mile of a public transit stop. And developers are already hinting at raising the height limitation. But the most egregious provision of this text amendment is the ministerial provision for multifamily in the priority areas for development. Even this review is limited because the city was not required to give individual notice to impacted property owners. Because this text amendment unequally appropriates greater densities for multifamily and mixed-use districts, when general plan policies are overly generous along the transit corridors, then is allowed in other areas of the city without mitigation, changes mixed use to multifamily only for mid-block developments, and most importantly, eliminates the public from the planning process, we cannot support the direction the city is taking to satisfy its housing element and urge the council to deny this text amendment. Thank you.
Great timing, exactly three minutes. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Ivanka Saunders.
Good evening. My name is Ivanka Saunders. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. While this mixed-use text amendment on paper states that it intends to improve the possibilities of creating more housing capacities along the city's transit corridors by removing density caps and giving ministerial authority to streamline the development process, there are also negative consequences that will allow for perpetuation of the North-South City of Fresno inequitable divide. This text amendment will not improve the vision of One Fresno. This mixed-use text amendment's goals are not only about achieving more housing capacity, as the presentation showed, it's about moving numbers on paper to make it appear that this city is legally defensible against the violation of SB 330. The reasons this mixed-use text amendment is being put forth deals more with finding solutions for the violation of SB 330 for the plans and applications of the West Area Specific Plan, the 92-acre Elm Avenue rezone that community opposes returning to light industry, and the Bucetto Food Processing Company's expansion to rezone residential single-family housing land to light industrial zoning. These types of rezones are at the core of why this mixed-use text amendment is happening. This text amendment will allow for more industrial uses in Southwest Fresno by removing the single-family housing capacity and by removing the commercial mixed-use zoning that also included housing capacities. This text amendment allows for urban sprawl of market-rate housing into the West Area Plan without creating available land in that area to be used for both market rate and affordable rental housing units. This text amendment allows NIMBYism in the West Area Plan and allows for continuing the heavy dumping of light and industrial uses in the communities of Southwest Fresno. It also perpetuates the same poor land use decisions that impact communities of color and low-income citizens by not allowing for opportunities in newly developed communities like the West Fresno Area Plan. Nor does it allow for the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan to continue its vision of decreasing industrial impacts on the communities there. Also, to allow for ministerial approval takes away a balance of power from the citizens to decide what they do and do not want to see in their community. Again, projects will continuously be able to chip away at the Southwest Specific Plan that was updated to prevent dumping on communities of color. Projects that once came to the District Implementation Committee will be taken out of that process and the voice of the community will be silenced. These are the checks and balances that give the public the opportunity to review and be made aware of whether or not projects are following or violating CEQA requirements as well. We ask that you review in great detail the consequences of this text amendment before approving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivanka. Exactly 3 minutes. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Gregory Terzakis.
Thank you, Council President. Greg Terzakis, California Apartment Association. I just was going to quickly opine on this idea. When we heard from staff earlier in the mid-18th century on the RHNA numbers and the degree to which we need in Fresno to build, I would think this text amendment is a leap forward, and I would hope everyone could support it. As Ms. Saunders said, if it's being used to circumvent 330, that's a problem. But I hear these conversations, and at times I think that if the 7 of you walked on water, people would claim it's because you couldn't swim. I don't know what more else this body can do to incentivize housing than look at something like this mixed-use text amendment, move it forward, allow developers to develop affordable housing and market rate housing. I'm very discomforted by the idea that there is a battle between the two, that the two can't coexist. That's a fallacy. And we clearly need affordable housing desperately here in Fresno for a myriad of reasons, some of which were touched upon in the earlier presentation on the RHNA numbers. So I would hope the council would take that into account when deciding whether to move this forward. I know it's going to be returning on the 13th. The CA's position has always been we need more housing throughout California, and considering Fresno is one of my areas of responsibility, it's why I advocate for it here in the city. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good, is it evening? Yeah, it's evening. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day. Lisa Flores, Tower District, District 1. I'm also on the District 1 Review Committee, and these are my own comments, not reflective of District 1. Every month we get to see urban sprawl happening, on the 99 and Clinton area. That whole new area, it's sprawling. There's no dense housing proposed there. I haven't seen anything. We get to see single family dwellings and such. And I saw this document in front of me, and the first thing I thought was the ministerial part of it. Circumventing CEQA, circumventing the community. Now, all you guys have been elected not by businesses, not by corporations, but by moms and dads, teenagers, young and old, by the citizenry of Fresno. You are obligated to make sure they have an opportunity to address problems they see, whether it is a housing development, whether it's a pothole. That is your obligation. Your obligation is not to circumvent their rights or to limit their opportunities to participate in their government and in seeking transparency and access to address their government. I would ask that you vote this down, not even entertain, you can do this other ways. I see that it is going to be very abusive. It's going to be abused. I can already tell you it's going to be abused. Just knowing the major developers and players in Fresno, the building, the apartment dude that was just on, that's his business. That's his job to promote apartments and building and such. And there is a coexistence, but this document in front of you is not it. Planning can go back. They can relook at it, look at all the issues that the community has brought up and not sway the city's argument to get you to approve this. You need to stop circumventing the rules and letting the community participate in the process. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Alice Vallejo. Alice, are you with us? Okay. All right. Seeing no other folks on Zoom, seeing no one in the chamber, we'll go ahead and close public comments on the 10 a.m. item number 1 on the MUTA. Any further additional comments from council?
Thank you to all staff work.
Okay, fantastic. As I noted prior, I had requested a loosening of density and EIR and such a couple years ago. When staff brought it back this year, it was a little different than I thought, but I'm glad they took the time to explore all the different ways that we could make housing more streamlined here in the city. So happy to support the motion on the floor. Clerk, if you could call a roll call vote on the 10 a.m. item number 1.
Sure. 10 o'clock number 1, motion by Maxwell, second by Arias to approve the density and ground floor usage, but not the ministerial approval. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-0 passes.
All right. All right, council, need your input on this. I was going to break for dinner, but I heard that our hungry staffers working late have eaten half of it. So we can gamble right now and break for dinner, and there might be enough for us, there might not be. Or we can take on a few more items while they go get more food. Are you guys starving?
Can you have them get breakfast food for me, please?
It's like 4:30 in the morning over there.
Yeah, it's 5:15.
Keep going.
Let's
No
keep going.
one's gonna
Let's
pass
go.
out from lack of food. Okay, we'll have a later dinner than usual, while we wait for a little more food. Let's move on to the next item. Then it's going to be the 10:05 a.m. West North Avenue between South Marks and South Elm. I do have a few cards. Oh, staff. Sorry, go ahead. Go for it.
Good evening, council members. Scott Tyler, Public Works. This item is a hearing on the North Avenue Official Plan Line, or OPL, between Marks Avenue and Elm Avenue and related environmental assessment. The proposed North Avenue OPL seeks to reduce the right-of-way from 84 feet to 72 feet and reduce impacts to existing homes along the 3-mile segment. The street alignment from Elm to Martin Luther King Jr. will remain shifted to the south, but reduce future right-of-way needs by 12 feet. The existing curb and gutter and sidewalk on the north side of this segment will remain. There are short intermittent segments of sidewalk on the south side where 9 parcels have dedicated to an 84-foot right-of-way and have made some improvements. There are actually 14 other parcels on the south side that have not made any improvements. West of MLK Jr., the alignment is centered on the section line until Walnut Avenue, where the alignment is again shifted to the south to reduce impacts to 2 existing homes on the west side of Walnut. The alignment is then recentered on the section line approximately 1,200 feet west of Walnut Avenue to Marks Avenue. The width in the alignment meets the requirements of the general plan, the Southwest Fresno specific plan, and the city's complete street policy. This is a planning document that was presented at 3 community meetings in 2017, 2018, 2021, and Public Works staff also met with 5 members of the public at City Hall last month on August 30th. The item was heard at the City Plan Commission on August 17th and September 7th of this year. One common question is asked, when will construction start? For clarification, the OPL is not a construction project and no property acquisitions are initiated with an OPL. OPLs are planning documents memorializing the ultimate street width right-of-way needs to meet the requirements of the general plan, specific plans, and complete street policy. Staff recommends adoption of the environmental assessment and adoption of the North Avenue official plan line.
Thank you, staff. Council, I'd like to make a motion to approve the item.
Second.
And I just want to clarify too, the staff gave us a really very technical presentation, which is great. But in layman's terms, what we're essentially doing is shrinking the size of the road that was originally approved, specifically the width of the road. So back in the day, it was planned as a 4-laner. This proposal would actually shrink the width of the road in alignment with the Southwest Pacific Plan and all the other plans and the comments that we heard from the neighborhood, which they don't want more road, they want less road, and they want bike lanes and sidewalks as well. So this would allow for that line adjustment to occur. And in the future, if there's any new development that occurs in that corridor, they would have to adhere to this new alignment, which is a smaller width road. So that's all there is. There's no acquisition of property. There's no tear down of anybody's property at all. This is simply just making that line adjustment permanent to adhere to all the specific plans in the area and the community's feedback that they wanted less street in that area and more pedestrian-friendly improvements.
All right, thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Arias. I do have 3 public comment cards on this item. First up is Hester Hensley.
She's not here, Council President.
Okay. Next, we have Yvonne Gordon.
My name is Yvonne Gordon. I'm with HEAT, where I'm objecting the plan that is that has been presented. The people in the community have not been totally informed on what's really going on, and I'm not in agreement with what he presented. And up until we get clarification of how that making sure that no homes is affected or business in that area, I'm opposing the plan.
All right, next yellow card I have is for Brunette on this item.
And that is not true what you said. We didn't agree to no bikes. Because anybody in West Fresno that lives in West Fresno know that we don't ride bikes over there. So that being said, as Tyler got up and stated, these lines, I don't know if you guys looked at them or not, but I presume that you didn't look at it. This street going down North Avenue is impeding on other people's property. These lines go through people's property. And he has it, well, the city has it where it's color-coded. But down here where it gives what the lines mean, it's in black. They don't even have it in color. No, we did not agree with it. No, there was no community meetings. And furthermore, Miguel, you didn't hold any meetings in Southwest Fresno. This plan 2017, this is a 1969, and it stated that in the Southwest Fresno specific plan. They've been amending it over and over again. So obviously, what you're saying is not true because we spoke to you when you was running for office. And you stated that the way that this is written is gentrification. Now you've changed your story. We didn't have a say-so in this. This plan been going on since '69. And I know nobody that's sitting up here has read it because it states that. We don't agree with this. We don't even agree with the Southwest Fresno specific plan. You're widening our streets. Homes are up on that street on North Avenue. Anybody that's been out there can tell you that. So to be insulted again by you is ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. And then furthermore, Esmeralda shouldn't have even voted on this because her husband or significant other had this plan in '08. And I have the paperwork right here. We told her that. We told this board that. She was supposed to recuse herself, and she did not. And we will get in contact with the Inspector General because what you're saying is not true. We didn't have any say-so, and your book says it didn't. 1969? A lot of us was kids. Some people wasn't even born then. And you've been amending it over and over again. So you can say whatever you want to say because you have a habit of doing that when we sit down.
All right, next speaker is going to be on Zoom. It's going to be Lisa Flores.
Once again, good evening, Lisa Flores, District 1. First off, I want to applaud the ladies that just spoke for sticking it out this long. Because, you know, if you guys would have had another meeting, you would have been done at home and having dinner at home. This also brings up a very interesting point. If the city is handing out information with inadequate tables in it, not showing correct lines or the colors of those lines and what they mean, how can you expect the community to communicate and get redress from their government? I'm really, really concerned about the quality of transparency and communication each and every one of you are having with community. You know, it doesn't take that much for you to actively sit down with individuals, really find out what's going on, and find a solution. If a line has to be moved a little, a lot of times it can, and engineers can do it. Do it. Find out what their real interests are. Give them the right maps with the right color lines on it so they can better understand it. Because when you don't provide that information, you have problems. And right now, each and every one of you have problems. You have problems with your communication, with your transparency. Everyone from Miguel to Bredefeld, every single one of you. You know, you guys need to start doing better, because I'm sitting here at home listening to this meeting all day long, and I'm growing more and more disgusted at the lack of transparency and positive change and working with the community. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other folks on Zoom, I don't have any more yellow cards for this item. We will go ahead and close the public comment on the 10:05 a.m. item and come back up to the dais. Did we have a motion and a second on this already?
Yes, we had a motion by Councilmember Arias, and I did hear a second, and that was Chavez.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
All right. Motion to approve the 10:05 item. Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0. Passes.
All right, moving on to the 10:15 a.m. item.
Motion to approve. Sorry, I jumped the gun. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so there's a
10:10 item was removed after we approved the agenda, so we still have to take public comment on that one.
The 10:10?
Yeah.
No, we did 10:10 already.
That was the 10:20.
10:20.
Yeah, we're getting to that.
It's a late meeting.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Apologies.
We'll table it at the appropriate time. Yeah. So we're at the 10:15. So we did the 10:10 item. We're at the 10:15 a.m. item now on the electrified fences.
Thank you, Council President. I don't think we need a very lengthy conversation. We could have Monique come up just in case there's any questions. The council actually already weighed in on this, had a presentation by staff. I want to thank our planning folks. I want to thank our city attorney's office, and I want to actually make a motion, and that's adopt the findings in the environmental assessment number P21-05809 that occurred on April 20th, 2022, as outlined in staff's recommendation. But also want to introduce an amendment, Chapter 15th of the Fresno Municipal Code in Exhibit O of the staff report that's titled Revised Text Amendment, City Council's Updated Recommendations relating to electrified fences.
Second.
And Monique, you've obviously gone through the Exhibit O, so I want to make sure that that's clear and entered into the record.
Yes, I'm Monique Emerson, and I'm a planner. I represent the project applicant, and yes, we support the motion to approve Exhibit O in the staff report. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Monique.
Let's go out to the public. I don't have any yellow cards on this item. If you would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card. Bring it on up. I do have one person on Zoom so far, and that's going to be Lisa Flores.
Welcome back, Esmeralda. I missed you there for a while. Hey, like I say, I watch this, guys. Well, you guys know I don't like the electrical fence, and I think it's going to change the landscape of Fresno in a negative way. I know that business owners have come and talked to you about catalytic converter thefts and the cost to their businesses. But, you know, when I hear about catalytic converter theft and I hear about, you know, Hart going into the park because there's drugs, I just think, you know, that's an issue, and that's a problem for the police department, is where that problem really is at, and how come the police aren't really capturing these folks. And with weren't there some changes with the law with catalytic converter thefts with Gavin? Aren't they looking at something? So do we really need this at this point? Or should you wait to see what the state does in regards to catalytic converter theft? And why aren't the police doing their job? So I would ask that you vote actually against this because it's going to kill somebody at some point. Thank you.
Okay, any additional public comments on the electrified fences? Come on down, state your name.
Hello, thank you. I just want to say, where are these going to be at? My concern is, I hope they're not in the brewery district, because if people go down there and get drunk and then they stumble into them, some people have pacemakers. We have a lot of individuals that are unhoused. Are there going to be signs, you know, prior to them even getting close? What about animals and stuff like that? What about who's going to be held accountable if somebody was to stumble into the fence and get electrocuted and end up in the hospital? Is the city going to pay that bill and take care of them afterwards? Those are my concerns. Are you guys going to tell us where these electric fences are going to be, so some of us with sense knows not to stumble into those? That's all.
Okay. So seeing no yellow cards, seeing no one on Zoom, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing for the 10:15 a.m. item on electrified fences. We do have a motion. We have a second.
Council President?
Yes.
I do have a request for the maker of the motion. I just looked at the Exhibit O, and I know we had discussed that the council implementation committees would be notified when these proposals would come forward for feedback. And I don't see that in Exhibit O. I see council members' office would be emailed once the director made a decision, but our goal was to make sure that our council implementation committees and our residents were able to be noticed and when these fences were going to go up in the district.
Yeah, City Attorney, Raj, didn't we include that provision in there?
I'm double checking as we speak. I believe it is in there, but I will double check it right now.
Yeah.
Christy, do you know off the top of your head? So it's part of the development permit process, which is already in the municipal code.
Clarified.
This amendment makes reference to that. It would apply.
Perfect. That's sufficient for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Councilmember Carbasi, do you want to speak on this?
Yeah, really quick. There were some comments made about catalytic converter thefts in Fresno PD. I just want to clarify for the record. In 2018, there were 1,300 catalytic converter thefts in California. Last year, we're at 18,000. So there's no serial number. And PD tries to do their best, and they do investigate these things, but they're limited because they can't track it. So the governor's bill will help a lot, but it regulates the ability to sell it only to the owner of the vehicle or a certified parts manufacturer or distributor. But it won't solve the problem of not having etching. So we need to, we're going to need this provision as well, just to clarify. It's a big problem. So thank you.
All right, clerk, let's take roll call on the motion.
All right, for approval of 10:15 item. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, 7-0 passes.
All right, so let's go into the 10:20 a.m. item, which the applicant requested would be moved to, it was originally the 13th, but now they're requesting November 3rd at the same time, 10:20 a.m. So we'll table this, but we do need to open it up for public comments since it did remain on the agenda. So at this point, I will open up the 10:20 a.m. item for public comments, again, with the understanding that we will not be hearing this item. We'll be tabling it. Any public comments on the 10:20 a.m. item? Seeing no one in the chamber, we have one person on Zoom. Lisa Flores.
Once again, like I've asked you previous times, what is it?
This is the southeast corner of California and Willow. Consideration of a, is this an EIR?
It's a rezone.
Rezone. Rezone
Okay,
at California and Willow.
Thank you. I would just ask that in the future that you would read off, you know, what the topic is, please. Thank you.
Seeing no additional folks on Zoom or in the chamber, we'll go ahead and close the public comments.
Do we need to make a motion, Council President, or just, okay.
Clerk says, yeah, by consensus, we are tabling this item to 10:20 a.m. at the November 3rd meeting per the request of the applicant. Okay. That brings us to item 3A, actions related to the One Fresno housing strategy. We'll go ahead and take on this item, and then we'll probably break for dinner after for a bit. Do we have a quorum? No, yeah, because Carbassi's online. Yeah, we have quorum.
And she's over there.
Mayor, are you ready?
I am now. I was waiting for my deputy mayor. All right. I want to just provide somewhat of an intro to this council item because it has such significance, I believe, to the future of our city in terms of housing. And I do believe today is a major milestone for housing in our community, especially with council's approval of the mixed-use text amendment in terms of eliminating the density cap. Although we would have liked to have the ministerial authority, I understand council's concerns with that. As all of you know, we had convened the One Fresno Housing Strategy Working Group earlier this year, and as a result of that, there were 47 policy recommendations that we have brought forth before the council. And those policy recommendations were intended to preserve, produce housing, as well as prevent displacement, and to promote equity in housing. We had identified the need to, over the next 3 years through 2025, to create 6,926 affordable housing units, as well as 4,110 market rate. And even with that accomplishment, we would still only be 26%, meet 26% of our needed housing or projected housing. So I think we all hear often between the city council and the administration that we're not doing enough to provide housing in our community. And I think that's true. In fact, I'm not sure we could ever do enough in order to provide enough housing. And we're not alone in this. There's a housing crisis not only in our city, but in the state and nationally. But I do want to say this. Housing has never really been, or at least providing housing has never really been a primary responsibility of local government. We've been there to facilitate, to provide financial incentives, to offset certain funding gaps that builders come to us with. But it's never really been our primary responsibility, which could be why between 2016 and 2020, over that 5-year period, there were only 176 affordable housing units produced in our city. But I'm pleased to say that between 2021 and through the end of 2023, there's 1,060 affordable housing units in the pipeline. So that's a 600% increase when compared to the previous 5 years. And 1,004 of those come with covenants. There's 7 resolutions that are going to be provided to you today. We have, of the 47 policy recommendations, 13 of those policies have already been implemented, and we're hopeful that all 7 get passed by council today. That includes tiny homes. I know Councilmember Soria and Councilmember Chavez have both been champions of tiny homes in our city. And we have projected by the end of 2023 to have 108 tiny homes completed in our city. And one of the resolutions that are going to be before you today is providing $850,000 to Fresno City College in a partnership that they will build 24 tiny homes and we'll be able to maximize the use of their students for that. Another resolution is for voluntary rent stabilization. I know this has captured some of the media attention in terms of what that means, but I want to make clear that it is voluntary. Voluntary in the sense that it is provides financial incentive to a landlord in order to enhance the quality of their property, and in turn, for a minimum of 2 years of rent stabilization for the tenants that are there. The other resolutions that our deputy mayor is going to get into in more detail, or Phil Sky will, is $2 million provided to the Lowell CDC. They will combine those dollars with $1 million that they've received from the Zuckerberg Foundation to establish a minimum of 50 units, as well as a voucher incentive program that our CEO from our Fresno Housing Authority has been sitting in council all day waiting to talk on this item. And it is to ensure that we have the ability to incentivize landlords to rent to one of our 1,000 voucher holders that we have in our city. And then there's also an addition of $2 million to our housing trust, and that goes along with some of our annual contributions that we have of from our annual recording fees. So total $9,850,000 for all of the resolutions. One of the other ones I did not mention was for the Central California Land Trust. I know Patience Milrod was here throughout the day. Hopefully she's still here to speak on this issue. Or she has somebody there to speak on her behalf.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I just got to make sure Mike's still on. Otherwise, we've lost our quorum again. Hey, Mike, are you online?
I'm here.
All
Yep.
right. Thank you, sir.
He's on.
Okay. And with that, I just want to say this to conclude with this. Matthew Grundy, Phil Sky, Tyrone Williams, Jennifer Clark have all done an incredible job working diligently to make sure that we are maximizing the use of the dollars in which we're recommending. That is to for people to be able to, builders to be able to leverage these dollars with tax credits, to leverage funding with foundations, with vouchers that are previously existing, with our own housing trust fund, as well as I said earlier, getting free labor from Fresno City College. So with that, I'd like to have Matthew Grundy come up, and he's going to go into greater detail.
Deputy Mayor, is this the presentation you shared with council members one-on-one, or is it a little different?
Similar. I'm not going to dive into as much. Okay. Keep it brief, because I have to say good morning to Councilmember Carbasi, and good evening to you all. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Just to recap briefly and mention a few things that Mayor alluded to. I just want to thank everyone as part of this process, because it was not done in a vacuum. Certainly to the Mayor's vision for asking us to put this strategy together, but to Councilmember Bredefield, Councilmember Arias, who stepped out, and both of his staff, along with a lot of folks, developers, housing advocates, and just folks who care about housing and the state of housing in the city of Fresno. Certainly want to give a shout out to the public and the 3,000 individuals that spoken to reports that were captured over the last decade that became the backbone and the framework of this strategy. With the 47 recommendations that the mayor alluded to, including these 7 today that are before you, there are a total of 20 that are now either active or complete or being presented to you. So we are chopping wood effectively, and again, it takes a village. With that being said, the 7 items, the first resolution item under item 3A, ID 221467, relate to the creation of a voucher incentive program. CEO of Fresno Housing, Tyrone Roderick Williams is here, and if it pleases the council, I'm sure he'd be happy to share anything or give any input he might have on it. Otherwise, I don't know if you all are ready to ask any questions or entertain a motion.
Yeah, just double checking one more time, Mike, because we had one more council member leave the chamber. Are you still there? I'm here. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Bredfield.
I have some questions on. In the resolution, it says, whereas 2 out of 3 voucher holders will never get the opportunity to use their housing assistance, perhaps we're going to ask Tyrone, but is that accurate? 2 out of 3 who have a voucher don't get to use them?
Tyrone Roderick Williams, CEO of Fresno Housing. Currently, in this current environment, we have about a 30% utilization rate. What that means is, for all of the voucher holders, which we currently have about 900, only about 30% of them are able to actually use the voucher. What that means is to find a place to live. That's at an all-time low, and that's why having assistance that, much like the Landlord Assistance Program and every other thing that we're doing in partnership with HUD, is so important.
So why is that, Tyrone? Why can't people get places that have vouchers?
It's very simple, sir. For every unit that's available, there are multiple renters who are interested in that unit, and the owner of that unit has the ability to provide that unit to the highest, for the highest rental rate that the market will bear. Oftentimes, the highest rental rate that the market would bear is outside of the federal guidelines for the voucher holder. Now, we at Fresno Housing have requested waivers and received those waivers to increase the maximum amount allowable, but that still often is not competitive in this market at this time. The market has shifted. It is no longer really affordable for anyone who can't compete in an ever-increasing rental market.
Okay. Thank you. So the other question I have, in your resolution says the voucher incentive program shall be created and funded with a one-time allocation in the amount of $1 million from the city's American Rescue Plan funds to assist up to 600 low-income families by encouraging new landlord participation. How?
So the way that would happen is through this program that we're proposing, a landlord would receive, presumably, and let me back up to say that today we were very broad in terms of the resolutions and what we would be sharing in terms of program parameters. Why? Because we intend full well to come back to council with program guidelines, scopes, et cetera, at the appropriate time for your review approval. So I don't want to get too much into the details, only to say, to answer your question, Councilmember Bredfield, that there'd be a essentially a cash incentive to a landlord to open up their unit, set aside their unit from the speculative market, and offer it to a voucher holder that would be making regular payments through that voucher.
Okay, so my problem with this, Matt, is that there aren't many details with any of this. It's like when we're talking to Rodney just a second ago. We have a problem. There are 2 out of 3 voucher holders cannot get an apartment because his feeling is that the voucher isn't high enough. Is that accurate? That they don't compete with the private sector? Is that accurate, sir? That's accurate. So you're saying that there'll be up to 600. You know, I don't know where you get that number, or you're just speculating at 600. But my problem with this, Matt, is I know your intent, and it's a good intent, but I'm not sure how the specifics work. There's no details to this. When you say encourage new landlord participation, how would it be any different than what Rodney is trying to do with vouchers? And I need specifics to know whether I want to support $1 million going to this voucher incentive program.
Perhaps it would be helpful, Tyrone, if you mind joining me again. The Fresno Housing has a proven track record through a previous program similar to this, and we've done some of the sausage making, if you will, on the back end to discuss potential parameters of the program. But again, we didn't want to bring that today, but I understand your question. So perhaps Tyrone can share some of what has been successful in the past and how we might think this might be successful here.
So what we have investigated not only here in Fresno, but around the country, are what are the elements of a successful landlord incentive program. As the mayor said, this is not a crisis here, it's a crisis all over the country. So I understand your question. If it is, are we presenting a plan tonight that is detailed to the finest level? At this point, we're not prepared tonight to present that to you. However, elements of successful plans really approach it from two perspectives. One, to increase landlord participation who have not previously participated by there being an incentive for them to not consider the market opportunities and to consider assisting those who are most in need. The other side of that is oftentimes renters run into challenges because they may not have the deposit or the application fees that are required every time that a person applies, even if you don't get accepted. And so what we're seeing is a plan that approaches it from both sides. Yes, marketing and outreach to those landlords who previously have not had an interest, but also being able to provide assistance to those voucher holders who are economically challenged and oftentimes are in the middle of trying to find a unit, run out of funds just for applying to application fees and credit checks and deposits. You do that over and over and over and you keep getting rejected, you don't get refunded your money. And so you could be digging yourself in a deeper hole financially every time you're trying to get into a unit. And so these are elements that we know have been successful not only here but across the country and would be key elements in a very detailed plan that would be forthcoming.
Okay. So I understand that. Perhaps there are some of those issues that you talk about. Maybe somebody's lacking a deposit. But those details are important. And, you know, just awarding $1 million without knowing the details doesn't seem to make sense at this point to me. I'd like to see the details. I'd like to see the specific plan. And I just think that's very important. And you know, I was reading the letter from the Fresno Association of Realtors that they sent, and their issue too is the same kind of thing: a lack of details, including definitions, total costs, financial analysis, timelines, policy guidelines. I mean, these all have to be spelled out in terms of, and it's not just this one; it's on a number of these resolutions. I need to see the details, and you know, I have knowledge of this area. I know what works for people who are looking for tenants, and some of those things may be important, but usually the bottom line is people are looking for a good tenant and somebody who has a good track record as opposed to a multitude of evictions and things of that sort. So there's a whole host that goes into this, and of course I know there aren't enough apartments for people who are looking for them. That's what you alluded to before. But if we're going to incentivize your voucher program, I need to know how we're going to incentivize it. What does it mean specifically? Sounds good, a voucher incentive program, but I just need details.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradfield. You know, I think part of this is that, as you see spelled out in the resolution, the proposed resolution, that any and all of these are subject to a subsequent agreement that spells out these specific parameters that you're asking about this evening. Part of the reason why we wanted to do subsequent to today's discussion is partially due to just staff time and staff capacity. We would hate to ask staff to go down a path of crafting the program details and going full board, making sure everything is built, only to have it come back to council and say we have no taste for it. So in our case, to ensure that we are being the best stewards of the dollars, we wanted to make sure, and staff time, we want to make sure that we got the signal from council that we're okay moving forward with these resolutions so that we can build out those program guidelines and come back and present those to you. But again, we think that, and we know, again, back to our analysis and based on what we put in the initial strategy, that this is a good program.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So maybe I think this should be more like a workshop so that you get a little bit more direction in terms of maybe some of the issues, and that in a subsequent meeting, I think the details are going to be important for all of these different resolutions.
Sure.
For the most part, in terms of the broad policy goals, I think probably majority of us, will support them, but I think the devil is in the details, and I think that it's going to be critical to get the apartment association, which represents a lot of the local, property owners, also on board so that they could be a partner in making sure that we're getting those apartment owners interested in what is it that it's going to take specifically for the voucher program. So I do have, share some of the same concerns. I think details are going to be critical, but I could say out of the resolutions, me for the most part, I can be supportive of because there's some great policy goals, right, in each of them, but I do think details are going to be critical. And I think I understand the concern of spending staff time in developing those details, but that's kind of what we need in order to move.
Yes, so here's what the hope was, that we could get council support for the resolutions today. Then we would come back to the council with individualized contract or agreements that the council would have to approve with specificity. And we would work with the, not just the California Apartment Owners Association, but also the realtors and perhaps a subcommittee group that we have for housing with the council. But we want to put together the details, but hesitated to do that in advance, not knowing if we could get, I don't want to say conceptual support, but support of the resolutions as were written.
Yeah, Mayor, but the thing is, what you're saying to me is that if we support this today, you're going to go out there and make agreements and contracts with people. I'm not ready to do that at this point. I want to see details before we put it out to the greater community, then have people come to the table based on the criteria that we set, and then have the approval by that's what makes sense to me.
If I may, Councilman, I think that the best description of this is kind of putting the cart before the horse. And I understand why staff would do that, but what you're asking us is before staff spends time working on the details like the criteria, eligibility, scope of work, deliverables, a budget, you want us to sign off on $7 million on these, initiatives. And I can tell you in concept, I could be supportive of the resolutions. However, if I have to be asked to vote today, I'm voting no against 6 out of the 7 today, because there is no meat to the proposals, and we need to know, because what I'm going to get is folks are going to say we're building a land trust, we're building rent stabilization.
Right.
Tomorrow morning they're asking me, where do I go get the help? And my only answer would be, I don't know. We won't know until the details come a few months downstream. So as far as I can go is to simply say I'm open to the conversation. I know there's a lot of details that have to be figured out, but this is the most money I've ever been asked to consider with the least amount of information and the least amount of specifics. So I'm not ready to do it today, except for the tiny homes, because that's simple. I know that for X amount of cost, you will get X amount of units from Fresno City College. That's what they do. They build stuff. That seems easy. I know it's important for us to do the voucher programs, but I'd like to know who are we targeting. And to Member Bredefield's point, I'm also a landlord back in my day and today, and I know that there's other issues that keep landlords from participating. You know, is it the level of vandalism that occurs and who pays for that and for how long? On the rental stabilization, what happens after year 2? Do rents go up $500 more? You know, and therefore we just delay potential evictions. So in concept, I'm supportive of these and others, but I'm not ready to give the green light, especially with $7 million attached, quite yet.
Thank you.
All right. So I had Councilmember Arias punched up. You spoke. Councilmember Soria, you were punched up. You spoke. Council Vice President.
Yes, I guess I'd just like to talk to the administration a little bit more. I know you've had conversations with myself. I mean, I think some of these could potentially use some conversations or dialogue with outside folks, if that's something you choose to do. I think some of these are pretty low-hanging fruit, if you will, that probably don't require that same input from outside organizations. I'm thinking about eviction protection program. We've had extensive conversations about this, Mayor. The City College, tiny houses. This is another one too. I think this is, you know, pretty common sense and probably requires very little outside input, but what are you guys thinking?
So I haven't heard from all the council, but I've heard from 4 of them. So if my math is right, I haven't heard from Councilmember Carbasi. Here's what I'd like to see. And if in fact we can get 2 of the resos supported today, eviction protection, which is really solidifying or codifying what was approved during the budget, the $2 million for eviction protection. That was already done in the budget. This codifies it or acknowledges it. Second is the tiny homes with Fresno City College. Then we can work on the other 5 resolutions in much more detail and come back to council at the next council meeting with that. But I would ask of the council president if you would appoint 2 or 3 folks from the council to work with the administration so that when we do come back, we have a pretty solid plan in place. But it's helpful to know that council, at least the ones we've heard from, are very supportive conceptually of what we're bringing forth in terms of the resolutions. That's very important to us. And then we'll be able to bring that forward here in the next council meeting.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I think this package is a win for everybody living in the city of Fresno.
Yeah, and you know, nobody wants ambiguity, nobody wants vagueness, you know, but sometimes we have to come forward with a little bit of that. But the main thing is we're going to get where we need to be, hopefully, over the next 30 days.
Okay, yeah. Councilmember Bredefield, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Yes, I would agree with that, Mayor. And I have no problem, for me personally, passing what you suggested in terms of the tiny homes and the eviction protection. I was supportive of moving that forward. The others are good policy initiatives. We need more detail. I think ultimately we all can get to the same place, but it's going to require very specific analysis, like I was talking about. What does that $1 million in a voucher program look like? What are we trying to incentivize? What are we not? How are we truly going to help people? I mean, we have to get down to the specifics of it, because there are some things we're not going to be able to do, some things we will. And so the specifics are important to approve the expenditure. But, you know, I think we can get there, and that's what I'm hearing.
Good.
And I think we can get there on hopefully on those 2 items on eviction protection and the tiny homes.
Yeah, and this will be helpful too as we move forward with the other policy recommendations. Will operate in the same fashion. So appreciate the council's support.
I also just wanted to give some feedback, and I think I gave feedback to you guys in our last meeting about the Housing Trust Fund. You know, this has been something that I've been advocating for 8 years. And how it was explained to me, you know, I know that we put money in, we got money matched, and then we're putting a little bit more money. What my vision was when I initially proposed this, and because we've allocated, you know, over $40 million in housing dollars for, you know, housing in our city, I thought that majority of it would, you know, be in this pot of funding. So I feel like this pot of funding, it has now been diluted to just, we're going to use it maybe just as matching dollars. So I don't know how much really of a trust fund, a housing trust fund it has, you know, it will actually be.
Right.
Because I'm only seeing it as a vehicle to match dollars for affordable housing units versus this broader,
Yeah.
you know, account or fund to do a slew of things that will get us to increase the number of affordable housing units. It's just not new market, new affordable housing units, but also rehab and also,
Right.
you know, all these other programs that I feel fit. But the way that was explained to me, I think that we need to include that and broaden it and put a lot more of the dollars into it.
So, you know, one of the resolutions I think is pretty simple, doesn't require anything, and it is the putting money into that trust, right? I think it was $2 million.
But I want more. $2
I know
million
that,
is
I know
like,
that.
you know,
So-
out of like the 40 million, you know, you're saying 2 million. And so,
Yeah, let me have Deputy Mayor, because he can
I'm willing
explain.
to put 40 million to the trust fund.
He can explain why.
I'm sure it'll be a good explanation, but we still want 40 million in there.
So, again, part of the strategy was to be exactly that, a strategy that realized highest and best return on investment for the dollars outlined. We outlined on the housing side of the strategy a recommended $101 million to accomplish the housing portion of the strategy. Again, in a typical world where we have $101 million, that would not create or help us generate almost 7,000 shelter and affordable housing units. But when leveraged properly and layered properly, which we spent a significant amount of time figuring out where can the dollars be placed to realize the highest return to get housing out to those who need it most, that's where we figured out, okay, this is how much each recommendation on each item should be. And so completely appreciate the thought of maximizing utilization of the Housing Trust Fund. But again, when we have other resolutions that ensure that the dollars that need the 40 million also, but that also have additional leverage, it's really important. Again, for the Housing Trust, the state will match a max of 5 million. And so there's so much that we can go on the trust, and we want to make sure that we are getting the best bang for our proverbial buck. And so hopefully that's a little bit helpful to describe why we wound up doing it the way we did. And what I'd say is that on the, as Mayor mentioned earlier.
Why did you pick 2 million? Why not 3 million? Why not 4 million? Why did you pick 2 million?
Yeah, we're maxed out this year with the 5. And so the additional amounts that we're recommending are to pursue an additional match. Again, cross our fingers, hope that we can get it. But it's to get an additional match in addition to the regular 1.5 million that we get from the real estate fee. And so, again, if we did the simple math on what we could do, for instance, if we put all 40 million, and I know we're just talking now, but if we put all 40 million in one specific bucket and we do the math, we can see how many units potentially we can get out the door, either through new home construction estimates or through rehabilitation. And when we compare those numbers to what we were able to yield in the strategy, the 7,000 is a massive number. Still doesn't get us to where we need to be as a community, but as the mayor mentioned, with the things we've put in place thus far, just this past year, we actually have more in the pipeline in terms of affordable housing than we've had in multiple years. So we're hopeful with what we've laid out as a strategy.
Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mayor, and your team for meeting with me and kind of going over your strategy. Especially appreciate the work that Matthew, you've been doing for a while, actually already. And Mayor, you and I had this conversation about, the way I read this is we're doing a lot of initiative and work to obviously work with what we have. What I like to see is that tally sheet I mentioned of how many new additional units we have coming online. I think you gave me some numbers and figures. I'm sure your team keeps track of that. I think that would be helpful for the council to have, to have I don't even know if it's a quarterly sheet on how many multifamily condos, tiny homes, single home residential units we're actually building. And I think that would be a good guide, obviously, for the next phases of the investments that we'll have. And on my end, I'm obviously, appreciative and open to supporting whatever we can get through today. I am also respectful of the different stakeholders. As you know, this morning we got a letter from our partners at the Apartment Association, the realtors, text with Kim a little bit earlier. So I know every time we do something new and different in Fresno, people get a little bit, nervous and want to know exactly what that looks like and the details. So I want to be respectful of that too and make sure that we get a good plan. And I think you have the good foundation, good framework for that. The one thing that I do want to flag for my colleagues is on the resolution number 6, and I mentioned it to our team, is I think, if we're going to say that we're a partner in trying to address a lot of the, not just the housing issue, but the homelessness issue, I think each council member should be responsible for outlining what parcels and areas they would be agreeable to putting tiny home developments in. As you know, myself, Councilmember Arias, and incoming colleague, Councilmember Perea, actually went out to Austin and toured their development. And one of the things that I took away from that is, and I was a little bit, surprised, is it's actually not a government project. The city didn't build it. The county didn't build it. It was a private sector project that then turned into a nonprofit that is run very well. I like to see us replicate that. And the reason I say that is I think the housing conversation has a couple components. But as you know, Mayor, you spent the first year of your tenure cleaning up the freeways. And we did a good job of doing that. Your team did a really good job. As we're now transitioning these emergency shelters into permanent housing, we don't want to have those folks actually go back, not just to the freeway, but to the streets. So I want to see how we're going to address that. And we had a little brief conversation about that, but I think the public needs to know what's our plan, what's the strategy. But to me, it's just going to be about keeping track, but focusing on those additional units that I know, we all know that we need to produce here in the city of Fresno at a very quick rate. So with that, those are all the comments that I had, Council President.
All right. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have a comment, but I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move to approve items 6 and 7 only, but with the caveat that for item number 6, that the council members for the districts the tiny home villages will go into, they'll have, along with supervision of the city attorney's office, some form of input on what those locations are. They'll have to sign off on it. If there's a second.
There's a second by Councilmember Soria.
Okay, thank you. So I actually, speaking of Councilmember Soria, I think she's correct that we need more input. I think that's pretty clear. And this is not any disrespect to the deputy mayor. I really appreciate your time on this when you met with me. Definitely, you've poured your heart and soul in this. This is a well-intentioned package. But like Councilmember Chavez said, we got letters from different groups, good groups that we work with, like the Realtors Association, and they can provide input. And they, in their letter, they said that they're actually willing to come on board. They just want to get more comfortable with it. And I think if we vet this a little more, I know there's always a fear of, you want to do it now, that we're pumped up, but I think we can make this even better. And I'd like to be able myself to meet with them and then meet with the administration and provide some of my input too. And that's where I'm at on that.
Okay. Yeah, actually, California Realtors Association has been very supportive of all of our recommendations in the One Fresno housing strategy. I know that for a fact, but I also understand that there is some angst on the part of some of their members in terms of clarity. So we're going to meet with them and a couple of other groups, and then whoever you decide to appoint, Council President, to this working group, and then we'll come back in the next council meeting with the other 5 if 6 and 7 pass. And I'm guessing that on number 5, the The local housing trust fund, we want to wait on that. That was the automatic 2 million.
Well, Councilmember Soria, I mean, how do you feel
It's
about that?
not to say
Do
we
you
can't
want
add to it
forward
later, but it's up to you.
Councilmember Soria, what are your thoughts on that? Do you want to wait? Do you want to go with 2 and add more?
I'd like to wait because I also want to see what is the plan with the monies in there. Like we have to there has to be some sort of criteria on how the dollars are going to be spent. I don't want to just say we're adding 2 million or 5 more million without understanding what the criteria for what the monies will be spent on.
Sure.
And that's what I still don't have a good understanding.
Appreciate that, Councilwoman Soria. And you know, for the housing trust fund dollars, that's all public process. So the same way that the initial 5 million will be expended all through public process, it would be the same with this additional recommendation. I'd also like to say that for everyone,
When you say that, what does that mean?
it would require a NOFA.
Okay.
A notice of funding.
No, I know, but
thank you.
Okay, you're going to say we have $12 million.
Right.
And what's the
So-
criteria in that? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. So
yes,
you're going to put it out, and
So
what do we want? Do we want people housing with 60% AMI? Like, I want to at least understand what are the parameters
Yeah.
of what we're looking for, and really what is the goal
If
to
I
accomplish.
may, Councilwoman Soria, one of the things that we also have to get clarity on is we already did it, a NOFA, and we got a lot of responses to that NOFA for housing projects, and I don't see those proposals before us, so I need to know of those, applicants who already responded to a NOFA, which ones will be funded and when, prior to putting out a new NOFA that may be duplicating what we're intending to already award in the next 6 months. So.
Sure. So a couple of quick things in response. One, and Phil will be able to speak to the process and perhaps provide some clarity on the existing 5 million. That may help paint a picture for what could be expected with the presumable additional 2. But one thing I would say because I know it's been out of sight, out of mind since we released the housing strategy, is the strategy actually outlines per recommendation the dollar amount recommended and the number of units or families impacted by that recommendation, if adopted, by AMI level. So that's another thing too, just to refresh everyone's memory. If you go back and take a look at that. But Phil, if you want to speak to the actual process.
Good evening, Council. Assistant Director Phil Sky, Planning Development. So, Councilmember Soria, as you might recall, the built into the structure of the Local Housing Trust Fund is a public input process. It is required as part of the trust fund. And so, as we've talked about previously, around one of the trust fund in the establishing resolution this body adopted, there were parameters for the first round of funds that ultimately has amounted to $5 million. And so it's new construction, it's multifamily, it is rental, and it is covenanted affordable. That is required for round 1. For round 2, we have public meetings that we are setting up in early 23, where the community, because there are a number of eligible activities for the trust fund, the community will ultimately be informing how those dollars will be used for round 2. That process, year after year, will be repeated with and through community input. That is the design of the trust fund itself. It will always operate and function in that manner. And at the result of every single round of community input, there will be a NOFA released that will specify the parameters. But we cannot say today what the parameters will be for round 2 or any subsequent round because we haven't had that input. It is not time for that at this point.
Totally understand that, but one of the other things that I think that is critical as we're talking about affordable housing and building more units, one of the things, and I know that the mayor has supported, some programs for home ownership. I think home ownership should be inclusive of our affordable housing trust fund, and maybe we don't get the same input from residents because they're thinking about rent, right? Our residents can't even think about owning a home because they're just thinking about rent, right? And so that's what I'd like to also see. But is it outside of the scope
No,
of
it's not.
the trust fund?
No, affordable ownership is also an option.
Okay.
Just for round one, it was already determined, for round one only, it was determined that it would be new construction, multifamily, rental,
Okay.
covenanted affordable.
And so we have 12 million, or how much?
We have 5 million in round one.
5 million. Okay, and those are already all designated.
No, we have 2 community meetings coming up, late October and then in November, and then we'll release a NOFA in
And
January. We'll receive project proposals. But as Councilmember Arias was indicating, I mean, those projects will come from the affordable housing development community. So I don't know what those projects will be at this time. I know what criteria they will meet, but I don't know if we'll be receiving proposals for, 10 units of multifamily affordable or 50 units of multifamily affordable. We will ultimately go through a scoring process that will identify what will be constructed with those dollars.
So where does the homeownership affordability fit into?
That would be potentially for round 2 or any subsequent round.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want to wait for round 2 or round 3. I think we can still do it.
We
Like
cannot for round 1.
Well, but don't we control the money?
No, we are the stewards of those dollars and that fund. But
Well, yeah,
the
we were the ones
establishing
that,
resolution.
we were the ones that put them in there. So
Yes.
any given day, I can say I want to spend $5 million in home ownership program.
For the local housing trust fund, we would then be in violation of the establishing resolution. We would not be complying with what council ultimately adopted for round 1 dollars and what the state matched when we applied.
So that's my point. That's what I'm saying. We can put other dollars in to also accomplish that without having to just wait on this, just the round 1. So that's where I have concerns. So I think right now the details for me are not very, clear and cut. And so I'd rather just take time to connect with you guys, go through the details, and just move forward on the other 2, which are much more clear, because that's a big part of the affordability piece that also interests me. And I'm happy to sit down with you guys in the coming, weeks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Story. And then, point taken. I would also like to mention, though, and I think we both know the affinity we both have for ownership, affordable home ownership, and again, in the strategy, we outlined other recommendations, like recommendation 46, that's solely focused on down payment assistance for home ownership. So there are other areas, again, leveraging other pots of funds that we could draw from in order to ensure that we're accommodating the needs for affordable home ownership. So just want to make sure I mention that. But thank you. Any other?
So Councilmember Carbasi, if that answered your question. Sorry, it was long.
No, it's good. We'll hold off then. So I just have those 2, unless there's any other ones council members are comfortable with, but I think we're ready to go.
All right, let's go out to the public. I do have some yellow cards from earlier. Patience Milrod. Patience no longer with us. Okay.
I lose my patience too.
This is public comment for now. Thank you. Shelly Cha? No longer with us. Christina Garcia? No longer with us. Maria Gasca? No longer with us. We'll move over to Zoom. I see some of the folks who had cards. Carla Martinez on Zoom.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council, here to comment on item 3A. For the past year, communities have continuously called for action through policy and investment to respond to the housing crisis we face. The city has appropriated $40 billion in the American Rescue Plan funding to help solve our housing crisis. As you are aware, these dollars are to help communities most impacted by COVID, and the city should be working with residents most impacted by and most vulnerable to COVID to identify solutions. Despite repeated requests for a community-driven process to develop joint solutions, there are several resolutions before you that contain little detail or substance. It is unclear how each policy or funding program responds to community priorities, what implementation will actually look like, whether funding will be contingent on affordability requirements, or how we are targeting policies and programs to ensure lower income households, unhoused neighbors, and families on fixed incomes will be prioritized. There is too much at stake for us not to work together. It is past time we work together to address community priorities. We respectfully urge the council and the mayor to work directly with community residents to inform the development of policy and funding programs to get it right from the start. Specifically, we urge the council and the mayor to support and fund a true and much needed rent stabilization ordinance. This means capping rents at a reasonable percentage each year without subsidizing landlords. $5 million for homeowner assistance programs, continue rental assistance programs with $2 million, $3 million for housing improvements and rehabilitation fund for weatherization improvements for low-income households, and adopting local tenant protections to protect tenants beyond the provisions of AB 1482. This list is not exhaustive. Many of these recommendations are also in a community identified comment letter we sent over with more detail and many more programs which came from both the Here to Stay report and the One Fresno Housing report. We are here to work together with you. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I also do want to commend the staff of Councilmember Arias, Esparza, and Soria for meeting with me and talking about these community-based priorities. Thank you.
Next on Zoom, we have Brandy N.
Hello, thank you. I agree that we need more time for actually all 7 items. We need to have all the information so that not only on what is being proposed, but how, because that determines viability. And the simple ones aren't simple because of some information I know behind the scenes that they're working on that the public should know and have an input on. We need community, for all of these, we need community engagement involvement in every step of the process. Regarding the tiny homes, I appreciate the partnership with Fresno City College. I would love to be able to see that something like this happen with our in-house to be able to be involved in that, but that will be another time. But we need to have public input and transparency on where the homes go and who manages it. I learned that there's potential for CDCs to be involved in this, and that might affect dedication to the unhoused and extreme low-income renters. I appreciate what Carbasi said, or Chavez said, regarding the need for those who are in the shelters to have a place to go. And I asked that the city set a required percentage allot for the unhoused, if not for all for the unhoused. Regarding the environmental protection, this needs to continue and we need to have it evaluated, because I've heard from partners who are going to speak up that some people have sought help with the EPP and weren't given assistance because of certain criteria, but they were given 30-day notices. Yes, Gary, there absolutely are way more people than vouchers, and that's why this is important. Regarding the housing trust, I ask that the city supports the community advisory committee being developed between housing advocates in the city, and that this also be used in land and mixed-use trusts. Regarding tenant protections, I ask that as we're looking into this and we don't make decisions, because we need to make sure that tenants come first and are protected, especially from slumlords and those who can protect the program. We need a landlord registry so that those who are in non-compliance do not receive benefits from these programs. That we address the issues like inspections and whatnot to ensure that the landlord and the facilities are viable, and that this is applied to everywhere where landlords are involved, and as well as those who are managing rental property and people have a voice in who does the mixed neighborhood trust property manager. I oppose the item being proposed for rent stabilization. This is not rent stabilization. This is subsidies for landlords, and with the rents going up, this won't fix it. I ask that the city pursue the rent stabilization plan that was brought forth in the Here to Stay report that limits rent increases but allows landlords to still receive a profit. I ask that you hear from the community members on the housing needs, and that the city brings forth the Here to Stay report as well to not only discuss but take action. It does not address all the issues. And again, in all these things, we need to know what's going on and have a say in each of these so that our
Thank
most
you, Randy.
vulnerable are protected.
Next speaker is going to be Marisa Moraza.
Good evening, council members. My name is Marisa Moraza. I'm Senior Campaign Strategist with Power California Action. As we all know, housing is a basic human need and the foundation of what makes us whole. Our home is where we can rest, where we can nourish ourselves, and where we care for our families and create community. With this whole process, I just want to continue to uplift that there needs to be more transparency in these projects. I do appreciate the concerns that were uplifted by council around the lack of details and transparency. This is our concern too. We know when we work together, we can create and implement real solutions to support youth, their families, and vulnerable communities in Fresno. I also agree that this should have been a workshop or information given in advance. Community has been waiting on standby since the morning to address this agenda item. And this continues to be a confusing and frustrating process for community members and housing advocates. As has been mentioned before, for the past year, we have been talking to council members, rallying, showing up to city council, mobilizing to demand ARPA dollars be used to fund community-based solutions and equitable housing programs. We need to fund programs and policies that increase tenant protections and keep people housed. Also want to note that back in November of 2021, we did send a community letter to council that outlined the need to have expanded allocation of funding to the local housing trust fund to support programs such as the eviction protection program, housing rehabilitation, first-time homeowner assistance programs, housing rights education, tenant assistance, and temporary housing, and that this that the local housing trust fund should have community oversight that is led and driven by community with lived experience. We do support the continuation of the eviction protection program, and also want to note that we will continue to advocate for increased funding and expanding support for folks facing eviction in the city. Also want to note that we reject the proposed rent stabilization program. This is not rent stabilization. This is a landlord subsidy program. We do need a citywide rent stabilization policy that protects tenants from excessive rent increases by creating a schedule for reasonable and gradual rent increases and a maximum percentage of rent increase that is allowed each year. And this resolution needs to include just cause eviction language and a rent control board that allows landlords and tenants to make requests, as well as expanding coverage such as units that have been built in the last 15 years and single family homes as well. So the city of Fresno, we must act now to protect young people, Black, Indigenous people of color, working families, historically impacted by racist housing policies. We demand affordable rent, we demand strong eviction protections, and we demand to be included in this process. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Lisa Flores on Zoom.
Good evening. It's just getting later, isn't it? I have to agree, this should have been a workshop. You need to have more transparency on this. And you don't need rent stabilization, you need friggin' rent control. Because this quasi plan that the mayor has mentioned this evening basically pushes off the problem. You guys are sitting on a bubble and don't even know it. The bubble is seniors who, like myself, are disabled and are in between meeting the income caps for like Section 8 and actually going out and paying rent. What happens to people like me that can't afford the going rate for like even a 1-bedroom? Where do we go? Who do we see? You know, are we going to be stuck on Parkway with the pimps and the prostitutes and the crime that's a lot worse now? You know, where does someone like me go? I mean, think about this. You know, stabilization is great, but it's pushing off the problem for 2 years. Your solution for housing will not be solved in 2 years. You know, coming up with these policies and such, great, but you also have to look at practicality. And I keep hearing affordable housing. When I hear affordable housing, you guys, you need to start saying affordable to who and to how much. Because when you say affordable, to me, affordable housing is someone who makes about $5,000 a year. They can afford housing. But at a retiree income, what is my affordable housing? If you're on a bubble, you're not even looking at the bubble folks. And they're the ones that are most likely to become homeless and have no recourse of any sort of social service program. So once again, I ask you for rent control, not stabilization, rent control. Let's call it what it is. Let's actually do it right the first time, because people in Fresno deserve that until the housing stock comes up and things get stabilized in Fresno. Thank you.
The next speaker on Zoom is going to be Gregory Terzakis.
Thank you, Council President. I know it's been a very long day for all of you, and I know this because when the meeting started this morning, Councilmember Chavez was clean shaven, so I'll try to be brief. We would like to thank all of you for the hard work you put in, particularly the mayor and his staff, on a really courageous move to try to take one of the most pressing issues in Fresno and to deal with it. So thank you, Mayor Dyer and staff. Having said that, I think, Mayor Dyer, you mentioned an angst that some people felt, and I think that speaks to our members. Some of these ideas are new, and we do think a little more fleshing out of the ideas is appropriate, and you seem amenable to that. And we look forward to working with you and your staff and the council members as well, moving forward as we begin to address these issues with a little more detail. I would also just say, in response to some of the previous comments, CA has been working with the city for quite a long time on these issues. We were there for the Here to Stay report. It was a flawed report, and rent control is a flawed policy. It's been proven to be flawed in every city where it's tried. It benefits people who currently live where they live. And if we want to increase housing stock, we're going to need people to develop here. And I can tell you right now, they will not be developing here if there is strict rent control. They will find other cities that don't have it. So it is not a solution to a problem. In fact, it creates more problems. So having said that, we look forward to working with you moving forward on these first 7 of 47 initiatives. And thanks for your time.
All right, next speaker is going to be Shara Thompson on Zoom.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Shara, you have 3 minutes.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Shara Thompson. I'm the Central Valley Regional Coordinator with Tenants Together, a single mother and a constituent of District 3. Today, I'm going to echo what other community members and advocates have said or may say here. We need to table these proposed items until there is more transparency. I want to ask, is there going to be an agreed upon time frame that landlords have to provide tenancy unless there is a default of rent for the voucher incentive program? And how are you going to track the deviations that landlords may not be in compliance with so they won't qualify for these vouchers? How is the rent stabilization program going to affect Fresno's rental housing economy in 2 years? I can tell you, we will be in the same boat that we are in today. This rent stabilization program is nothing like what other major cities like Antioch, Bell Gardens, and Pasadena just in this year are or have passed to ensure that the housing crisis has slowed. Fresno needs to catch up with the rest of the state, and we have fallen behind in our own housing system. This program is to incentivize landlords who are inflating and gouging rent and not caring about the pieces that you folks here in your positions have to take care of, which is the housing crisis that we're in. There are no tenant protections with this rent stabilization program that you're proposing. There's not a cap on how much rents can be raised. There's not even a guideline of how these landlords will qualify for the incentive. Are the homes or units that fall under this program going to have to be inspected and mold tested to ensure that they are following the laws around habitability? It sounds like a landlord registry is needed here, folks. I want to press you and urge you for the continuance and the allocation of funding for the eviction protection program. In the last few months, too many Fresno residents and tenants have called into the Tenants Together statewide housing crisis hotline and have been referred, or I have personally taken them in to be assisted with the eviction protection program. Time and time, we see so many families fall through the cracks and not get the representation that they need to stay in their homes while landlords can afford it, because they're taking 30% of their tenants' income, if not more, each month. Again, I think before a vote can happen here, we need to ensure that programs are thought through so that they can be implemented properly with appropriate guidelines and assurances that tenants and their families are not going to be in the same position we are in today in 2 years. Start thinking about your constituents like they are your family. They need your support like you need them during election time. Thank you for respectfully listening, and have a wonderful night.
Okay, I don't see anyone else on Zoom. I do have a yellow card here in the chamber for Des.
Was it 8 o'clock? Okay. I want to talk about these voucher incentive program, okay? So you're saying that you have a voucher incentive program. That's the same thing as the landlord engagement program that we already have. So I don't know why we're changing the name to something that we've already had. And I would like to see, you know, some evidence, some proof that the landlord engagement program worked. Because as far as I know, we still have money in that pot and not all of it has been used up yet. So if this incentive program and they're asking for that much money, this doesn't make any sense. Look into the landlord engagement, same thing, different name. So why are we giving and giving? What landlords are getting this money? Is it all one landlord? Is JD Home Rentals getting any of this money? Are any slumlords that have been investigated by the city of Fresno getting any of these incentives? An incentive to give to a landlord to beg somebody to move in, that's like bribery, right? I mean, that's the way I take it. You're giving money to a landlord and saying, hey, you know, I know they got bad credit. I want you to let them move in. You give them $500 and promise them $2,500 in case I break something. That's like bribery. Like, why don't we get better landlords? Why don't we get rid of the landlords that don't want, that are slumlords? We have good landlords here and we have bad ones. So I'm just saying that incentive program, you guys look into it. Look into it. Do these landlords pass inspections, the ones that are getting money from you guys? Are they passing any code enforcement inspections? How many people have utilized the programs? If they didn't use all the funds, oh yeah, I already said that right there. Okay, I would like to know how I can request a report from last year's funding and how it was spent and what landlords received these funds. I want to know if this is public information. If it is, I would like to get it. You're saying $1 million for 600 people to help 600 people. This is on the other thing, the 3A. $1 million for 600 people is about $1,600 per person. What is $1,600 going to do? Is that for deposit? Is it for missed rent? Is it for property damage? Because you can't use it for all three. So you ought to think about that money too. That money can go into the housing trust. What are we doing to encourage the landlords? Oh yeah, I forgot we're bribing them. Hold on one second. Tiny homes. Tiny homes. We had tiny homes built. 10 years ago, I was told by a city council member that we had tiny homes built by Fresno State students. Where did those tiny homes go? And why are we giving 4 years to build tiny homes? We're in an emergency right now for housing. Why are we going to wait 4 years? You're going to give Fresno State City students the 24 homes. You want $1 million. It's going to take 4 years to complete. A tiny home can be made in a month. We have a guy right down the street, you guys, amazing man. I think you guys all know him. He builds tiny homes, $1,400. Less than that, he told me 11, but I think he told Miguel 14. But anyways, there can be a deal that can be made there. So, initiative something. The guy, he's local. You guys should use him. Sorry, hold on one second. I've been here for 9 hours, dude. You got to give me 1 more minute. I've been here for 9 hours. Come on.
Des, I can't give you 1 more
Dude,
minute. I'm sorry.
come on.
I gotta be fair.
Like, no, really, seriously, Nelson.
Seriously,
like,
I gotta be fair, and we've had lots of items to comment on.
I could have brought
some
in my
related
other
to housing,
speaker,
so
but
thank you, Des. I have to be fair to everybody else. The next speaker in the chamber is going to be Esther Carver. Esther Carver. Are you serious? I'm very serious. I think the person behind you is next to speak has also been here since this morning.
Yes, she has. And she should have more than 3 minutes and 180 seconds to. You guys have here talking about.
Des, you're out of order. Don't make me do the gavel. Come on. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I had a bunch of comments to make, but I think, so my name is Esther Carver, sorry. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Central Fresno Neighborhood Trust, also known as the Mixed Income Neighborhood Trust, MINT, as you guys have seen it. We're really excited about this model coming here to Fresno. It's a new model to Fresno, but it's not new to our country. We see it in Tulsa, in Kansas City, and it's launching tomorrow in Boston as well. And so Kavya and Ben are online as well, and they've been here all day in different time zones as well. We've been working with several organizations across Fresno, residents across Central Fresno, and the Trust Neighborhoods team. out of Kansas City. And so we're really excited about launching the Mint in Fresno and the potential $2 million that can be added from the ARPA dollars to this. We've already secured $1 million from Chan Zuckerberg, and we have other subordinated debt coming in from banks. So that's where we are. We're excited to meet with you all and really go through the nitty-gritty and the details of the project. I know we've sent you all emails, but we'll look forward to meeting with you all in the next month and sharing more about that and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more speakers who popped up on Zoom. Shelley Cha, you're next.
Hi, good evening, council member. I know it's been a long day, so I appreciate you guys still hanging in there with all of us. I want to say that, you know, I've been born and raised here in Fresno. You know, my parents were immigrants. We've come from a family where all of us slept in 2 bedrooms. We were struggling to pay rent. Fast forward 30, 40 years later, I am now a landlord. And so I've gone through the full journey that I hear from all the folks there tonight. But I'm asking that I think that the problem here that we have is that a lot of time we talk a lot about rents and rents rising, but nobody ever really focused around how do we get home ownership for folks at all levels of income. And I hear people talking about being on Social Security to those making $2,000, $3,000 a month that cannot afford a home. The key is how do we provide home ownership for these folks? And that is one of the reasons why I decided to participate in the CCLT, which we have one of the resolution on there today, is to hopefully build a model where we can provide home ownership for folks that are making in the lower income to medium income households. And once you provide them that home ownership, they don't have to worry about rent because now they're paying a fixed mortgage for the rest of their life, or as long as when they stay in the home. So I think that this is something that I encourage that all the council members focus around. I know we talk a lot about rents and we talk about the rising of rents, which is great, but one of the solutions should be how do we provide home ownership to these folks so that then resolve the issue of rising rents. Because when you talk about rents, you're going to be bringing in inflation. And with inflation, you're going to have increasing rents for as long as you continue to rent. So I'd like for us to really focus around, you know, a possible solution of providing home ownership. And that is what our CCLT focus is going to be around, is how to provide home ownership to the low and medium household income through whether it's a single family, through multifamily, or through the tiny home. So I just wanted to share that with all the council members, and I hope that you guys take that into consideration. I've gone, you know, from being a renter to now being a landlord. I've seen the full scope and I've seen all the problems. And this is where I think that a good solution would be for us. So thank you very much for the time.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Alice Vallejo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Elise Vallejo, and I want to thank all of you for taking the time, especially all day, for hearing all our comments and everything. I did have a couple of questions, though. The tiny homes, it seems like, you know, you guys are okay with it, but I wanted to see if it was by any chance going to be some part of that going to be guaranteed to at least be given to the unhoused. I mean, at least a portion of the tiny homes. And another thing, too, with rent control. And I do agree on the thing with it being a workshop, so that way the public and everybody can have their questions answered. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to the chamber, a couple more cards came in. Christine Barker, you are next.
Good evening, everyone, except Councilmember Carbasi. Good morning to you. I'm very impressed at your stamina, really. I am here tonight on behalf of the Central California Land Trust. We had 5 of us here, bright and early and overly optimistically, but we and I think we have more on our Zoom thing. So a community land trust is not a new idea. I know some of you have been talking about this for years and years and years and years, and I think ARPA creates a really unique and exciting opportunity to actually invest in this idea that everyone seems to think probably could be really helpful for our community. I understand the importance of details, and I understand the question you have in front of you, and I'm really looking forward to working with you and working with our consultants and working with the community to build the land trust that Fresno needs and that our residents deserve through creating affordable homeownership opportunities, through foreclosure intervention, and through anything else that we can figure out that we want to do together. This is just the start, and I know we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. So thanks for your time, and I really hope that we can get this worked out soon, because there's a lot of work, and the housing market is not going to get any better anytime soon. So the sooner we can get this partnership formalized, I think the better. Thanks.
All right, next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Artie Padilla.
Thank you, Council. Artie Padilla, resident Southwest Fresno. Just really going to share that I appreciate what the city has done. I'm the director of the DRIVE initiative, so we have our own housing initiative, and it aligns really well with what the One Fresno plan is. And I appreciate what these two brilliant young ladies have shared about the Mixed Income Neighborhood Trust, the CLT. Those are great opportunities for us to keep diving into some unique vehicles to address our housing issue. I think all 7 of those strategies are great. I do agree that you really should know the details. So I actually don't have an argument with that. I also agree that we need some good community engagement moving forward with all of our housing strategies. I think our community voice is needed in all areas. I really would love for you to ask the questions, get to know the projects, the initiatives, but I think you'll see the strategies are pretty sound. The investments are strong, and we need to keep thinking creatively, as you have been, so that we can address the housing issue that we have. So thank you very much.
Okay, I don't have any more yellow cards here in the chamber. No more folks punched up on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on item 3A. Come back up to council. We've had a pretty thorough discussion, and there's a motion on the table to approve items 6 and 7, the tiny homes, as well as the continuation of our eviction protection program. Clerk, will you please call the...
I'm sorry, Council President. I'm so sorry. It's been a long day, long night. I actually wanted to ask the attorney a question. I actually want to make quite a change to my motion, so I want to withdraw my motion to make a new one. Can I do that?
You can, as long as the second agrees with you.
Councilmember Soria, are you okay with that?
The answer, it depends.
I know.
What you're gonna, I'm like, boy, I don't know what you're gonna
Draw your
change.
motion if you did a Trojan horse this one.
No. So here's what I want to do.
Councilmember Carbasi, you can withdraw your motion, or you can make a friendly amendment to your own motion. So if you withdraw it, you start over, or you can propose it to Councilmember Soria, and she can say yes or no.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion and make a new motion, though I will want Councilmember Soria's input, of course. The new motion I'm going to make is going to approve items 6 and 7, and then it's going to increase the, sorry, it's been a long night. I'm looking at my notes, I'm sorry. It is going to put $3.5 million into the local housing trust fund so we can get the $5 million max. And those are my 3 items.
I see, Mayor, you were texting people.
Believe it or not, I wasn't the mayor. But,
or someone.
Yeah.
Directed by the mayor. As I told, actually, the mayor, I'm supportive of that, but I'd like to really have a discussion about, how we're going to allocate those dollars. So, and that's just, for me, that doesn't mean that's the end all. The more money that we put into this trust fund, like I said, I'd like, majority of this 40 million to go in there. That's really my goal. So we can add that, understanding that that for me is really the bottom. I'm looking for it to go higher. So we can add that, but just so that you guys know. So that's fine with me.
Yeah, I think, Councilmember, I think you're right, and we're going to have to, I don't think it's over.
That's the floor. That's the floor
Yeah,
for
that's
me.
the floor. I don't think it's over, though. We're going to have to come back at some point, maybe with the next budget or something,
Are
or
you
before
seconding,
that.
Soria?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, so that's what we have. Any other council members have anything to add, anything they want to, before we move forward?
Don't ask.
Okay.
All right.
Just move.
All right, let's do a roll call on the motion that's on the floor.
Approving 6 and 7 with 3.5 into the local housing trust. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0 passes.
Okay. All right. All right, council, how long do you need for dinner? 30 minutes, 35, 40, 20? All right, let's try and get back here by 8:30.
15-minute break.
Yeah, we have 3 more open session items, and then I think 11 closed session items. We're going for record tonight.
Precisely the way to go. Yes, we are showing up on the city's website again.
Okay, we're back. All right, after 11 minutes of technical difficulty, we are back. All right, so we have 3 more items for the open session. Moving on to the workshop, item 3B, Office of Community Affairs Strategic Plan Overview.
All right, is Councilmember Carbasi still there? Is it morning or afternoon there? I don't know.
It's 20 minutes to 8 a.m.
Oh, okay. Oh, man.
I'm still here.
Amazing. You've pulled an all-nighter, Councilmember.
I haven't done that since college. Yeah.
Yeah, this will be one to remember.
There you go.
Awesome. Well, for the sake of brevity, I will do what I can to jam through this, but to respect what was previously Councilmember Arias' request on an update regarding the OCA strategic plan, here we are today. And it's dated September 1st on the slide deck. We may make it, I don't know, by the time this meeting's over, October 1st, I don't know. But we'll do our best to move. All right, so I'll start, if I can get this clicker to work. There we go. I'll start just by saying thank you again to each one of you this evening. You should have all received a full version of the strategic plan in your council packets. Guessing you probably haven't had time to review it amongst all the other things that you have, but my intent tonight is just to go through a brief overview of the OCA strategic plan. And in today's workshop, we're quickly just going to go through a background of the OCA, an overview of community feedback, a general strategic response, and then we'll talk just very briefly on a targeted response, our SMART goals, and then we'll get out of here. So a little bit about the vision, the background. It's worth repeating, even though we've heard it plenty of times. The vision for One Fresno, and it's simply that we have an inclusive, prosperous, beautiful city where people take pride in their neighborhoods and community, and then we have a government that listens, keeps its promises, and is owned by the people. The word people is mentioned twice in that vision, and we and I personally take it to heart because we believe that every person matters, every person has value, and every person, irrespective of age, race, gender, identity, ethnicity, or any other social identifier, should thrive in Fresno. That really became the impetus behind starting the Office of Community Affairs. And so a bit of the background, the office was founded to help us realize the One Fresno vision. The office operates the division of the mayor's office established by Mayor Dyer. And our intent is to engage all Fresno community members by serving as the city government's liaison to key constituent group associations, multicultural and immigrant populations, faith-based, civic, human service, and others, including community benefit organizations. Translation, we're trying to really do what we can to serve the underserved, to connect the dots and liaise folks who otherwise lack key supports, resources, et cetera, to thrive here in Fresno. I want to give a big shout out to Council President Esparza, because as a part of the resolution 21, let me back up here, 21092 that was adopted on April 8th, denouncing racial discrimination amongst Asian American communities, this effort for the OCA was kind of jump-started. It jump-started the hiring of the liaisons that went through November of 2021, in which we hired our last liaison. Speaking of liaisons, I think they're still here. Yeah, there they are, my team. You all know them, I believe your council, your staffs know them, but JR, serving our Asian Indian community, Alma, serving our Latino and all foreign-born immigrant community, Sandra, serving our Asian Pacific Islander community, and Pastor B.T. Lewis, serving our Black, Indigenous, and people of color community. I want to just take a moment just to brag about them and say that their hearts are amazing, and they love this community. Three of them are immigrants themselves, and they represent, I think, each of us really well in the community, connecting residents with resources. If you would, Brianna, maybe click that video for me. This video can probably say it's a short video, but it can probably give a little bit more of a picture of the heart of the OCA better than I can. So let's see if Brianna can click that for us. Okay, maybe it won't. Well, that'll save us some time. But we have a wonderful video that we've shared broadly with the community that really captures the heart of the OCA and each of our liaisons and who they serve and the heart in which they serve. We'll just go on and move past it. Look at that, time savings. If you can try to click to the next one, Brianna, because it's kind of not letting me. There we go. So I want to talk a little bit about the part of our vision that's focused on being a government that listens. That's really the important part of the strategic plan. When we started this effort, it was our intent to be very strategic about our response to the community and how we serve. And so even though we're deeply engaged in the community, we wanted to check all of our assumptions and prior knowledge at the door and make sure that we were actively trying to understand what Fresnans need right now. And so that really became the heart behind our launching a few strategic efforts. One was informal and formal conversations in the community. Another was what you see here on the screen was our survey effort. We launched a 24-question optional anonymous survey really aimed at engaging the community. It was launched both in English, Spanish, Punjabi, and Hmong. The purpose was, number one, to really listen to the community to understand the underserved community's specific needs. Two, based on the understanding of those needs, determine how the OCA can best respond. To ultimately, three, ascertain how we can best design outreach strategies to enhance our support to those community members, ultimately leading to an improvement in civic engagement. I'm going to jump to the next one here to share a little bit about some of the sample questions we asked, just so you can get a sense, just a flavor. And I'm doing this quickly, and I'm going to be done faster than you know. One of the questions included, how would you rate your current level of involvement in the city of Fresno? How satisfied are you with your current level of involvement? How interested are you in increasing your level of involvement in the city of Fresno? And what are the barriers that you're facing to being more involved? Those are sort of questions we're asking, again, aimed at improving civic engagement and having a baseline understanding of where communities are. Additional questions included, how would you rate the city of Fresno's current communication with its residents? How do you like to be communicated with? What are your greatest needs in terms of support? We ask these sort of questions to really understand by community group what the core needs were. A touch on some of what you'll see in terms of the demographics from the responses that we've received. You'll see it there on the slide. But what we found were that The top 3 zip codes of respondents that we've received to date are 93727, 22, and 06. 71% of respondents stated they're employed, 17% self-employed, 11 they're not employed. The geographic area focus, 19% of respondents stated that they're from Southwest Fresno. We wanted to make sure that we got a good cross-section, but certainly wanted to hear those that have been often left behind. The tenure of residents that responded, in terms of years in Fresno, 51% of respondents indicated they've lived in Fresno for 26 plus years. So a majority of our respondents are long-standing residents, and 43% of respondents stated that they were explicitly long-standing residents. In terms of influence, 20% stated they're community leaders. You also see the details, I won't go through them, in terms of percentage of our parents, gender identification, and income levels. And so we tried to make sure that the sample size that we had was solid and statistically significant, and we feel that we achieved that. I'm going to go on, jump to the next one really quickly. And so with that response in mind, we really wanted to chart the course with where we were going. This is a heat map, a matrix. We just had our good friend Artie Padilla here sharing with us in the previous section. It's worth mentioning, you know, Artie being the Central Valley Community Foundation Senior Program Officer, he worked with us to really take a look at the community engagement spectrum. And the spectrum is essentially, as I mentioned, a heat map read from left to right. The columns indicate how transformative community engagement progresses along indicators. And what we are doing as an OCA is saying, okay, we want to be brutally honest with where we think we are in terms of our involvement with the community, and then we want to continue to grow along the matrix in terms of our activity and involvement in the community. I'm going to move on. Here's a slice of the results that we received in hearing the community. You'll see one column there is focused on API, the next one on BIPOC, the next one on Indian, the last on Latino. And you can see there's differences within the community. The item number 1, I'm just going to touch it quickly. It says, what percentage of that community consider themselves involved or very involved in the community? And you see the differences. BIPOC, for instance, 42.59% of the respondents consider themselves very involved, whereas only 28% of the API community consider themselves very involved. So you kind of see this is just a slice of what you have in the full report. But what that led to ultimately was our taking that information, and I'm on my second to last slide, so you guys, we're almost there. We'll open it for feedback. But that led us to creating SMART goals specific to each community's response. So we said, okay, if this is where you are, and we've heard from you, what do we need to do to better engage you? What do we need to do to better serve you? And so we crafted SMART responses, simple, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound goals for everything that we heard and we've heard from the community to address the needs and grow the influence, improve civic engagement, and ultimately serve the residents of Fresno. And so with that being said, I'll end by just saying that we intend to provide regular updates every 6 months. This current strategy that you received and the goals therein are intended for this fiscal year 23, but we intend to bring you back updates regularly. I'll tell you that the OCA in a very short amount of time has done tremendous work in terms of community engagement, both internally and externally. Responding to constituent concerns, supporting departments like economic development, long-range planning, et cetera, working closely with CBOs, distributing 10,000 zoo tickets, you know, for residents in our community, working with the city attorney's office on eviction issues, working with immigration. We know recently we had a couple of appointments made by the OCA to the USCIS, focusing on workplace diversity and helping us hire a more diverse workplace that represents the rich diversity of our city. They've been very involved. They're awesome teammates. Time will not permit me to tell you all things I feel about them, but I want to open it up to you in case you have questions for myself or the liaisons. That's it.
Whew. It's a
Thank you.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Arias, you're punched up first.
Thank you, Council President. So I take interest on this because, as you noted, this was initiated by the council, and things like this typically get initiated after incidents that none of us want for them to be repeated, given that that's in our community. But what I noticed about your goals and the work the OCA has done is everything you referenced is work that was being done by the city in some capacity prior to OCA. We were giving out zoo tickets prior to OCA existing. We were doing community events prior to OCA from different departments. So I'm not so much interested in activities, because that can be done by any series of departments. What I'm trying to understand is, what is your role, if any, and maybe that's not your goal, your purpose as a department, in two fronts. One, in diversifying the hiring of people. We've heard that it's much harder to hire folks. We just authorized $800,000 to hire translators for city work, which we could substantially reduce if we hired more bilingual staff. The complaints that I get is the front office folks in the city who do business permits, plan checks, only speak one language, and therefore it's an obstacle. So I want to understand, is that even an objective of OCA to impact that? And if so, how is that reflected in a SMART goal? How are you measuring that? Because the measurements that I've seen in your presentation are not measurements of what I would say we control, which is the 4,000 employees. Secondly, is what is your role, if any, in recruiting and diversifying the appointments that the city makes to critical committees and commissions? As you know, we have several planning commission appointments available. What is OCA actively telling the folks that we engage, hey, there's an opportunity to serve on this committee, that committee, this other committee, and how are you tracking that? How are you looking at it? I know that we have appointments on the commission that are expired. I know that runs through your office, but I have yet to see the fruits of that labor. So what I'm suggesting is there's outreach, engagement, and activities, which is important, but then there's making sure that the people in this city that are diverse have a seat at the decision-making table. And I'm trying to assess, in your SMART goals, you're not engaging those two areas. I have not seen goals for hiring more diverse people in the system, right? I have not seen goals in appointing more diverse people in the system for these bodies.
So, thank you, Councilmember Arias. I'll respectfully disagree. And I have to respectfully disagree because I know you probably haven't had a chance to read the full.
I read every single page.
Okay, so if you read every single page, you probably would see, as I mentioned there, that we have been engaged in, OCA has been directly engaged in working with the personnel department to carry hiring information into communities that have otherwise been left behind. And what I'll tell you is that, and I'll give you an example of that, one of the things we've done is we've held specific meetings with the community to describe our current demographic by race and gender of our current hiring, our current workforce. And we've shared very transparently, in full transparency, with the community what the numbers have been, and then we've shared with them the progress we've made over the last 6 months. Now, full disclosure, the OCA is not the personnel department. We're not the HR department. But we're working closely with them, for instance, with a wonderful gal named Lachey, who actually provides the OCA on a monthly basis all the updated job descriptions on what's available, and then we're going into the community, taking those and making sure that we're doing our best to hire folks from those very communities.
So Deputy Mayor, where in your report do you demonstrate what was the success of that initiative?
Yeah, we haven't, this report is purely a strategic plan. It's not providing updates on successes. Now, I'm happy to share an update
in your
on
strategic
successes.
planning, in what SMART goal that you listed in your presentation or in your report, would I be able to point to that clearly articulates this is a measurement for the diversifying of the city employment base?
Yeah, so
or this is a diversification of the commission or committee appointments?
So the OCA does not have an explicit goal to improve the diversity of the city, because that's not something that the city, that the OCA ultimately controls. They don't make hiring decisions. However, what we are doing, one of the goals is to carry that information to the community to ensure that disadvantaged and underserved communities are getting the information so they have a chance to be hired. That's truly a goal of the personnel department.
And I understand that, and this is what concerns me. This is what frankly concerns me. I see the responsibility of reaching diverse communities for hiring employment opportunities as a fundamental responsibility of the HR department, right? Just the way I see the DPU department should be able to have people that speak multiple languages, because people with multiple languages pay utility bills. What I'm trying to ascertain is you are in a unique position as a department under the mayor. And I'm trying to understand, why isn't that an objective of yours that you're trying to measure of the system? Most cities or other institutions have what they call diversity, equity departments, and their job is to measure the effectiveness of these initiatives across system improvements.
Matthew.
So I'm trying to understand is, are we going to get to a point that we're going to see more diverse committee recommendations, planning commission recommendations? Because I want to be able to say, good job, OCA, for giving the mayor 20 options that are diverse versus the same 5 people that we see every day who've been serving on the commission for 25 years, right? I want to get to that point, and I'm trying to clear, is that even a goal of OCA?
So I want to talk, I'm going to answer your question on the HR. He can speak to the committee appointments, but as far as, so you are absolutely correct, and that is exactly where our personnel department is headed. We actually had our assistant director at a diversity and inclusion conference this week. And it is absolutely a goal of the city, and we do plan to be bringing forward an initiative like an EEOC diversity hiring initiative to make sure that we are improving. That is a function of the personnel department. It is an area that it's a goal that the mayor has provided, and so that is something that will be handled out of personnel. And as Matthew stated, we look to the OCA as sort of the window into the communities that we may, in the past, we have not traditionally reached through our usual channels. So that's the answer on the question as far as diversity and hiring. We're absolutely headed in that direction.
And that's a fair response, and that works for me. That's what I'm trying to get the clarity on, right? Because you guys could be at 50 community events a week, and if that's not impacting our decision making in the system, is it really the best use of talented people who have access to communities? And secondly, when should we anticipate getting more options when it comes to these appointments? Because one day I'd like to be able to say, OCA, I have an appointment on my District 3 committee. Can you send me 5 or 7 recommendations of people that you've been involved in or that you're aware of that want to take the next step in public service?
Sure. Well, I can tell you that the next, the October 13th council meeting, you're going to get another slate of potential recommendations. We have worked with the OCA liaisons to say, hey, we have a need, we have a gap to fill here. Can you recommend some positions? And they've made recommendations to us that, some of those have made it. You all have appointed, some of those you have not. But we are getting those recommendations actively. I want to go back also to something you mentioned, Councilmember Arias. I would say that if you look at the strategies of the OCA and the work that's been done thus far, not only are they doing things that we frankly didn't have the capacity to do before, but they're doing what we were doing to a certain degree better. As an example, last night right here in this room, we had a resident civic academy being hosted right here with individuals from all parts of the community that were here learning about how to be more civically engaged, how our government is structured, how things that, again, this just wouldn't happen without these guys. So I just want to mention that, and I'm going to turn over to Alma just to share a few things as well.
So good evening. I'm so happy to be here for the first time addressing council. So Councilmember Arias, to your point about what we're doing when it comes to diversifying and really increasing the stepping stones for our, mid-city managers to increase our goals, if you look at them, specifically the ones that are addressed by my colleague, Sandra Lee, with her work, is specifically for that, right? We want to engage the departments and see how we can help mid-level managers to get to the next level. So yes, and that is definitely in there. So I encourage you to look a little further on those goals. Regarding our Residence Academy, we're so proud of it, and these are the folks that we are training to be the next boards, to be on our boards and commissions. So that's a specific goal that we have, that we commit to doing. And if you saw I know you follow our OCA page because you said that we go to places and we take pictures. So I know you follow us. So if you saw our...
You go to a lot more places and take a lot more pictures than me.
Well, just to follow, I want to make sure that that you're saying truth. So yes, we go to places and we take pictures. But again, if you follow our pages, you would see that the Residence Academy was yesterday, and they were all folks of diversity.
So,
and again,
so let me give you an example. You guys, as a group, went to go explore the San Joaquin River, right?
Yes, by invitation through one of our CBOs.
Understood. Great. It's good that you guys understand the San Joaquin River is an amazing option.
Right.
The question for me, though, is as a result of your visit, how many kids in South Fresno, adults in South Fresno, have now visited the San Joaquin River? And
I don't have numbers, but what I can tell you is that we did extensive
but let me finish my
outreach
question.
for that.
Let me finish my question. The real test, in my view, is system improvement.
Of course.
So
understood
if
and
you
agree.
guys go, if 6 months later you have a system where more people are going because you set up a structure, relationships, you set up, some kind of schedule, you've convinced the San Joaquin Conservancy Board to finally give access to the river, I would say that's a success, right?
Totally agree.
So what I'm trying to assess is, you're talking to a guy who created Parent University at Fresno Unified, and what I'm trying to foreshadow for you is the first step is engagement, and I think that's the easier part. People will come if you invite them. The more difficult part is after they're engaged and they know how the system works and who's in charge, do they have a seat at the table? If not, they're going to be really frustrated and walk away because nothing has changed for them.
Right,
So,
and I completely agree, and therefore, we're putting our money where our mouth is with our Residence Academy. I assure you that our Resident Academy members are going to be on our local commissions. I put my money where my mouth is. So I assure you that we are definitely, this is not lip service to us. And I think Councilman Arias, that for us, this is personal. We love our communities. We want our communities to be engaged. Here in this same building.
But we're not questioning that. What I'm trying to get clear and trying to communicate clearly is, for me, the success is having more people benefit from the San Joaquin River, as an example, have more people benefit as a job entry into the city, have more people benefit to reach the Planning Commission. I want to go beyond the activity and engagement that is important and we all value, but we have to get to the next step. And what I'm just trying to foreshadow for you is, in your goals, I want to see that as a goal. For me, a really strong goal would be, how many more people are going to the San Joaquin River? How many more people are taking advantage of bike lanes that we're building across? When Measure P commission appointments become available, having 40 people interested instead of 2, right? That's what I'm trying to look at. It's not a question of you guys' ability, how you spend your time, but I want to see what occurs after the photo and after the event. And that's where I'm going to focus my attention, and that's where I'm going to judge, the work going forward.
Councilmember Matt, hold on a second. So I think something that you said just a couple of minutes ago is really important. You talked about, obviously, your experience with Parent University. And I just want to remind everybody, this is a group that's been in existence for a short time. So I think, the first step where they have spent a lot of effort is in that engagement in the community, because they are looked at as sort of the trusted messengers within their community, so that the community can feel a connection to our city and to our government. So I absolutely agree that, they've invested a bunch of time and energy in engagement that is critical. And what I hear you talking about are sort of like the next step in taking that engagement and having a product come out of that engagement. And that is absolutely, some of the things that they're working on. But I just want to, once again, remind people, they've been around for a short time. And while without doing that engagement, I mean, oh my goodness, how many times have we been in this community, in this room, and been criticized for the lack of engagement and people not feeling that they have access to our government? So I want to make sure that we're not shortchanging, because obviously they're very passionate.
Manager, I completely agree, but here's where I don't want to waste time. I don't want to, we all know that language access is a challenge. We all know in every department, we all know that not enough people are taking advantage of the river access. Not enough people understand the rental assistance available and everything else. Those are all things that we know. They, as leaders in the diverse community, also have known that for years. I want to get to the actionable part of seeing outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spend a lot of time in the discussion of the needs, because we know that. That's why I was very hesitant to do one more survey that confirms what we already know.
Totally agree.
You have a pretty diverse council that knows that.
Totally agree with I mean, and that's really the heart. Thank you, Councilmember Arias. That's really the heart of the strategy, is that the SMART goals are actual outcomes. It's outcome driven. So our hope is that, and our belief, and we're already seeing it anecdotally and empirically, that folks are being more engaged. They're tapping in. And I'll give you as an example. We work with economic development to, they're looking at getting input from often underserved communities for some small business grant purposes. And these guys did such a great job getting individuals to come in that otherwise would have never come into City Hall and give some critical feedback. So those are the sort of things we're doing. It's outcome driven, point taken. Again, as you mentioned this 90 days ago, Councilmember Arias, you know, I said, hey, you know, without even being asked for this strategic plan was something we were going to do anyways. We already had it in the works, as you can imagine, because we've been collecting the data for some time. But we look forward to being able to report to you some of the outcomes. That's what you should expect at the 6-month mark, to start seeing those outcomes, and appreciate the partnership.
And I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor. I just don't want to go into the path of, typically when we hear from departments is during budget time, right? In the middle of the year, they never tell us what's going on. It's only like, here's what we need, here's how much it's going to cost. This work has to be, here's what we've achieved, and here's what we want to achieve, and this is what we need to go next toward, because we are a majority city, and this has been long overdue, and I want to make sure it's effective. So you have me as a partner, but you also have me as a critical eye.
But we always have you as that. What I will say, though, is that we'll help you out, too. Yeah, Councilman Soria said more critical. What we will do, though, Councilmember Arias, hopefully you take a look, but we'll add you also to the newsletter that does go out regularly, that informs of progress. So hopefully you read it, and we'll be back 6 months later with some updates for you all and some progress. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I don't have any other council members punched up right now.
I was trying to get out your way fast.
No, that's okay. Hey, yeah, we got to do it right. We got to do it right. Yeah, we're okay. You have our attention. We're all fed, and we're good to go.
Good. All right.
For a couple more hours. All right. Thanks,
Thank you,
Matt.
guys.
All right. That's item 3B. We're going to move into 3C and D now as our last couple of items here.
Okay, I have to lower this way down. Good evening, council members. My name is Casey Lauderdale, and I'm with the Long Range Planning Division. And I'd also like to thank the folks who are joining us from the public, listening either in person or online. For the last about 2.5 years, I've had the honor to serve as the project liaison for the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. And I thank you for the opportunity to hold this workshop today to share information about the plan and its process leading up to your consideration for adoption next month. And we'll go here. Today's workshop will cover 5 high-level topics to share how this plan was developed over a multi-year process. The 5 topics are the background, outreach and engagement, a specific plan overview, environmental impact report, and specific plan public comment. First, a bit of big picture background. And I usually like to start with showing the plan boundaries to orient us to the plan area. It is located generally west of Highway 99, north of Clinton Avenue, and east of Garfield Avenue. And as you can see on the screen, the plan area contains 3 council districts, Districts 1, 2, and 3. The purpose of the specific plan is to refine the general plan for the west area, to regulate land use, and to create focused policies to address the unique needs and community vision of the area. Sharing some milestones of the plan, including contextual milestones that set the foundation, there was the 1998 adoption of the Highway City Neighborhood Specific Plan and the 2002 West Area Community Plan, which are 2 early comprehensive efforts to plan for this area of the city. In 2014, the general plan was adopted, and that document contemplated further refinement for the West area, bringing planning efforts up to date through the replacement of older plans with newer ones. In this case, the specific plan, once adopted, will coincide with the repeal of the community plan and the overlapping portion of the Highway City Plan. In 2018, the specific plan process was kicked off through the first meeting of the steering committee and the first phase of engagement activities to garner feedback on existing conditions and what the community vision is for this area. In 2019, the steering committee selected a preferred land use map, and the City Council formally initiated the plan to conduct the necessary environmental review, and also to start the process of drafting the plan itself. So over 2020, the plan and the EIR were in the process of being drafted, and then in 2021, the public review draft of the plan was released for public comment, and this started another phase of engagement. In 2022, the feedback received on the draft plan was taken in, brought before the steering committee, and incorporated into the revised public draft. Also in 2022, the draft EIR was released and underwent its own public comment period and revision, with the final EIR being released earlier this summer. The plan and EIR were presented to the Planning Commission in July, and they recommended approval. And the council hearing date is scheduled for October 13th at 5 p.m. So moving on to outreach and engagement details. In 2018, to help lead and guide planning efforts, an 11-member steering committee was appointed by the City Council. The steering committee has supported community input and has also provided vital feedback on the development of the plan. Outreach for the plan took many forms. This included many emails sent to a list of more than 300 West Area stakeholders, 7 direct mailers to everyone in the plan area. We also created flyers and specific plans to go, which were a package that included a plan with Post-it notes, highlighters, and comment cards. We shared these materials at tabling events for Beautify Fresno and the food truck night at Highway City Community Center near Teague Elementary. We also shared several social media posts to announce milestones and meetings for the plan. And one of our steering committee members, Gurdeep, was gracious enough to host us on his radio show, Punjabi USA, to make an announcement of when the public draft was released. We also created a web page for the plan, of course had legal notices, and we shared the plan with a number of different committees and commissions. We had great partners in Highway City Community Development, our steering committee members, and city staff from multiple departments who helped us in all of these activities. So engagement is not just about trying to get the word out, but also getting the word in. So to conduct that, we held 17 steering committee meetings, 12 community workshops, 13 committee presentations, and 3 surveys. Now I'll move on to share some details about the plan itself. And here again is the plan boundary. So in the earlier stages of the planning process, the steering committee developed 20 guiding principles for the plan under 8 topic areas. So there's actually a lot more details to these that are in the plan itself on page 42. But the topic categories which speak to both the need and vision for the West area are improving transportation, parks and trails, agriculture, retail, housing, catalytic corridors, education, and public safety. 3 chapters in the plan, chapters 1, 2, and 7, contain the introduction, which contains data and historical background information about the plan area, the planning process and community engagement that documents early engagement efforts that identified community assets and needs, and the glossary with definitions for terminology used in the plan. The 4 other chapters of the plan contain goals and policies to enact the guiding principles, including infrastructure in the public realm, public facilities, land use and housing, and implementation. So that was a bit of an overview of the content that's in the plan, but I'd like to review how the land use vision was developed. When deliberating on different land use concepts, the steering committee chose to follow a transect model of development with a special focus on the growth of vibrant catalytic corridors. Shown here on the screen is the transect model, which emphasizes a physical transition between the urban and rural landscapes. The committee voted to focus on the T2, T3, and T4 transects to develop a new land use map. Catalytic corridors are also part of the land use concept for the plan, and these are linear nodes that have higher density and a variety of activities that are intended to spur complementary investment in the surrounding areas. The steering committee selected 6 catalytic corridors in the plan area. This also supports the transect concept by focusing density and commercial into future vibrant neighborhood hubs. Additionally, to support the development of neighborhood identity in the West area, each corridor is intended to have a distinct theme to represent local neighborhoods, but consistent elements that visually and functionally tie together the West area as a whole. The corridors are portions of Ashland, Brawley, Clinton, Shaw, Shields, and Veterans. Lastly, the committee chose to reflect a moderate level of change, meaning a middle ground between the existing landscape where rural residential predominates in a large part of the plan area, but one that was less intensive than what was reflected in the general plan. The transect, catalytic corridors, and moderate level of change were all incorporated into the map approved by the steering committee and initiated by the City Council, which reflects a lower density throughout the plan area, but particularly near the outer edges near the sphere, focused density and commercial on catalytic corridors, a mixed-use town center along Shaw Avenue, and engagement for the redevelopment of rural residential. So I'd like to move on to the environmental impact report. This plan does have an EIR, and the notice of preparation and the public scoping meeting were both held in 2019, and the draft EIR was released on February 10th of this year for a public comment period that closed on March 28th. During that time, we received 9 comment letters, which were evaluated and incorporated into the final EIR, which was released this summer. The draft EIR had a 47-day review period. Upon its release, we did provide notice. Emails were sent to the steering committee and stakeholder list, as well as to the reviewing agencies. There was also a notice published in the Fresno Bee, and copies of the EIR were made available in the Central and Teague branch libraries, as well as at City Hall. And it was also noticed verbally during our March 7th steering committee meeting and posted to the plan's webpage. And then these are just some visual examples of notices. And this is a list of who submitted comment letters on the draft EIR. So in the EIR, there are 14 potential impact areas that are analyzed. And for time's sake, I won't read each of them, but I will share that of the 14 impact areas, the EIR did identify 5 areas where there could be significant and unavoidable impacts that result from the build-out of the plan. Per CEQA, the EIR does still consider all feasible mitigation measures to reduce these impacts, even though they are unable to lower them to a less than significant level. The impacted areas are aesthetics and visual resources, agricultural resources, air quality, public services and recreation, and utilities.
What are aesthetics and visual resources?
So if we're using like Blackstone as an example and how you can go down Blackstone and see downtown, a impact to that visual resource might be a building that gets in your way of downtown. So in the west area, this would be, you know, looking out to, let's say, the rural transition space. But mostly this is a pretty common impact because when you have new development, you have a change of landscape. Oh, and one more point on this, you'll notice I've highlighted agricultural resources, and I did want to note that we received a comment letter earlier this month that talked about 2 of the mitigation measures under this impact area, and I can share more information about that if you would like. So before moving on to the public comment of the specific plan, I do also want to remind that there is an accompanying infrastructure financing plan. We are working on that. We're reviewing the admin draft right now, so that is still forthcoming. And with that, I'd like to share a bit about how public comment has shaped the development of the plan. And it was really intensely shaped by the feedback garnered from community workshops, meetings, and surveys that occurred in the first phase of the planning process. And that led up to the first draft of the plan. This draft was released on April 30th of 2021, and we had a public comment period that was held until September 1st of that year. During that time, we received 31 submissions, which broken down included about 155 discrete comments, requests, and questions, and that included 19 land use change requests. From the comments received, there were approximately 70 changes made to the narrative, aesthetics, goals, and policies to the plan, which were all reviewed by the steering committee. These changes were incorporated into the revised public draft of the plan, which was released on April 25th of this year, and this is the version that was presented to our district project review committees. Finally, there's the Planning Commission review draft, which incorporated additional changes to the narrative, goals, and policies, including a modification requested by the District 1 committee, and there were also a small number of updates made by staff. This version was presented to the Planning Commission and received their approval, and we do not have any further changes proposed, so this is the version that will be before you next month. I mentioned that we received 19 land use change requests, so I want to share how we are going to be handling processing those. We provided these 19 requests to the steering committee and to the district committees for the requests that were in their respective areas. So those groups had a chance to weigh in, as well as staff. We also received 3 late requests, meaning that they did not go before these committees, although one of them did go before Planning Commission. And then also yesterday I received 1 more, so we will be adding that number to the list. Basically, these will be packaged into a follow-up plan amendment to be processed after the adoption of the plan. And I'll be providing more information on these in your staff report next month. Another note here is that, you know, if there's any applicants who are not included in this package, they can still go through the normal plan amendment process.
Can you summarize the plan amendment process?
Yes, so for the land use change request, for the normal plan amendment process, or for the package?
If they don't come, right? Because, so we did receive some, but if you remember, like when we did the whole general plan and then all the rezone, then like years later when people are trying to either sell their land or try to develop it, they're like surprised. So what kind of flexibility, or, you know, I know that there's obviously a process that they can go through to maybe go back or, you know, request a change, but I'm just wondering from the lessons learned in the last.
Yeah, I do remember that was a bit chaotic. So what we've tried to build here is to make it a little bit more streamlined. So for the requests that we've received, and we've, you know, done noticing to the property owners, If they submitted a request and it has been approved, ultimately it needs to be approved by you. If it is approved, we will collect them together and we will handle the environmental analysis and process that plan amendment. So that would come back before you as a follow-up. If there are folks where, let's say, the request has some type of issue, it did not get support, or you do not support it, it is not in that plan amendment, that applicant could still choose to go through the plan amendment process that is separate from this package, although that would probably be an indicator of your eventual support or not. But let's take the example of someone who is finding out about this next year. They would need to go through the normal plan amendment process, and that would include, paying for the environmental and the application on their own.
If I may follow up to that, I'm still getting, so I have a little bit of trauma from the Southwest Pacific Plan that was approved prior to my arrival. And then everybody claimed that they didn't know their parcel was being rezoned, and I know there was several cleanups, which are typical. In terms of noticing, one of the issues that's been challenging is that I know we sent notices to all the properties, but are we sending notices to the property owners and to the tenants?
Both.
Both?
Yes.
And is it one notice?
No, we've done multiple. So when the public draft was released, we did one. We also had another one this year, and we also broke them out by this year. If it was, trying to rack my memory a little bit.
I'm more concerned about when I've seen the notices from planning, they're very technical in language. So it's very hard to understand what exactly is being proposed with the line change.
Yes.
Are we doing any notice specifically if I'm a rural residential, where you tell me your rural residential is being rezoned to high density residential effective this date? If you don't want it, then you need to submit your request at this time. Is it in layman's terms description, these notices, or is it the planning department traditional technical legal jargon?
Yes, it is. We did include maps that show the changes of what it is and what it's going to be, as well as the APNs that were being talked about. So I have gotten calls for folks that say, hey, I got this map, it looks like you're doing this, and then we walk through the map together to further explain. But I do think we could probably be better about using less technical language, because saying you're going from residential medium density to residential medium low may not be the most understandable. But one thing that we did try to do with this plan is we have a link to a slider map. So if you go to that map, you can put in your property, and then it shows you what's changing. And then if you click on it, it has a description of each of the current and the proposed land use. But I do think there's always room for improvement there.
And am I fair to assume that all that's in English only?
The slider map is in English. The notices were translated into Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi.
It would be very helpful for me to get a copy of the notice just so I can see it for myself, because it's the #1 complaint we get from people, not now, but later, about, I got the notice, but I don't know what it meant. And, are we putting a phone number where they can talk to somebody directly and they can walk them through in layman's terms what's being proposed and then what needs to be done? And then secondly, on the plan itself, you guys are, not you guys, but the plan proposes to reduce density, correct?
Yes.
We just went through a text amendment to increase density across the city, and now this plan proposes to do the opposite. Why?
So as I was walking through the land use vision, that was part of the consequence of following the transect model of moving the density from the sphere of influence more to the corridors and more in the center. I will say that the mixed use text amendment changes the deficit from a loss to a gain.
Outside of the mixed-use text amendment, by how much are you reducing density in this plan?
Outside of the mixed-use text amendment, there is a loss of about 12,200-ish units.
That's a lot of units to lose.
Yes, and that loss is, I have a couple of maps included in the presentation towards the back, and we can go pull them up if you'd like to see them, but basically where that loss is happening is towards the corner, I'll just use this one on the screen, in the southwestern portion of the plan area. That right now is residential medium, and it's going to residential medium low. And then we also saw a lot of loss along Shaw Avenue when that got changed from regional mixed use to neighborhood mixed use. And then with MUDA counted back in, the losses along Shaw actually are what turned back into a gain, and the gain is great enough to bring us from a deficit to, from a negative to a positive.
So if it wasn't for us approving MUDA, we would have lost 10,000 units with this plan?
Yes.
That's a challenge for me, so know that in the next 30 days, I may not be comfortable with that reduction, even outside of MUDA. And then secondly, walk me through the buffer. I know you guys included buffers between developments. There's no buffers?
Oh, I think you might be referring to a policy that would propose a change to the development code, which would recommend some sort of buffer between existing rural residential and new development. And then that's actually a modified, it's adapted from the existing West Area Community Plan, so we brought that forward. That's something that we've heard a lot about, is kind of that tension between existing rural residential and new development. Some of the things that could be used in that buffer are like a road, a little bit more of a setback, or just like landscaping along the new development. And I can pull up the policy if you want to get into that.
I'm less interested in the policy. I'm more interested in, can you give me an example of where in the city such buffers exist? You don't have to do it off the top of your head, but later, I'd like to see it for myself.
Find some, yeah, I know I've seen a couple out there, so I can share that at our next get-together.
Because for me, a buffer also signifies less property to build housing in, and we're in a housing crisis. So how much are we giving up for frontage purposes when we're stacking people on top of each other on the major corridors? And then my last question is, Veterans Boulevard, does this plan anticipate veterans going to 180?
No. Grantland is designated as a boulevard, but I'd have to refer to Public Works on what that build-out would look like. It will connect down to Grantland, and then Grantland, I don't know what happens to it after it goes into past the plan area. I'd have to ask someone from Public Works.
Yeah, fair enough. If you can get that answer for me at a later time before we consider this. And then my last request is that we get a copy of the 19 requests that have come in. I want to be able to understand exactly what parcels, at least which ones are in my district, where somebody's going to come in and say later that, they submitted it, but the city didn't change it.
There are actually none in District 3, but I can get you the land use changes nonetheless.
Okay. Thank you. And just overall, I'm still gravely concerned that we are reducing density by 10,000 plus units when we're in the housing crisis. And if this area is specifically being designed to come into the city, then we need to bring it into the city and build housing on it, not create huge buffers that eat up land that have no real purpose in terms of housing people. Yeah. And also, there's, Shaw is a transit corridor. Mm-hmm. All these corridors are going to have to be evaluated for higher density. Mm-hmm. I think if we're going to do higher density in the city, it belongs everywhere. Mm-hmm. And we need to make sure that occurs, because if not, we're simply just building another sprawl subdivision development that is going to be disconnected from the city. But thank you for your presentation.
I have a question on, Casey, there was a lot of discussion, I know, over the last couple years or year and a half when this plan was being developed on a regional park. Where did you guys end up with that?
So it was part of the earlier stages of the planning process.
It went away?
No, it didn't go away. So the steering committee made 3 recommendations to be evaluated. through the environmental review process. And so the consultants who were working on that actually scored those 3 sites. So in the plan under the public facilities chapter, there is information about that, about the 3 sites, about which one scored the highest, but the plan doesn't designate the regional park. It calls for the next step of that to occur, which is a citywide engagement process.
Okay. So at whatever point folks decide that they do want to see the regional park come to life, then we would have to start a whole new process because there would be no land designated.
It would have to come through a separate process. I think that what this plan does is kind of take those baby steps towards that. But the land use designation wasn't included. And also there was some concern that because it's a regional park, that there needed to be a broader discussion about it.
Okay. And then on the density issue, and I want to say, I've already spoken to the city manager and also Jennifer, because I want to dive a little bit deeper into it before we take a final vote. But on the density issue, how dense would like the Ashland corridor off the 99? So we know there's like some potential opportunities for development like right off the 99. Was there similar density that remained, or in the plan does it call for more or gives flexibility? Just wondering.
Yes, I believe that there were some changes made to the Ashland and 99 area that would have resulted in a gain in the plan.
And then where is the majority of the loss in density happening?
It's primarily coming from Shaw with the reduction from RMX, which is not taking into account MUDA. 30 units per acre, actually, excuse me, 45, I believe, at the top end, going down to NMX, which is 16. So that's where much of the reduction was coming from.
Okay. Okay. Good. I don't have any questions right now at the moment, or other questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask I'm just going to let staff know. I'm going to contact them when I get back, and we're going to meet. I have a couple questions about ag land mitigation and BMT, but we'll take care of that offline. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Any other members of the council have questions, comments on the workshop?
No, just thank you for the information. I know that you guys have spent an incredible time as staff and then also with the community and the committee. So thank you for all that work. I know that you guys have put countless hours into it, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Casey. All right, let's move on to the last item of open session. It's going to be the South Central Specific Plan status update.
Good evening. Thank you for hanging out so long. Jennifer Clark, Planning and Development. I am here tonight to give you an update on the status of the environmental study and impact report for the South Central Specific Plan, formerly known as the South Industrial Priority Area Specific Plan. We will be bringing an item to you at the next meeting to extend and expand our contract for that work to finish it out. And so we want to make sure that we give you an update before we come back. So there we go. This presentation is intended to provide a background on the history of the plan and EIR, as well as modifications to the scope over the past 4 years. This status update will include a timeline beginning prior to the initiation of the specific plan to today, and action we'll be bringing to the City Council in October. So in 2017, the city approved a development permit for a site plan within this area. The development permit was intended to develop an industrial business park with up to seven buildings. proposed for industrial uses ranging in size from about 1/8 of a million square feet to 1 million square feet, with a total building square footage not to exceed a little over 2 million square feet. The granting of the development permit was appealed, and in January 2018, the City Council upheld the decision to grant that development permit. A suit was subsequently filed appealing the city's decision to grant the development permit, and the Attorney General's office formally intervened as a petitioner against the city in the action and participated in subsequent mediations. One of the prime areas of concern was that the city did not evaluate cumulative impacts of all of the planned projects occurring in and around the same geographic area. The parties attempted to settle the case through mediation, but ultimately were unable to reach an agreement, and the City Council revoked the project entitlement. However, the city determined that there was need for more evaluation and agreed to prepare a specific plan and evaluate the cumulative impacts, again, the cumulative impacts that were identified as lacking of full build-out at a more granular level. So the city prepared to analyze the cumulative impacts of full build-out as shown in Chapter 12 of the general plan, which is figure IM1, priority areas for development incentives, and it's shown as the South Industrial Priority Area. In addition to the general plan designated land uses and policies, the North Avenue Industrial Triangle Specific Plan, the Roosevelt Community Plan, and the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan policies were identified as key documents to evaluate the city's plan for the area and specific cumulative impacts related to full development of those plans. The stated goal was to thoroughly assess and mitigate impacts to sensitive uses by applying best practices for the interface between new industrial uses and existing residential and other sensitive uses. And at the time, the city selected Ascent Environmental as the consultant to prepare the analysis. The city compiled all of the plans related to this area and published drafts in English, Spanish, and Hmong. And Ascent began preparation of the EIR. Once the draft plan was published, there was a request by the Attorney General's office to provide additional community outreach on the published drafts and the timeline for the evaluation and the preparation of the EIR. As a result, in late May and early June of that year, the city held a series of informational open houses regarding the plan and the EIR, and in July, we held the scoping meeting. Following the scoping meeting, the necessary technical studies for the EIR began. So the original South Industrial Priority Area boundary matched that in the general plan, but it also included an area south of the sphere of influence, potentially for high-speed rail heavy maintenance facility. And at the time, the area included over 7,300 acres in the city, the sphere, and outside of the sphere of the city of Fresno. The specific plan sought to evaluate the general plan land uses that were designated inside the sphere. Then in November 2019, the City Council initiated a resolution to rename the plan area from South Industrial Priority Area Specific Plan to the South Central Specific Plan. Additionally, the City Council desired to see the plan, 1, avoid and minimize adverse impacts to existing sensitive land uses from new development and ensure a decent quality of life and a healthy environment for residents of existing neighborhoods and communities within and near the South Industrial Priority Area. 2, as a separate process, study the standards and procedures for annexation of existing neighborhoods and communities in and near the South Industrial Priority Area. And 3, facilitate and promote economic development that advances community priorities related to industry type, employment opportunities, job quality, and community benefits. To achieve this purpose, the City Council directed more engagement, and the desire was to include residents and stakeholders in and adjacent to the plan area to inform the South Industrial Priority Area's specific plan to the greatest extent feasible through an inclusive community engagement process, including stakeholders and community residents. And this required an amendment to the contract with Ascent for engagement. So the revised area of the specific plan was reduced to include only land within the sphere of influence. Mayor Brand convened an ad hoc advisory committee, including council members from Districts 3 and 5, Scott Lichtig representing the California Attorney General's Office, Leanne Eager representing the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation, and Ashley Werner representing South Central Neighbors United. At the direction of Mayor Brand and his ad hoc advisory committee, a resident and stakeholder group was formed comprised of businesses, residents, and public interests, including the Orange Center School and Malaga Water District, to participate in and review public engagement results. Public engagement workshops were held in January, February, and early March 2020. During these workshops, there was significant public participation, and while some residents desired to eliminate industrial uses altogether and some landowners desired to eliminate sensitive uses altogether, there was generally an acknowledgement by most participants that there needed to be a reasoned approach to new development. So as a result, through community engagement, the process identified a vision, guiding principles, and policies related to new development. And at the last public engagement meeting, a number of design guidelines and regulations for new construction were considered by the public. A set of guiding principles and policies were discussed for inclusion in the plan, and these included guidance related to compatibility, intensity of land uses, economic opportunity, and visual beautification. The final resident and stakeholder meeting was scheduled for March 17th, 2020, but was canceled due to the initial COVID lockdowns. However, the advisory committee continued via Zoom in late May of that year. Based on the input, staff evaluated all undeveloped land adjacent to sensitive uses for reduction in intensity per the guiding principles. Additionally, sensitive uses were recommended for designation on the land use diagram. The resident and stakeholder group reviewed the land use recommendations, including changes in the land area. Land area designations generally recommended by staff included a reduction in heavy industrial uses to lesser intensity uses, and recommended, again, to designate the existing sensitive uses, including schools, churches, and residences. During the final meeting, or the intended final meeting of the stakeholder and resident advisory group, Leadership Council on behalf of residents submitted an alternative map for consideration, which recommended different land uses, primarily commercial, in this area. During that same meeting, participating business representatives asked for equal consideration from the resident and stakeholder group to submit an alternative map for consideration. At a following meeting, the business map was submitted, which designated primarily industrial and business park uses. At its final meeting in the summer of 2020, the resident and stakeholder group considered all three maps, and they recommended that the city evaluate all three maps, and recommended the inclusion of the vision, guiding principles, and policies developed during the workshops and discussed at length by the advisory committee. Following the conclusion of the final resident and stakeholder group meeting, Mayor Brand and members of his ad hoc advisory committee held a number of meetings to discuss the three maps and how to address them. These included the traditional CEQA option, to accept a preferred alternative and evaluate the other maps as all alternatives. However, no decision was made. Following the mayoral election in the fall of 2020, a Sense contract was extended twice for a timeline and minor increase in fees, and staff continued to seek direction on how to address the three maps. So following this time, staff continued to meet with the various stakeholders and the Mayor Brand's original ad hoc advisory committee. We included presentations on the three land use alternatives, the associated development standards, and the focus was on how the three alternatives were different to attempt to find a consensus. A comparison matrix of all land use maps and development standards, along with associated Design guidelines were prepared by staff. In a sense, contract was extended for a 5th time to accommodate additional studies and increase in fees since the contract acceptance. Staff was asked to analyze all 3 maps at the same level of review prior to completion of CEQA. These initial studies revolved around traffic generation from each scenario and how each would impact each other resource areas, including air quality and noise. And while these are standard studies during CEQA, these would be completed on the 3 alternatives prior to reinitiating the process. But to conduct the 3 comparative studies, a new capacity analysis was required to understand what full build-out really meant under all 3 alternatives. So staff and Ascent collaborated to develop metrics to assign potential square footage assumptions for each undeveloped or underdeveloped parcel within the boundary. At its conclusion, Ascent expressed concern that the potential build-out was beyond feasible, so it was not market-driven and could be perceived as overextending or overanalyzing the impacts. So the city was requested to hire a firm to complete a non-residential feasibility analysis to evaluate the assumptions of the full build-out. And this analysis would then be the basis for completion of the special traffic study to determine impacts in both traffic and cumulative air quality analysis. Additionally, to be able to fully assess the utility capacity based on these new assumptions, the city was asked to conduct a water and sewer hydraulic analysis. The non-residential real estate market study was completed in June of this year, and a utility sewer capacity study was completed in July. With this information, Ascent can now prepare the final draft of the EIR for public review. And so on October 13th of this year, the timeline, we will be coming back to extend the timeline and to add approximately $200,000 to the contract with Ascent to complete the project. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I don't see anyone else. Well, here we go. Councilmember Arias, you are punched up.
Thank you, Director. Quick question for you. What's the status of the truck study? I know the truck study is also going to have an impact on what we do in this area.
So I would need to defer to Public Works on that. The truck study is a citywide study. It's not being handled out of our department.
Correct, but we're waiting for the truck study in order to determine what the truck route is for these distribution centers, right? And how to avoid them being in front of a school?
Citywide truck routing study, yes.
Okay.
And I do know, Councilmember, the kickoff was 30-ish days ago with the community, so it is underway.
Do you guys anticipate the truck study and the specific plan kind of coming at the same time, or one feeding the development of the other?
No, Jennifer's in the affirmative.
Yeah, so they're going, council member, the truck study will assist in determining some of those air quality and traffic analyses that are necessary to complete the plan. So absolutely.
Okay. And I know we have a settlement agreement with the most recent distribution center. Where are we at with bringing the community benefit agreement to the council for approval?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So we have been working with the community advisory group for a little over a year. We finally got the group to agree on a draft set of guidelines, and we had a workshop, a public open house last Thursday night. Got some good feedback. We have a 60-day public comment period. It was published at the beginning of September. We anticipate coming to council with those final draft guidelines in November and be able to start spending money in January. We would all like to be able to write checks.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I was just updating my council colleague on the dais that this is probably one of the most wicked, challenging problems that I have in the district. It's one of those things where development probably came in before infrastructure, and basic infrastructure has been kind of the tension point for the rural residential folks. And technically, they're not our residents and our constituents, they're county residents, but it's about our ability to be a good neighbor, knowing that eventually they may become city residents. So thank you for all the work, and I'll be happy to support the expansion of the contract so we can complete this process.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, seeing no one else punched up, that will conclude this item and the public portion of this meeting, 9:58 p.m. All right, only a couple more hours in closed session. Actually, before we go to closed session, City Attorney, we do need to read off those items. Thank you to everybody for joining us for this 13-hour marathon.
Council President, anything going to be reported out?
I'll read it at the end. Yeah.
Okay.
So in closed session today, we have A, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, Janine Watts versus City of Fresno. B, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, Michael Johnson versus City of Fresno. C, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, Robin Garcia versus City of Fresno. D, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, Michelle E. Flannery versus City of Fresno. E, conference with legal counsel potential litigation, City of Fresno versus Hope Beam. F, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, International Union of Operating Engineers, Stationary Engineers, Local 39 versus City of Fresno. G, conference with labor negotiator, International Union of Operating Engineers, Stationary Engineers, Local 39 and City of Fresno. H, conference with real property negotiator, property located at APN 468-400-54T, Prosperous Terra LLC, otherwise known as Ruelas Inc., and City of Fresno. I, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation. City counsel is considering whether to initiate litigation in one potential case and discussion regarding specific instances relating to item 4A and illegal disclosure of closed session communications. J, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Nelson Esparza versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, People versus Nelson Esparza. And special meeting, public employee performance evaluation, City Controller. There is a potential for reportable items after closed session relating to items 5I, 5J, and the special meeting item. Thank you.
All right, we should be having our feedback on in half a second here. All right, Ben in the CMAC room. You see the picture? Interesting. The one I'm looking at, I do not. So, yeah, if you're saying we're live, then that's good. And Tina, you may go ahead and do our reporting out.
Okay. Wanted to report out council action on the closed session meeting item, which was in closed session. Council, by unanimous vote of 7-0, voted to approve the city manager's decision to terminate the city controller effective today. Authorize the council president to sign the notice of at-will termination reflecting council's approval of the action. Appoint Ruthie Quinto, assistant city manager, to act as interim city controller until a permanent controller is appointed, and gave direction to Ms. Quinto to proceed with an external audit of the city's finances within the next 60 days. And that was it.
All right, and with that, the meeting is adjourned at 11:53. Thank you, Tina. Thanks, Brianna. Thanks, Ben in CMAC Control Center.
You have a radio voice there.